Welcome, dear friends, to a gentle journey into the night. As you settle into the soothing sounds of our stories, let yourself be transported to magical and peaceful places where imagination drifts freely. On these serene spring nights, embrace the warmth of relaxation and let your dreams be filled with tranquility. May this moment of calmness offer you a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Story 1. In the quiet valley of Mossgrove, where willows dipped their fingers in glassy streams and fireflies painted the dusk with gold, there lived a girl named Lila whose hands could hear. The gift had come softly, like most magical things do, one spring morning while she knelt in her mother's herb garden, her palms brushing rosemary leaves that hummed a faint, sun-warmed melody. By summer's end, she'd learned to interpret the murmurs of stones, the chatter of rain-soaked earth, and the deep, slow songs of ancient oaks. But it was the lonely whisper from the abandoned watchtower on Hearththorn hill that called her into the tale which would change her and Mossgrove forever. The tower had stood crumbling for centuries, its stones veiled in ivy and old sorrow. Villagers spoke of it in lowered voices, spinning tales of a sorrowful spirit bound to its walls. Yet when Lila pressed her palm to its mossy base one amber afternoon, she didn't hear ghostly wails. She heard a question, trembling and hopeful, like the first note of a forgotten lullaby. "Find the key," the stones sighed, their voices crackling with age. Find the key and let the story breathe again. That night, by the light of a beeswax candle, Lila discovered the key in the most unmagical of places, the belly of her grandmother's old copper teapot, tucked between lavender sachets and a bundle of letters tied with fraying ribbon. It was a slender thing, wrought iron shaped like a twining vine, and it glowed faintly in her cupped hands as if remembering sunlight. The tower door opened without a sound. Inside, moonlight streamed through cracks in the dome, illuminating a circular room where time had folded in on itself. Books floated like drowsy moths around a stone pedestal, their pages rustling secrets. But at the center, glowing with a soft blue radiance, sat a music box, no larger than Lila's palm, carved from wood that shimmered like water under stars. When she lifted it, the room stilled. The books settled. And the music box, sensing her touch, began to spin. A melody unfolded, crystalline and aching, and with it came visions. A silver-haired woman laughing as she tucked seeds into the tower walls, each one bursting into bioluminescent flowers. A shadow, formless and hungry, creeping up the hillside. The woman sealing the music box into the pedestal just as the shadow shattered the tower's windows, her tears falling onto the wood as she whispered, "Guard it well. Guard it for her." Lila's breath caught. The final note hung in the air, and the music box's lid slowly opened to reveal not gears, but a tiny forest preserved in perpetual twilight. There, curled atop a cushion of moss, slept a creature no taller than her thumb, a fox with fur like molten copper and a tail tipped in starlight. Its eyes fluttered open, puppyless and glowing like harvest moons. "You're late," the fox yawned, voice crisp as autumn leaves. "I've been napping for 3 centuries, 4, terribly rude to keep a guardian waiting, you know." Thus began Lila's lessons in the tower. The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, was the last of the Lumini, spirits born from the first sparks struck by human hands. He taught her to read the tower's living books, which bit if handled roughly, brew starlight into ink it tasted of blackberries and snowmelt, and most importantly, to listen to the music box's forest. Its trees held memories older than the village, and they whispered of the shadow, a creature of forgotten fears, that had been imprisoned beneath the hill long ago. "The Lumini bound it using hope," Ember explained one evening as they sat on the tower's roof, legs dangling over clouds stained peach by sunset. He nibbled a candied violet pilfered from Lila's pocket. "Not the fleeting kind, but the deep, stubborn hope that roots in darkness. The music box is the lock, you, little listener, are now the key. But locks can rust." One chill morning, the tower's stones shivered under Lila's palms, their song fraying at the edges. In the music box's forest, the trees began shedding leaves that dissolved into smoke. "It's waking," Ember muttered, ears flattened. "The shadow smells weakness." Lila's hands trembled. "How do we stop it?" The fox gazed at the valley below, where villagers lit lanterns against the creeping dusk. "We remind it what it's hungry for." The journey into the hill's heart was not one of miles, but of memory. With Ember perched on her shoulder and the music box glowing in her satchel, Lila descended through a labyrinth of roots that pulsed like veins. The air thickened with the scent of petrichor and something sharper, burnt sugar and iron. Whispers coiled around her ankles. "Alone, alone, you're always alone." "Ignore them," Ember hissed, his glow dimming. "They're just echoes." Deeper they went until they reached a cavern where the darkness was alive. It lunged, formless and ravenous, but recoiled when the music box's light brushed against it. In that momentary glow, Lila saw, not a monster, but a child, hunched and trembling, its edges fraying into smoke. "It's afraid," she realized, her gift humming in her palms. "It's been alone so long, it's forgotten everything but hunger." Ember's tail flicked. The oldest shadows always are. Steeling herself, Lila knelt and opened the music box. The melody spilled forth, and with it came memories not her own. A young girl, the silver-haired woman, centuries younger, planting a sapling that burst into crimson blooms. A lumini with foxfire eyes, teaching her to weave starlight into stories. Laughter around a midsummer bonfire, sparks rising to meet the constellations. The shadow hesitated. Tendrils of darkness reached hesitantly toward the light. "It's working," Ember breathed. But the vision shifted, the sapling withering, the bonfire guttering, the lumini vanishing one by one as villagers forgot their names. The shadow wailed, its form swelling with anguish. "No," Lila thought, pressing her palms to the cold earth. "Listen deeper." She poured her own memories into the music box's song, her mother's hands kneading rosemary into bread. Her father teaching her to mend fishing nets by the lantern's glow. The tower's stones sighing their gratitude when she'd swept away decades of dust. Old Mrs. Hemsley leaving honey cakes on her windowsill during the lonely first winter after her grandmother's passing. The way the village children had slowly stopped calling her Odd Lila and begun bringing her interesting stones to hear their stories. Small hopes, quiet connections, the ordinary magic of being seen. The shadow stilled. Where the light touched it, patches of darkness peeled away, revealing fragments of a child's face streaked with tears. "You're not alone," Lila whispered. "You never were." The cavern trembled. With a sound like a sigh, the shadow dissolved. In its place lay a seed, obsidian black and warm as a heartbeat. "Impossible," Ember murmured. "A shadow's core, it's never been recovered before." Lila cradled the seed. In her palms it sang a fragile, familiar tune, the same melody the music box had played. They planted the seed at the hill's summit at dawn. As sunlight gilded the valley, the seed took root with a sound like 1,000 pages turning. Up sprouted a tree unlike any in Mossgrove, bark like polished night, leaves shimmering with constellations, and flowers that bloomed into tiny lanterns swaying in the breeze. "A memory tree," Ember said, wonder softening his usual sarcasm. "Its roots will bind the shadow's remains. Its light will remind people to nurture their hopes before they crumble into fear." He glanced at Lila, moonlight eyes crinkling. "Not bad for a human." In the weeks that followed, the villagers found themselves drawn to the tree. They came with their secret wishes and quiet griefs, pressing palms to its trunk. Children left letters to lost pets in its knotholes, Elders whispered confessions to the wind rustling through its leaves. And slowly, Mossgrove began to change. Bakeries stayed open later for lonely souls. The schoolhouse started a garden where students grew vegetables for struggling families. Even the tower, no longer needed as a prison, became a shelter for travelers, its stones humming contentedly under the weight of new stories. On the first night of winter, Lila climbed the hill with a thermos of spiced cider and a woolen blanket. Ember drowsed in her lap, his glow mingling with the lantern flowers overhead. Below, the village glittered like a fallen constellation. "You know," the fox mused, "guardians usually fade once their duty's done, but I'm still here, annoyingly so." Lila smiled into his fur. "Maybe you're not just a guardian anymore, maybe you're family." Ember huffed but nestled closer. And high above, the memory tree swayed, its branches heavy with light. Story 2. In a valley where willows dipped their silver leaves into moonlit streams, there lived a quiet girl with storm-cloud hair and eyes like freshly turned earth. Though Lila helped her grandmother gather lavender and stitch quilts for village newborns, she often paused to trace the strange markings on the stone trough by their cottage, whorls like frozen ripples, older than the oldest apple tree in the orchard. One autumn evening, as nutmeg-scented smoke curled from chimney pots, Grandmother placed a wooden box bound in moth-wing velvet on the kitchen table. Inside lay 3 objects: a clay flute shaped like a curling fern, a compass with directions written in flower symbols, and half of a ceramic locket shaped like a teardrop. "Your great-great-grandmother left these," she said, her voice the sound of pages turning in a beloved book. "The other half lies where our family's story began, and where it waits to bloom anew." That night the compass glowed in Lila's palm as she slept, its petals pointing toward the Starfrost Mountains. At dawn, with the flute tucked in her satchel and the locket fragment warm against her chest, she followed a path only visible when shadows fell at a certain angle, a ghostly ribbon leading through meadows where spiders wove tapestries between thistle stalks. In a clearing dappled with amber light, she met a badger with a map etched on his claws. "The flute's song wakes sleeping memories," he rumbled, nose twitching at the scent of oatcakes in her pocket. When Lila played a trembling note, the air shimmered like heat over a pond, revealing stone pillars covered in lichen, the ruins of a circular room open to the sky. There, carved on an altar veined with quartz, she found the same spiral patterns from her cottage trough. "Look with your feet, not your eyes," advised a river spirit days later, her voice the chuckle of water over smooth stones. Layla waded into a stream where silver fish spelled out riddles in the current. The cold bit her ankles sharply, then faded as she realized the stones beneath her feet formed a constellation, the same one etched inside her broken locket. When she placed the ceramic fragment in the water, minnows pushed a glistening object into her hands, the locket's missing half preserved in ice that didn't melt. As the twin ceramic pieces clicked together, Layla understood why her ancestors had split them. The joined locket became a living lullaby box. When opened, it released the scent of pine resin and distant voices singing harvest songs. "We divided the treasure to remember that wholeness needs many hands," murmured the voice of a long-ago ancestor, her words rising from the carved rosewood interior. The final clue came from an owl who nested in the hollow where 3 rivers married. "The compass points not to a place but a state of heart," he hooted, turning his head full circle. At midnight, under a quilt of stars thick enough to drown in, Lila arranged the artifacts on a flat rock. The compass spun wildly until she hummed the lullaby from the locket, then it stilled, pointing at her own reflection in the stream. That's when she saw them, generations of women in her features, the curve of a cheek from a basket-weaving foremother, the slant of eyebrows from a star-reading gray tant. The artifacts hadn't been meant for one keeper, but for all who paused to listen. When she returned home, Lila placed the reunited treasures in the village square. Children added carvings of their own, a butter churn handle, an embroidery hoop, while elders sang stories into the locket to season its song. On the first frost morning, the stone trough by her cottage began to flow with warm honey water, sweetening the village tea for years to come. Travelers would ask why the liquid never ran dry, and children would point to the carvings now covering every public space, a chorus of hands, ears, and hearts entwined. "It remembers," they'd say simply, and the asking would smile, tasting heritage in every golden drop. As for Lila, she took to sitting by the trough at twilight, tracing new whorls added by village toddlers. The compass stayed in her window, directions gently pointing to wherever neighbors gathered in laughter. And sometimes, when the apple trees shed blossoms like forgotten verses, the clay flute would sound on its own, a low, sweet note that made everyone pause mid-shore to breathe deeper, as if the air itself had turned to elderflower wine. Years later, when a shy child would ask about the locket in the square, Lila would simply open it to release the scent of rain on turned soil. "Listen," she'd whisper. And in the space between heartbeats, the child would hear it, the rustle of centuries breathing through them, gentle as moth wings against a lantern glow. Story 3. The Symphony of Forgotten Raindrops. Beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree, where the earth smelled of damp moss and secrets, 12-year-old Tansy discovered the music box on the first evening of autumn rains. Its surface was carved with constellations she didn't recognize, swirling patterns that seemed to shift when touched by the amber light of her lantern. The key, shaped like a maple seed, fit perfectly into the hidden groove beneath the box. When wound, it played a melody that made the raindrops pause mid-fall, glistening like suspended crystals in the twilight. The first note. Tansy lived in a cottage with cobblestone walls that hummed when storms approached, her only companion a three-legged fox named Pippin who'd followed her home one misty morning. Her parents, botanists who studied whispering lilies in distant valleys, sent letters filled with pressed flowers that bloomed when moonlight struck them. But tonight, as rain tapped its coded language against the window panes, Tansy traced the music box's engravings and felt the air thicken with possibility. The seventh turn of the key changed everything. The suspended raindrops began to move, flowing upward toward the attic window as if pulled by invisible strings. Pippin nipped at Tansy's sleeve, his amber eyes wide. Together they climbed the creaking stairs, following the reversed rainfall to a long-forgotten trunk. Inside lay a cloak woven from storm clouds and spider silk, its pockets filled with acorns that vibrated with faint, melodic pulses. When Tansy slipped it on, the world rippled. The attic wall dissolved into an archway of interlocking ferns, revealing a path paved with petrified songbirds. Beyond it stretched the dripping woods, a realm where trees grew upside down with roots cradling liquid amber stars, and rivers flowed in precise geometric patterns. But the forest was silent, terribly, unnaturally silent, save for the faint ticking of a clock tower hidden in the distance. 2. The broken cord. The first creature they met was a badger in a waistcoat, polishing a pocket watch filled with swirling fog. "You're late," he huffed, though his voice carried no malice. "The rainweaver's been waiting 600 tides." He gestured to a stone bridge where water flowed upward into a cracked hourglass floating midair. The symphony's out of balance, no dew on the spider's lullabies, no thunder in the valley drums, even the frost delays its arrival. Tansy soon learned the dripping woods was a living instrument, each element part of a grand composition conducted by the rainweaver, a being woven from monsoon winds and the first sigh of winter. But the conductor had vanished, leaving the realm's music to fray. Without the symphony, seasons in the human world would unravel, springs without blossoms, winters without stillness, summers robbed of firefly sonatas. Guided by Pippin's sharp nose and the badger's cryptic advice, follow the rests between notes, Tansy navigated valleys where shadows melted into cello strings and climbed hills that chimed like glass chimes. They rescued a river spirit trapped in a frozen measure of time, her watery form contained within a single, endless musical note etched into a glacier. "The Silence Eater did this," she whispered, her voice the gurgle of a thawing stream. "It chews through rhythms, leaving gaps where memories leak away." 3. The rest between heartbeats. The deeper they ventured, the more Tansy noticed changes in herself. The Stormcloak's fabric clung tighter during moments of uncertainty, its threads humming with resolve. Her hands began to see sounds. She could pluck a wavering hum from the air and shape it into glowing ribbons of light. Pippin, now sporting a tiny cap knitted from lichen, developed the ability to find lost things. A squirrel's buried memory of flight, the exact pitch needed to mend a fractured cloud. Yet the Silence Eater's influence grew. They encountered a grove of maple trees frozen mid-sway, their autumn chorus stolen. A village of mushroom dwellers huddled around silent fiddles, their once colorful caps bleached gray. Worst was the clock tower meadow, where thousands of timepieces lay broken in the grass, their hands spinning wildly. At the meadow's center stood the source of decay, a towering creature made of negative space, its form defined only by what it erased, a melody dissolving mid-refrain, a shadow without a source. "It's lonely," Tansy realized, her newfound sound vision revealing a faint, mournful vibration within the creature. "It doesn't understand it's harming others." Against the badger's protests, she approached the Silence Eater, pressing her palm against its void-like body. The Stormcloak's threads shrieked in discord, but Tansy focused on the ragged pulse within the creature, a rhythm starved for harmony. From her pocket, she pulled the music box. The maple seed melody, as she'd come to call it, wove through the air, tentative but persistent. The Silence Eater shuddered, its edges becoming less defined. Tansy hummed the river spirit's recovered song, then the glacier's thawing bassline. Pippin added a counter-melody with his newly acquired leaf whistle. Slowly, painfully, the creature began to change. 4. Coda. What emerged from the Silence Eater's transformation was a being of delicate, translucent layers, a harmonizer capable of absorbing disharmony and refracting it into balance. The restored Rainweaver, who turned out to be the badger's estranged sister, trapped in a recursive time loop, taught Tansy how to conduct the forest's rebirth. Together they reattached spring's staccato rainfalls to the clouds, tuned the mountain's bassoon-like groans, and rewrote the frost's arrival as a gentle adagio rather than a jarring allegro. In the end, Tansy faced a choice: stay as the dripping wood's new conductor, or return home carrying the symphony's echo in her bones. She chose the latter, but not before planting one of the music box's acorns beneath the great oak. The Stormcloak, now mended with threads of friendship and understanding, remained in the forest as a bridge between worlds. The unfinished melody. Back in her cobblestone cottage, Tansy found her parents' latest letter blooming with night-blooming cereus flowers. Pippin dozed by the fire, his cap slightly singed from their final encounter with an over-enthusiastic lava geyser. Outside, the first snow fell in perfect time with the distant, comforting tick of the repaired clock tower. The music box still played, though its tune now included phrases from the river spirit and the badger's grumbling lectures. Sometimes, when the wind shifted just so, Tansy could hear the harmonizer's new composition drifting through the attic, a symphony that tasted of elderberry jam and sounded like forgiveness. She often visited the oak tree, where the acorn had grown into a sapling with leaves shaped like musical rests. Beneath it, the earth whispered stories of an upside-down forest where a girl in a stormcloak was remembered in every rainfall's grace note, in the spaces between heartbeats, in the gentle persistence of growth after silence. And when the first crocuses pushed through the frost, their petals humming a familiar lullaby, Tansy smiled. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, she realized, only carried like seeds until the soil is ready to sing. Story 4. In the velvet shadows of the elderwood, where will-o'-the-wisps danced between cedar trunks and the air hummed with the breath of sleeping mountains, there lived a russet-furred fox kit named Tobin. His paws left silver trails in the dew-laden moss, each step releasing the earthy perfume of crushed time and secrets older than stone. This was no ordinary forest here. The first frost painted crystalline patterns that foretold futures, and the creek's song changed keys with the turning moons. Tobin's greatest friend was Myrtle, a box turtle whose shell bore map-like ridges tracing every drought and deluge since the great sycamore's planting. Her eyes, clouded with age yet sharp as kingfisher beaks, would crinkle when she recounted how springtails carried whispers between root networks, or why the northern lights nested in hollow logs during summer storms. Balance, she often murmured, claws tapping the rhythm of sap rising through ancient oaks, is neither stillness nor chaos, but the dance between. The trouble began when autumn forgot to yield. Amber leaves clung stubbornly to branches long after the frost moths should have ushered in winter's silence. The hourglass pond, whose waters normally mirrored constellations slow wheeling, showed only blurred smudges of starlight. Tobin noticed the disquiet first in small things: hedgehogs building nests from last year's brittle twigs, snowdrop bulbs pushing pale noses through sun-warmed soil only to shrivel in confusion. "The season threads are fraying," Myrtle declared one twilight, her voice blending with the creak of pines. She showed Tobin the proof, a maple key that spiraled upward instead of falling, a icicle blooming flowers at its tip. The heartwood tree needs tending. Thus began their pilgrimage to the forest's quivering center. Dawn found them traversing valleys where spider silk hammocks swayed heavy with dreaming beetles, afternoons in meadows where grass stems chimed like glass chimes when brushed. Tobin marveled at landscapes woven from magic and memory, fossilized fern patterns glowing faintly underfoot, air that tasted of elderberry jam and wood smoke. Myrtle taught him to read the signs, how lichen growth revealed underground springs, which mushroom circles led to celestial markets where stars traded light for twilight's hush. At the mossback ridge they encountered Bramble, a mole whose velvet nose could smell approaching weather. His tunnel walls glittered with mica fragments arranged to mirror the summer solstice sky. Earth's breath grows shallow," he wheezed, claws caked with soil that sparkled unnaturally. "Winter's lullaby sticks in the wind's throat." He gifted them a vial of liquid moonlight, harvested from dewdrops on solstice eve. Their journey wove onward through the whispering grotto, where cave pearls held trapped laughter of forgotten streams. Here dwelled Lila, a blind salamander whose translucent skin pulsed with bioluminescent wisdom. "The heartwood's roots thirst," she sang, tail undulating like river weed. "Four essences must feed them: breath of decay, kiss of renewal, tears of passage, and memory of light." Her gift was a petrified maple leaf containing the last true autumn sunset. When at last they reached the heartwood, a colossal ash tree with bark like molten silver and leaves humming ancestral songs, the disbalance lay bare. Spring buds fought with hoarfrost blooms across its branches. Roots surfaced like distressed serpents, their usual vibrant azure glow dimmed to sickly periwinkle. The air tasted metallic, static raising Tobin's fur in uneasy crests. "Quickly now," Myrtle urged, her shell resonating with the tree's distressed vibrations. From her moss-lined satchel emerged their gathered treasures: Bramble's moonlight vial, Lila's fossilized sunset, a acorn cap of spring rain collected from spider silk webs, and a tuft of winter hair down. As the forest held its breath, Tobin arranged them at the cardinal points around the heartwood's base. The ritual began with whispers. Myrtle chanted the riddle of roots in a language that made the soil shimmer. Tobin added his pure-hearted intent, recalling everything from the cinnamon warmth of sun-baked rocks to the crisp linen scent of first snow. Gradually the offerings melted into light gold for autumn's memory, silver for winter's breath, jade for spring's promise, amber for summer's vigor. The luminescent pool seeped into the roots, traveling upward until the entire tree blazed like a benevolent star. A shudder passed through the forest. Somewhere ice cracked with the sound of 1,000 crystal bells. Somewhere else sap began its sweet ascent. Tobin watched in awe as the heartwood's conflicting seasons dissolved into harmony. Bare branches grew diamond frost flowers, even as their tips swelled with green potential, the trunk simultaneously exuding the loamy richness of decay and the tart zest of new growth. Dawn found the world remade. Frost etched prophetic patterns across last autumn's leaf litter, while beneath them, crocus shoots nudged upward with precisely timed ambition. The hourglass pond's surface now held twin reflections, a waning crescent moon cradling the morning star in its silver curve. It's both, Tobin realized aloud, watching a sparrow line its nest with wool from spring lambs and down from winter ptarmigans. Myrtle nodded, contentment warming her voice like sunlight through maple leaves. Endings cradling beginnings, that's the forest's eternal truth. As seasons resumed their graceful dance, the creatures adapted in quiet marvel. Caterpillars spun cocoons that glistened with rainbows trapped in frost. Bears built dens where snowdrifts melted just enough to reveal early violets. Tobin took to guiding disoriented saplings, showing baby ferns how to unfurl in rhythm with the thaw, his nose ever attuned to the subtle music of growth and repose. On the year's longest night, when the forest gathered to watch the celestial carousel shift gears, the heartwood bore fruit for the first time in centuries, translucent orbs containing miniature seasons that, when pressed to one's ear, sang lullabies of perseverance and hope. Tobin nestled against Myrtle's moss-cushioned shell, breathing in wood smoke and wisdom, as the first true snow began its patient embroidery on the world below. And deep in the elderwood, where magic pooled like rainwater in cedar hollows, balance was kept not by force but by understanding that light needs darkness to be noticed, that roots grow strongest when storms whisper through leaves, and that every ending is but a seed wrapped in different skin. Story 5. In the velvet-hushed valley of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into stories and cobblestones remembered every footstep, there bloomed a mystery as delicate as cobwebs after morning dew. It began on an amber afternoon when young Milo noticed the village weather vanes had all turned to face west, their iron feathers quivering like nervous sparrows, though no wind blew. That same evening, Mrs. Bramble's prize rhubarb pies emerged from her oven singing sea shanties in off-key baritones, and old Mr. Fenwick's spectacles started showing him memories instead of the present, a peculiar inconvenience when one's teacup keeps transforming into a childhood sled mid-sip. But the true puzzlement arrived at moonrise, when every doorstep in the village sprouted a cluster of glowing mushrooms, their caps pulsing soft gold like captured fireflies. "Grandmother," Milo whispered, his breath fogging the attic window as he watched the mushrooms hum below, the valleys dreaming upside down again. His grandmother, whose silver braids held more secrets than the village library, adjusted her star-charted shawl. "Dreams often stir when something forgotten tries to remember itself," she said, pressing a warm mug of cinnamon cloud tea into his hands. "But we'll need sharper eyes than ours to see what's tugging at the world's seams." Their first clue came from a hedgehog in a waistcoat. They found him by the mill pond at dawn, standing atop a lily pad and scribbling in a birch-bark notebook. "Ah, the stargazer and her keen-eyed shadow," he trumpeted, ink-stained paws flourishing a bow. "Thistlewick's the name, fungal anomalies my game. Tell me, have your luminous agarics begun reciting poetry?" "Only humming wordless tunes," Milo said, kneeling to study the hedgehog's sketches of mushroom growth patterns. "Fascinating, their mycelial networks are mirroring the constellation Serpens," Thistlewick muttered, tapping his quill against a page filled with astrological charts. Normally, fungi converse with root systems, not celestial bodies, unless... His nose twitched as 3 fireflies emerged from his waistcoat pocket, their abdomens glowing an unusual sapphire. Unless something's altered the old dialogues between earth and sky. The mystery deepened when the village's magical fireflies failed to appear at twilight. These weren't ordinary insects, but luminous guardians who danced above Willowmere since the first oak took root, their light said to be the laughter of the valley itself. Grandmother spread out her star maps across the kitchen table, weighted down by a loaf of honey rye bread and Thistlewick's collection of moon pebbles. "The mushrooms aren't the cause," she murmured, tracing a path between drawn constellations. "They are a symptom, like fever dreams hinting at an unseen chill." Milo remembered then, the weather vanes pointing west toward the forgotten glade where the oldest fireflies went to rest. Through thickets that combed their hair with twiggy fingers and past a brook that giggled at knock-knock jokes, they found the glade transformed. Instead of the usual cradle of soft lights, the clearing brimmed with swirling mists that shivered like unsettled ghosts. At its center stood a figure woven from willow branches and sorrow, her bark skin etched with symbols that hurt to look at directly. "The Grove Warden," Thistlewick gasped, clutching his notebook like a shield. "She hasn't walked since the great storm of whispering leaves." The warden's voice rustled like pages turning in an ancient book. "Our starborn lights have faltered, the bridge between rooted things and winged ones frays." She extended a hand, and in her palm lay a firefly husk, its light extinguished, but its body glowing faintly with the same gold as the village mushrooms. Milo crouched to examine it, the answer clicking into place like a puzzle box. "They're changing," he breathed. "The fireflies aren't disappearing, they're transforming. Their old bodies are becoming mushrooms, but where are the new ones?" Grandmother's eyes lit with understanding. She plucked a dewdrop from a spider's web and held it aloft. Through the droplet's lens, the mist revealed countless glowing specks, infant fireflies trapped in their chrysalis stage, unable to break free without the adult light's guidance. The cycle's stuck, Thistlewick realized. The elders became earthbound fungi to nourish the next generation, but the young ones need their elders' flight patterns to emerge, without both ground and sky working in rhythm. The song breaks, the Grove Warden finished. Her branch fingers plucked a single luminous thread from the mist, a thread that hummed the same melody as the village mushrooms. Can mortal hands mend a tapestry of light? What followed was a symphony of small magics. Thistlewick's fireflies danced mushroom spore patterns above the glade. Villagers collected the singing pies to serenade the mists. Children blew dandelion clocks whose seeds carried fragments of the elders' golden light. And Milo, climbing the tallest pine with grandmother's star charts, whispered the fireflies' ancient flight paths to the wind. When the first newborn firefly emerged, its wings like stained glass, its light rippling between gold and blue, the valley sighed in relief. Mushrooms sprouted wings and took flight as new guardians, while elder fireflies dissolved into stardust that made the rhubarb pies exceptionally flaky. The Grove Warden gifted every household a moonlit acorn that grew into miniature weather vanes, now properly aligned to catch both wind and wonder. As the village slept under a restored constellation of drifting lights, Milo asked, "What if the cycle breaks again?" Grandmother tucked the star-charted shawl around them both. Then we listened closer to hedgehog scholars, singing pastries, even confused mushrooms. Every broken thread leaves whispers if you know how to hear them. And so Willowmere learned to read the world in all its peculiar dialects, finding comfort in the knowledge that even mysteries were just stories waiting to be told, preferably with cinnamon cloud tea and a friend who wears waistcoats sized for hedgehogs. Story 6. The old cottage at the edge of Willowbrook village had always hummed quietly, though few ever noticed. Its weathered stones held whispers of cinnamon and wood smoke even on windless days, and the ivy crawling up its walls bloomed star-shaped flowers that glowed faintly blue at twilight. It was here, while dusting the cobwebbed attic one amber afternoon, that a girl named Lila discovered the teapot that remembered. Its curved belly was patterned with enameled forget-me-nots, the spout shaped like a crane's neck bending to drink. When Lila brushed her thumb over a chip in its handle, warmth spread through her fingers like liquid sunlight. "How strange," she murmured, and the pot trembled in response, filling the air with the scent of rain-soaked earth and something bittersweet, the aroma of longing made tangible. That evening, as moonlight pooled in the attic's diamond-paned window, Lila found herself brewing chamomile in the peculiar vessel. Steam curled not upward but sideways, forming shapes above the checkerboard tablecloth. A miniature storm cloud bloomed, raining silver droplets that became a laughing woman, tending roses, a woman Lila recognized from faded photographs as her late grandmother. The vision shifted to show the same woman weeping over an empty cradle, then smiling through tears as she cradled a swaddled infant. With a gasp, Lila understood. This was no ordinary teapot, but a keeper of memories too painful and precious to hold alone. The next morning brought trouble. A hairline crack had appeared along the teapot's floral pattern, leaking wisps of melancholy that turned the attic shadows bruise-purple. Through the steam, Lila glimpsed her grandmother's hands, desperately trying to mend the pot with gold resin, always failing. The girl's heart ached with inherited grief. That's when the first helper appeared, a badger in a waistcoat, peering through the attic window. "Tut tut," clucked the badger, his silver-rimmed spectacles catching the dawn light. "Carrying others' sorrows without asking are we, typical of memory keepers." He introduced himself as Thistle, a librarian from the underground archives of the Enchanted Hollow. His gruff voice softened as he explained the teapot's magic. It absorbed fragments of its owner's heaviest memories, growing more fragile with each unshared burden. "Your grandmother hid it here when the weight became too much," he said, paw resting gently on the cracked porcelain. "But the memories want returning now." Their journey began at moonrise, guided by the teapot's steam forming a glowing path through the birch forest. Lila carried the vessel wrapped in her softest scarf, its warmth pulsing like a heartbeat against her chest. They hadn't gone far when the second helper joined them, a willowy figure emerging from the bark of a lightning-struck oak. "Lost memories make the saddest ghosts," sighed the tree spirit named Sylvie. Her hair was autumn leaves, her fingers trailing ivy that bloomed night-blooming cereus as she moved. "The hollow's waters can mend your vessel, child, but only if you first lighten its load." As they traveled, the teapot's steam revealed more fragments. A soldier leaving love letters unsent, a child apologizing to a broken-winged sparrow, Lila's own mother singing lullabies to an empty nursery. Each memory dissolved into the air like sugar and tea, sweetening the night with its release. Lila learned to breathe them in without drowning, her heart expanding in ways that both hurt and healed. The challenge came at the Whispering Marsh, where the glowing path fractured into countless shimmering threads. "Ah," grumbled Thistle, adjusting his spectacles. "The maze of might-have-beens." The marsh waters reflected endless versions of their journey, Lila abandoning the teapot, Lila shattering it in frustration, Lila becoming trapped like her grandmother. The air thickened with the scent of burnt sugar and regret. Sylvie knelt, letting her ivy creep across the bog's surface. "Truth grows best in tangled places," she murmured. The vines bloomed moonflowers, whose light fused the fractured path back together. "Walk where your shadow falls clearest, little keeper," she instructed. "Not where fear pulls, nor where pride pushes." Step by deliberate step, Lila focused on the teapot's warmth against her palms, the realness of Thistle's grumbling encouragement, the musical chime of Sylvie's leaf hair. When a phantom version of her grandmother appeared offering quick fixes, break it, bury it, forget, Lila simply shook her head. Some things can't be rushed, she said, voice surprising herself with its steadiness. The illusion dissolved into fireflies. At dawn they reached the enchanted hollow, where rivers flowed upward into star-dappled pools. The Memory Spring's guardian was neither badger nor spirit, but an enormous owl with feathers like stained glass. To mend what's broken, it intoned, you must give what remains. Lila hesitated. The teapot now held only her grandmother's final memory, the moment she'd hidden the vessel away. Letting go meant releasing the last tangible connection. Thistle nudged her ankle. Courage, little keeper, what's cherished never truly lives. As the memory unfolded in the steam, her grandmother placing the teapot in the attic with a whispered apology, Lila added her own words, you carried so much, let me carry this now. The crack sealed with liquid starlight, stronger where mended. The journey home was lighter. Sylvie wove Lila a crown of fern and forget-me-nots that shimmered with dew, while Thistle shared stories of other memory keepers, bakers, whose bread revealed people's secret wishes, tailors whose thread could stitch friendships back together. Magic's not in the object, he explained, as Willowbrook's cottages came into view. It's in the space between giving and receiving. Now the teapot sits in Lila's kitchen, used daily. Sometimes it shows memories still a neighbor's childhood Christmas, a stray cat's first kindness, but the steam rises normally unless someone speaks a burden aloud. Villagers come for tea and lave with lighter hearts, though few know why. On winter nights when northern lights dance above the cottage, you might spot 3 shadows in the attic window. A girl tracing enamel flowers on a teapot's belly, a badger sipping chamomile from a thimble-sized cup, and a tree spirit's reflection in the glass, smiling as her ivy curls around the rafters. They understand now how brokenness can make vessels for light, how shared sorrows weave invisible bridges, how the quietest magic lives not in grand gestures, but in steam curling upward from a repaired spout, carrying stories to the stars. And if you ever find an object that hums softly when touched, remember it might not need fixing, only hearing. Brew some tea, listen well, and know that every crack healed makes the world a little warmer, one remembered kindness at a time. Story 7. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and fields of lavender, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Marisol, who collected lost buttons in a mason jar. Her days were spent tracing snail trails on dew-kissed windows and listening to the secret songs of tea kettles, but her nights brimmed with restless wonder. Everything changed on the eve of her 11th birthday, when she discovered a tarnished soup ladle humming faintly beneath her grandmother's spice cabinet. Its curved handle bore fingerprints that weren't her family's, and when Marisol tentatively stirred the air with it, the room filled with the scent of caramelized apples and wood smoke. A shimmering thread of golden light spilled from its bowl, coiling like a beckoning finger toward the moonlit woods. Heart drumming with equal parts fear and curiosity, she slipped on her patchwork cloak and followed. The thread led her to a glade where fireflies pulsed in time with distant constellations. There, sitting cross-legged on a toadstool, was a mole in a waistcoat sipping chamomile tea. "Took you long enough," he huffed, adjusting his spectacles. "Name's Thistle. I've been waiting since the Ladlequin's last keeper passed. 80 winters ago." Ladlequin. Marisol breathed, clutching the utensil. "Soup ladle plus harlequin," Thistle said, as if explaining to a rather dim candle. "It doesn't serve soup, child, it serves stories." He gestured to the glowing thread, now weaving itself into the bark of an ancient oak. Every swirl in its bowl holds a memory someone forgot to finish. Yours is the hands that can mend them. Marisol's journey unfolded like a pop-up book. Each step along the golden thread revealed scenes blooming in 3 dimensions. A chapter where she floated down a river made of sonatas on a raft of cello strings, guided by a heron who'd misplaced her shadow. A interlude in a valley of half-built bridges, where a pebble named Pippin taught her to listen to the grievances of stones. Everyone thinks we're stubborn, he grumbled, but no one asks why we dig our heels in. The true test came in a canyon of fractured mirrors, their shards reflecting not faces but unfinished conversations. The lattice's glow dimmed as a figure emerged, a boy made of prismatic glass, his edges sharp with loneliness. "I'm a clat," he said, voice chiming like wind through broken wind chimes. "I hold arguments that ended too soon, apologies that stuck in throats. They cut me anew each day." Marisol knelt, lattice trembling in her hands. Memories surged, her mother's unfinished lullaby, her best friend's unshed tears after their quarrel over a borrowed kite. She stirred the air gently, and the lattice began to hum. One by one she plucked glimmering phrases from the canyon walls. "I didn't mean it, and I was scared too," and let them simmer in the ladle's bowl until they softened into something warm and nourishing. Eclat's jagged form smoothed into curves of stained glass. Stories don't end where we drop them, he realized, light dancing through his newfound colors. They wait in quiet places, for someone kind enough to stir them back to life. As dawn painted the sky peach and periwinkle, Marisol returned home. The lattice now hung above her hearth, its whispers blending with the crackle of firewood. Villagers began leaving trinkets on her windowsill, a frayed diary ribbon, a dented wedding band, and though she never spoke of her nocturnal adventures, the town noticed how feuds dissolved after sipping her lavender lemonade, how long-estranged siblings reunited by chance in her button-strewn parlor. Years later, travelers would speak of a woman whose soup could unknot hardened hearts, served with a ladle that glowed when the conversation turned to forgiveness. But to the children who gathered at her fireside, she was simply Marisol, keeper of unfinished tales, whose greatest magic lay in knowing that every ending is a seed, waiting for the right hands to water it into a new beginning. And if you ever find a spoon humming faintly in your grandmother's cupboard, follow its thread. Some stories refuse to stay forgotten. Story 8. In the velvet hush of the elderwood, where maple leaves turned to stained glass in the autumn sun, there lived a young fox named Sylvie, whose paws left whispers in the moss. Each morning she traced the same path from her den beneath the gnarled hawthorn tree to drink from the mirror brook, its waters holding fragments of sky like liquid sapphire. But on this particular dawn, the brook's song faltered, its current moved backward, carrying crimson oak leaves upstream in a spiral dance. Sylvie's nose twitched at the metallic tang of frost where none should yet linger. "The world holds its breath," murmured a voice like creaking birchwood. Above her perched elder thistle, an owl whose feathers bore the patterns of forgotten constellations. His amber eyes reflected the forest in double, one vibrant, one fading. "The Hearthstone's pulse weakens," he said, pointing his wing toward the north, where the oldest trees leaned together as if sharing secrets. The Hearthstone, a crystalline core older than roots, said to beat in time with the seasons. Sylvie had heard kitsune tales of its power, how spring blossoms sprouted from its laughter, winter's snows from its dreams. But now unseasonal icicles hung like crystal daggers from summer ferns, while patches of daffodils stubbornly pushed through crusts of November frost. The balance was fracturing. Elder Thistle guided Sylvie to Bramble, a badger whose fur had turned silver from decades of tending the underground mycelium networks. His den smelled of warm clay and thyme, walls lined with hollowed acorns storing seeds for next year's forgotten meadows. "The stone isn't sick," Bramble rasped, claws tracing maps in the soil. "It's lonely," the last guardian's song ended 3 moons past. Here lay the crux. The Hearthstone required a new keeper, but none had presented themselves. The forest's magic, once woven seamlessly between creatures, now unraveled like dandelion silk in the wind. Sylvie felt the wrongness in her bones, the ache of oaks drinking moonlight, but unable to photosynthesize starlight, the confused croak of frogs emerging too early from mud-sleep. Their quest began at the Whispering Oak, its trunk wide as 20 badgers. Sylvie pressed her ear to the knot-hole and heard generations of forest voices murmuring advice. Seek the moonlit glade, rustled the leaves. But mind the shadowed hollow where light forgets its way. Through valleys quilted in bluebell haze they traveled, past waterfalls that cascaded upward into misty clouds. Elder Thistle rode on Bramble's back, the badger's claws clicking rhythmically against stones warmed by geothermal springs. Sylvie learned to read the frost pattern's jagged spirals meant danger, feather-like fractals signaled safe passage. When they reached the shadowed hollow, a place where night never lifted, it was Sylvie who remembered the fireflies sleeping in her mother's old dens. Blowing gently into her cupped paws, she released a memory of their bioluminescent dance, creating a path through the gloom. The moonlit glade revealed itself in increments, first the scent of night-blooming cereus, then the sound of 1,000 cricket violins tuning in harmony. At its center stood the Hearthstone, not a gem, but a living thing. A pillar of shifting light that pulsed like a slow heartbeat, its surface reflecting all 4 seasons at once. Vines heavy with August blackberries coiled around its base, while snowflakes born from its apex dissolved into spring rain halfway down. Guardianship requires sacrifice, the Hearthstone hummed, its voice tasting of chamomile and thunderstorms. One season must you shelter within me, while the world turns without. Sylvie hesitated, imagining missing the cherry blossom rains, the first frost patterns on her den's threshold. But then Bramble nudged her gently, his nose cold but kind. Not alone, he rumbled. Elder Thistle spread his wings, casting star-shaped shadows. We've weathered many turnings, the owl hooted softly. Let our old bones keep winter's vigil while your young heart quickens spring. The transfer of guardianship became a symphony of intergenerational magic. Bramble wove tapestries of hibernation dreams to sustain the stone through winter's slumber. Elder Thistle sang the constellations into new alignments, ensuring cosmic balance. Sylvie, with her unjaded wonder, fed the Hearthstone memories dewdrops on spiderwebs, the crinkle of frozen puddles under paw, the citrusy scent of sun-warmed pine resin. As the first true snow began to fall, Sylvie curled inside the Hearthstone's glow. Time bent like a willow branch, she watched through crystalline walls as the forest cycled through seasons in days. Maple keys helicoptered downward, only to be caught by rising thermals of summer heat. Salmon swam upstream through liquid amber autumn rivers. Through it all, her friends stood sentinel Bramble's claws etching protective runes around the glade, Elder Thistle's feathers collecting rime frost as he chanted the old star songs. When Sylvie emerged, blinking in the tender light of a balanced spring, the changes were subtle but profound. Her russet fur now bore a single stripe of crystalline white along the spine, the mark of a guardian. The Brook flowed properly again, though occasionally a fish would leap upstream just for the joy of defying gravity. Years later, when a young hedgehog would ask about the stripe in her fur, Sylvie would lead them to the Hearthstone, now glowing with shared custody. Elder Thistle's descendant, a spotted owlet named Pippin, would demonstrate how to weave northern lights into fishing nets. Bramble's great-grandcubs would teach the medicinal properties of frost-bitten juniper. And on particularly clear nights, when the aurora danced above the elderwood, the creatures would gather to hear Sylvie tell of the time the seasons forgot their rhythm. Balance isn't perfection, she'd murmur as fireflies pulsed in time to her words. It's learning which notes to sing and when to let the silence speak. The forest breathed easier then, its symphony of rustling leaves, bubbling streams, and creaking boughs carrying the gentle truth that no guardian ever truly stands alone, for in nature's grand design, every creature holds a thread of the eternal song. Story 9. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes like sleeping cats and every garden gate squeaked in its own peculiar melody, there was a mystery brewing as soft as the steam from a teacup. It began on a crisp autumn evening when young Milo, the clockmaker's apprentice, noticed something odd. The village sundial, which had always pointed faithfully to the sun's position, now spun lazily clockwise every time a cloud passed overhead. By the next morning, whispers fluttered through the cobblestone lanes like autumn leaves. Baker's bread turned lavender overnight, the mill pond rippled in perfect geometric patterns, and every third stair in the library staircase had gone mysteriously silent underfoot. Milo, a boy with a mop of chestnut hair and a pocket watch that ticked in time with his curiosity, decided to investigate. His first clue came from old Mrs. Thistledown, the village knitter, who claimed her yarn had begun knitting itself into tiny sweaters for the mice in the walls. "It's not mischief," she insisted, her silver needles clacking like crickets. "It's lonely magic, like something's trying to talk but doesn't know the words." Guided by the scent of cinnamon drifting from the hearth of the village's wise apothecary, Master Corwin, Milo found himself in a cozy shop where jars of starlight and dried thunder hummed on shelves. Corwin, a man whose beard seemed to hold constellations in its tangles, listened gravely. "Magic always has a reason," he murmured, stirring a copper pot of soup that smelled like forgiveness. "Look for patterns, lad. Even whispers leave footprints." The next day Milo noticed the anomalies followed a rhythm. The sundial spun fastest at noon, the bread turned lavender only when the wind blew east, and the library's silent stairs formed a perfect spiral. That night, under a moon the color of buttercream, he followed the trail of a glowing moth, a creature with wings like stained glass, to the edge of the whispering wood. There, beneath an ancient oak with roots like knuckles, he found a small, shivering creature, a dust hare, a rare magical being made of powdered starlight and autumn thistledown. Its ears drooped like wilted petals, and its eyes held the ache of 1,000 unsung songs. "I didn't mean to cause trouble," it hiccuped, voice like a rustling diary. "I was looking for a home. My old burrow was washed away by rains, and when I'm sad, my magic leaks." It gestured weakly to the air, where motes of its stardust swirled into shapes, a spinning sundial, a lavender loaf, a silent stare. "I just wanted someone to notice." Milo's heart folded like a well-loved letter. With Corwin's guidance, the village rallied. Children gathered acorn caps to catch the dust hare's runaway magic, weavers spun a nest from thistle silk, and the baker crafted a honeycake steeped in welcome. On the night of the harvest moon, the dust hare, now named Pippin, burrowed into its new home beneath the oak, its magic settling into gentle hums that made the sundial chime at noon and the library stairs sing lullabies. Years later, travelers would remark on Willowmere's enchantments, clocks that ticked in haiku, bread that tasted like cherished memories, and stairs that carried tired feet like a mother's arms. But the villagers simply smiled, sipping cider by firesides, and said, "The best magic isn't in the wonders you see. It's in the listening." And in the heart of the whispering wood, under an oak tree that glowed softly on lonely nights, a little creature who'd once been lost sighed contentedly, its stardust weaving dreams for every soul who'd learned to hear the world's quietest, kindest whispers. Story 10. In the velvet hush of an ancient forest where moonlight pooled like liquid silver between gnarled roots, there lived a community of creatures who whispered secrets to the wind and painted frost patterns on spiderwebs. The oldest among them was a tawny owl with feathers the color of cinnamon bark, whose eyes held constellations accumulated over 7 lifetimes. She perched in the hollow of a grandmother oak, watching over a delicate equilibrium maintained by dew-drinkers, root-weavers, and the shy, luminous spirits that tended the twilight blossoms. One crisp autumn evening, as amber leaves pirouetted to the forest floor, a young hedgehog named Thistle discovered something troubling beneath the mossy banks of the whispering brook. Her tiny paws unearthed a smooth black stone etched with spirals that seemed to pulse faintly, like a sleeping heartbeat. Where the stone lay, the brook's usual song, a giggling cadence of water over pebbles, had dulled to a mournful hum. Ferns nearby curled inward, their fronds brittle as old parchment, and the air carried a metallic tang that made Thistle's nose twitch uneasily. Sagewing. Thistle called, her voice muffled by the acorn cap she wore as a hat. The owl emerged from her hollow in a rustle of wisdom, alighting on a birch branch that dipped respectfully beneath her weight. The brook's gone quiet as a buried secret, Thistle continued, nudging the strange stone with her snout. And this, it feels like winter's bite without the frost. Sagewing's talons tightened around the branch. The shadowed geode, she murmured, her voice the sound of pages turning in a forgotten library. Long ago, when the world was younger than a sapling, the forest's magic flowed from 7 heartstones buried deep beneath roots and rock. But greedier creatures sought to claim their power, and so the stones were hidden, their locations known only to the wind and the wandering stars. She bent her head, beak nearly brushing the geode's surface. This is a fragment of one, corrupted if the main heartstone is disturbed, the seasons themselves may unravel. Thistle's quills trembled. What can we do? We must follow the sorrow, said Sagewing. Where the land grieves, there the balance is broken. Their journey began at first light, guided by the forest's subtle lamentations, a patch of clover blooming colorless and scentless, a family of fireflies whose lanterns flickered blue instead of gold. They were joined by Bramble, a badger whose fur held the earthy smell of loam and patience, and Willow, a doe whose antlers curved like cursive script written in starlight. Together they followed the trail of fading magic northward, where the trees grew sparse and the air thinned into crystalline cold. On the third dusk they reached the cavern of echoing rain, a cathedral of stalactites where every droplet's fall became a chorus. Here the true crisis revealed itself. The great heartstone, a pillar of amethyst threaded with liquid gold, stood cracked at the cavern's heart. From its fissures oozed a viscous shadow that swallowed the light of glowworms clinging to the walls. The once vibrant pool at the stone's base had shrunk to a murky puddle, and the cavern's eternal drizzle now fell in listless, irregular intervals. The silver pools are drying, said Willow, her breath forming misty shapes that lingered unusually long, a doe, a crescent moon, a closing eye. Without them, the forest's dreams will fade. The trees won't remember how to bud come spring. Bramble pressed a paw to the cavern floor, sensing vibrations deeper than sound. The earth is uneasy. The roots are straining to hold the stone together. As if in response, the heartstone emitted a low thrum that resonated in their bones. Thistle approached cautiously, the corrupted geode fragment in her satchel buzzing against her side. Suddenly, the shadows coalesced into serpentine forms that slithered toward them, hissing with voices like rusted hinges. "Stop!" cried Sagewing, spreading her wings to cast a barrier of soft amber light. They're not enemies, they're pain given shape, the heartstone's anguish made manifest. Willow stepped forward, antlers glowing faintly. "We mean no harm," she said, and the shadows paused, their outlines rippling. "Tell us how to mend what's broken." The shadows dissolved into whispers that brushed against the travelers' minds. Find the weaver who mends the sky's tears. Seek the dancer who stirs the forgotten springs. Bring the light that blooms in deepest dark. For 3 days and nights, the companions puzzled over the riddle while tending the ailing heartstone. Thistle noticed the corrupted geode grew warmer whenever Bramble sang old badger lullabies, as if the stone itself missed the music of companionship. Willow discovered that by tracing certain patterns in the air with her antlers, movements taught to her by her grandmother, she could temporarily calm the oozing shadows. It was Sagewing who finally understood. "The weaver is the spider queen of the cloudleaf canopy," she said. "Her silk stitches rain clouds together. The dancer must be the elder fox who leads the spring equinox ceremonies. As for the light, her feathered brow furrowed, that I cannot unravel. They split their efforts. Bramble and Willow set off to find the Spider Queen, following the scent of ozone and damp cotton. Thistle and Sagewing ventured eastward, where the first cherry blossoms of spring were rumored to bloom even in autumn if one knew the right path. Bramble's journey led them up treacherous cliffs where wind howled like a widowed wolf. The cloudleaf canopy stretched above them, a floating garden of ferns and moss anchored by silver threads thicker than river reeds. At its center hung a palace of iridescent webs where the Spider Queen, a creature with 8 eyes like polished opals, spun ceaselessly on a loom of cloud and starlight. Our shuttles grow heavy, sighed the Queen, her voice a symphony of plucked harp strings. The reins resist shaping, show me why. Willow lowered her head, allowing the spider to climb onto her antlers. From that vantage, the Queen peered into the forest's trembling magic. Ah, she murmured. The loom's warp and weft are torn, take this. She gifted them a spindle wound with thread that shimmered like water under moonlight. Let it touch the heartstone, and the rains will remember their purpose. Meanwhile, Thistle and Sagewing found the elder fox in a grove where autumn and spring coexisted, one half of the clearing aflame with maple leaves, the other carpeted in bluebells. The fox, whose coat shifted between russet and new green, danced around a stone bowl filled with liquid that reflected not the sky, but the memory of skies past. You seek the dancer, he said, never missing a step. Then dance with the paradox, hold both decay and rebirth in your mind. Thistle, though inexperienced, attempted a wobbly jig that made the maple leaves chuckle. Sagewing recited an ancient poem about winter's necessity, her words shaping frost flowers that melted into the bowl. Slowly the water began to swirl, revealing an image of the Heartstone's creation, a time when badgers dug its cradle, deer blessed it with starlight, and owls imprinted it with whispered laws of balance. The springs are guarded by memory, said the fox. Take this droplet to awaken what sleeps. He flicked his tail, sending a single glistening bead into Thistle's satchel. Reunited at the cavern, the companions faced the final riddle. The corrupted geode now glowed faintly, reacting to their gathered treasures. But the light that blooms in deepest dark remained elusive until Thistle remembered the fireflies' troubled glow. They changed when the Heartstone cracked, she realized. Their light turned blue like the midnight sun under ice. Guided by Sagewing's memory of star maps, they navigated to the Glimmer Burrows, tunnels where fireflies hibernated in nests of crystallized honey. The colony's elder, a beetle with wings like stained glass, listened gravely. Our queen's light dims, he confessed. She's buried deep, conserving her last glow. Thistle, small enough to traverse the narrowest tunnels, found the firefly queen curled in a chamber of quartz. Her abdomen pulsed weakly, a dying ember. Remembering Bramble's songs, Thistle hummed a lullaby her hedgehog mother had sung, a tune about persevering through long winters. As she sang, she placed the spider's thread, the fox's droplet, and the corrupted geode around the queen. The chamber erupted in light. The geode's spiral markings flared gold, dissolving the shadows within. The queen's glow reignited, first white, then gold, then a green as vivid as new leaves. The light was never lost, she buzzed. It only needed courage to shine in darkness. Back at the Heartstone, the companions worked together. Bramble dug channels for the spider's thread to weave through the stone's cracks. Willow used her antlers to guide the fox's droplet into the stagnant pool, which began bubbling with renewed vigor. Thistle placed the purified geode against the main stone, while Sagewing recited the laws of balance in the old tongue. As the firefly queen's glow enveloped the cavern, the shadows retreated, hissing but no longer hateful, simply weary. The Heartstone's fractures sealed with seams of living gold, and the silver pools overflowed, their water clear and singing. Outside, seasons settled back into their ordained rhythm. Autumn leaves fell in gratitude, winter's first snow hugged the earth gently, and far underground, spring's seeds dreamed brighter dreams. Years later, when young creatures asked Thistle how a hedgehog helped mend the world's heart, she'd smile beneath her acorn cap. Magic isn't in grand deeds, she'd say, but in listening to the land's sighs, to each other's silences, and to the quiet voice that says try anyway when things seem too vast to fix. And in the cavern of echoing rain, if you press your ear to the hearthstone, you might hear it hum the tune Thistle sang, a lullaby of resilience woven into the bedrock of the world. Story 11. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches swayed like ancient scribes penning secrets in moonlight, there existed a glen known only to its creatures. Here the moss grew in emerald spirals that hummed when touched by morning dew, and the streams carried not just water but fragments of starlight that had dripped through the canopy. It was in this place of root-carved arches and dappled shadows that a young hedgehog named Thistle discovered the first crack in autumn's song. One crisp twilight, as Thistle shuffled through a carpet of amber leaves, he noticed the maple saplings trembling in a way that made their crimson hues blur like wet paint. The air, usually rich with the scent of cinnamon bark and wood smoke, carried a metallic tang. "Grandmama Hazel," he said later, nose twitching beneath the gnarled oak where his elder slept, "the wind tastes of rust and the earth forgets how to breathe." The old hedgehog unfurled from her bed of thistledown, her quills glinting like frosted iron. "Ah," she murmured, peering at the canopy where the last fireflies pulsed like dying embers. "The Heartglow weakens." She spoke of the crystalline orb hidden deep within the frostroot labyrinth, a relic spun from the first frost and summer rain, which kept the seasons flowing in their sacred dance. When its light dims, the threads between seed and soil fray. You must journey before the moon hollows. And so Thistle set out, his paws guided by the map of constellations only hedgehogs could read in the velvety night. He was joined by Lila, a snow hare whose ears could hear the sigh of sap rising in trees, and Bramble, a mole whose spectacles, crafted from crystallized dewdrops, revealed the hidden veins of magic beneath the soil. Together they navigated fern-choked valleys where shadows pooled like spilled ink, and clearings where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent gossip. Their first trial came at the shivering river, now sluggish and opaque, its usual chorus of liquid bells replaced by a mournful gurgle. "It's clogged with forgotten memories," said Bramble, digging through sediment to reveal a tangle of ghostly threads, abandoned birds' nests, unearthed acorns, the echo of a fallen tree's final sigh. Working through the night, they wove the threads into a raft using Lila's nimble paws, Thistle's quills as needles, and Bramble's knowledge of knotwork taught by earthworms. As they floated downstream, the river began to sing again, its waters clearing to reveal carp with scales like stained glass. Deeper into the woods, they encountered the grove of echoing hours, where time pooled in amber droplets on spider silk. Here they met Sorrel, a venerable stag whose antlers held entire ecosystems of lichen and nesting warblers. "The labyrinth's guardian is lost in a loop of yesteryears," he warned, breath stirring the fog into spirals. "To awaken her, you must offer a memory she's never tasted." Lila pressed a paw to her chest and withdrew a shimmering thread, the memory of her first leap across spring ice, the exhilarating crackle beneath her feet. Bramble offered the taste of dark, rich soil after the first thaw. Thistle hesitated, then gave the scent of Grandmama Hazel's lavender-steeped paws when she'd comforted him during thunderstorms. The stag wove these into a pendant of petrified sap, which hung glowing around Thistle's neck as they pressed onward. The frostroot labyrinth revealed itself at dawn, its walls a living lattice of ice and twisted yew. Within its core floated the Heartglow, a pulsing orb of opal and amethyst light, now flickering erratically. But curled around its base lay the guardian, a great horned owl named Morn, her feathers dull as ash, eyes vacant mirrors reflecting endless winters. "She's trapped in the year the forest burned," gasped Lila, ears flattening as the owl's memories brushed against them. Acrid smoke, the desperate flutter of nestlings, the terrible silence after. Thistle approached, the memory pendant warm against his chest. As he pressed it to Morn's talon, the visions shifted. The tender green shoots after fire, the reunion of scorched but living roots, the rain that came singing through charred branches. With a shudder that shook ice diamonds from the ceiling, Morn awoke. "Forgive me," she rasped, her voice the creak of burdened pines. I clung to the wound and neglected the scar's wisdom. Together they cleaned the Heartglow's chamber of clouded shadows, using Thistle's quills to etch renewal sigils into the frost, Lila's breath to polish the orb, and Bramble's spectacles to realign the prismatic veins within. As the Heartglow brightened, its light spilled through the labyrinth like liquid dawn. Outside, the forest sighed as balance returned. Vines relaxed their strangling grip on stone, the north wind brought not bite but invigorating cold, and the metallic tang dissolved into the sweet musk of leaf mold. Grandmama Hazel was waiting when they returned, her nest now ringed with frost flowers blooming in perfect symmetry. "You've learned," she said, nuzzling Thistle's dew-damp fur, "that harmony isn't stillness, but the courage to mend what unravels." Years later, when Thistle's own quills turned silver, he would recount the tale to wide-eyed leverets and mole pups. He'd describe how the shivering river now braids their memories into its current, how Morn's hoot carries echoes of both sorrow and hope, and how every autumn the maple leaves blush crimson where the Heartglow's light touches them first. And as the fireflies wove their constellations above, listeners would feel the truth in their bones, that in the great tapestry of the woods every creature's thread mattered, every mended rift became a stronger seam, and no night, however dark, could stifle the promise of roots stirring beneath the snow. Story 12. In a valley cradled by ancient pines, where mist clung to the earth like cobwebs after morning rain, there lived a girl named Lila with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that mirrored the forest's deepest greens. Her home, a cottage with a mossy roof and walls of honey-colored stone, stood at the edge of a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy question marks. But it was the woods that truly held her heart, the way sunlight dripped through the canopy in golden puddles, the symphony of creaking branches, and the secret whispers of leaves that only she seemed to pause long enough to hear. One twilight, as Lila gathered kindling beneath a grandfather oak, she noticed an unusual glint among the roots. Brushing away a carpet of crimson leaves, she uncovered a locket shaped like a teardrop, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shift like minnows in a stream when touched by moonlight. When she clasped it around her neck, the world bloomed with new dimensions. The sigh of the wind transformed into words, the chatter of squirrels became clear as a baker's gossip, and the brook's babble unfolded into stories older than the hills. "Ah, you've found the whisper locket," came a voice like rustling parchment. A fox emerged from the shadows, her coat the rich orange of autumn pumpkins and eyes sharp with knowing. "I'm Ember. That trinket hasn't been seen since the last moonweaver walked these woods." Thus began Lila's descent into the veiled grove, a realm hidden behind a curtain of ivy, where trees grew in spirals of silver bark, and fireflies carried dreams in their bellies. Ember explained that the grove's magic was fading. The once vibrant flora now drooped like forgotten promises, and the air thrummed with a sorrow that made Lila's locket grow cold against her chest. The heartwood tree, ancient guardian of the forest's memories, was withering, its roots poisoned by a shadow even the wisest creatures feared to name. Their journey wove through challenges that tested both courage and kindness. In a meadow of sentient poppies, Lila bargained with flowers that demanded riddles in exchange for safe passage. When a fawn trapped in brambles wept with a voice like breaking icicles, she spent hours untangling the thorns despite Ember's warnings about losing daylight. Each act of compassion caused the locket to glow warmer, its light pushing back the creeping gloom. The crisis came as they reached the Heartwood's clearing. The great tree stood skeletal, its branches clawing at the sky as Inkai tendrils pulsed through its trunk. "The shadow feeds on fear," Ember murmured, ears flat. "To heal the Heartwood, you must give it a memory strong enough to drown the darkness." Lila hesitated, fingers brushing the locket. What memory could possibly be potent enough? Then she recalled last winter, when the village had rallied to rebuild old Tomas's barn after a storm. The way laughter had cut through the cold, how shared soup tasted better than any feast. Closing her eyes, she poured that moment into the locket, the smell of pine pitch and stewed apples, the clatter of hammers singing in unison, the warm pressure of her father's hand on her shoulder. Light erupted. The tendrils recoiled, shrieking as the memory spread through the Heartwood's veins like molten sunlight. Bark regrew in swirling patterns, leaves unfurled in emerald waterfalls, and the clearing breathed again with the music of life renewed. In the days that followed, Lila walked between two worlds. She taught children to hear the poetry in rainstorms, helped farmers coax stubborn crops with whispers to the soil, and always she returned to the veiled grove where Ember waited with new mysteries to explore. The locket remained, though its magic now lived as much in her heart as in its silver shell. Years later, when the first frost painted the valley, an old woman would tell wide-eyed listeners of the girl who carried moonlight in her palm and taught the forest to sing. And if sometimes, when the wind swept down from the pines, you caught the echo of laughter or the scent of forgotten dreams, well, that was simply Lila and Ember, dancing where the world's edges softened, keeping the magic alive one whispered story at a time. Story 13. Story 14. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into twilight like pencil sketches on parchment skies, there lived a girl with autumn in her hair and curiosity humming beneath her skin. Layla's boots perpetually bore traces of mud from the meadow's edge, where she'd stand each evening watching fireflies stitch constellations between the trees. The grown-ups called it Mossgrove Wood, with voices dipped in caution, but to Lila, the forest breathed like a living secret, one she longed to unravel. One crisp October afternoon, while rescuing a fledgling sparrow from a tangle of brambles, Layla discovered the locket. It lay half-buried beneath amber leaves, its surface etched with whorls resembling tree rings, warm as a heartbeat against her palm. When she brushed away the soil, the clasp sprang open, revealing not a portrait, but a tiny hollow filled with iridescent moss that pulsed faintly. "Well, that's peculiar," she murmured. The sparrow, now perched on her shoulder, chirped urgently. "You want me to put it on?" Lila blinked. The bird bobbed its head. As the chain settled around her neck, the world bloomed. Bird calls unfurled into words dew on thistle, worms south of the oak, while the wind gossiped in lavender-scented sighs. A velveteen nose nudged her elbow. "Took you long enough," said a fox, its fur the color of smoldering embers. "I've been waiting since the last blue moon." Lila's knees buckled. "You're talking. And you're listening." The fox tilted its head, eyes bright as mercury. "I'm Ember, you found the Heartwood locket. It chooses those who hear more than their own thoughts. Come, the Glimmerwood's in trouble, and we need your human hands." The forest Ember led her into defied every tale Lila had been told. Trees arched into jeweled vaults, their leaves chiming like glass. Mushrooms glowed with inner fire, and a brook giggled as it leapt over quartz stones. Yet beneath the beauty lurked a tremor, cracks in bark oozing silvery sap, flowers wilting mid-bloom, animals huddled in whispers. "The weeping tree's dying," explained Pip, a rabbit whose ears twitched with each syllable. "It's the heart of the Glimmerwood, its roots hold memories, and without them we'll forget how to be a forest." Sage, an owl with feathers like frosted parchment, ruffled solemnly. "The locket lets you see what's unseen, child. the tree's illness begins in its shadow. Guided by her new companions, Lila learned to ask questions that rustled in willow branches and decode maps written in lichen. She sang lullabies to agitated bees, untangled star-nosed moles from vines of enchanted ivy, and fed spoonfuls of moonlight to a sickly maple. Each act deepened the locket's glow, the moss within it sprouting tiny blossoms. Yet the weeping tree, when they reached it, shadowed her courage. Its massive trunk curved like a grieving spine, branches clawing at the sky. Black veins marred its bark, and instead of leaves, it shed tears that smoked where they fell. "It's poisoned by loneliness," said Ember quietly. "Its keeper vanished decades ago, a human like you, who forgot their promise to return." Lila pressed her palm to the weeping bark. Images flooded her, a girl laughing with fox kits, planting acorns in moonlit soil, then a sharp fracture. Departure. Years stretching empty. "It thinks all humans abandon," she realized aloud. The solution came not in a roar, but a whisper. While her friends gathered the forest's mourners, a congress of badgers, butterflies, and a very opinionated hedgehog, Lila wove a nest from river reeds and starlight. She lined it with stories, the sparrow's first flight, the fox's favorite hunting ground, the owl's memory of 1,000 winters. "You're not alone," she told the tree, placing the nest in its hollow. "They remember you, we remember." As creatures added their own memories, a feather, a tuft of fur, a carefully hoarded berry, the tree's tears cleared. New shoots erupted, cradling a luminous fruit that burst, showering the forest in light. Cracks sealed. Flowers straightened. And the locket's moss bloomed into a miniature tree, its roots knitting gently around Lila's collarbone. At dawn, Lila stood once more at the meadow's edge, the locket hidden beneath her scarf. Ember nuzzled her hand. "You'll come back?" he asked. "Always." She smiled. "But I think the Glimmerwood remembers how to heal now." Homeward the village stirred, unaware of the miracle beneath their boots. Lila paused, plucking a withered dandelion from her path. She breathed life into its seeds, a trickle of Locket magic, and watched them soar, each carrying a secret the wind would whisper to thirsty earth. That night, as fireflies painted her ceiling, Lila understood. Some journeys don't lead you away, they root you deeper where you belong. And the greatest magic isn't in seeing hidden worlds, but in tending the one before your eyes, one small, luminous act at a time. Story 15. In the heart of the amberwood forest, where maple leaves glowed like stained glass and rivers sang in crystalline voices, there lived a young fox named Sorrel, whose paws left faint trails of stardust in damp earth. Each morning she drank from the mirror spring, whose waters showed glimpses of tomorrow's sunrise pooled in its quartz-edged basin. But one frost-stitched dawn, Sorrel found the spring silent, its liquid silver hardened into ice that hummed with an unnatural chill. Her whiskers trembled as she nosed the frozen surface, catching reflections not of sky or trees, but of skeletal branches clawing through unseasonable snow. A maple seed spiraled down, embedding itself in the ice, and as Sorrel touched it, the seed pulsed faintly, whispering in the voice of Elder Thistle, the ancient box turtle who guarded the forest's memory stones. "The season threads have frayed," it murmured. "Seek the loom beneath the moonwillow before the equinox." The journey led Sorrel through valleys where ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls, their fronds brushing her coat with dew that smelled of forgotten summers. She found companions in a prickly hedgehog named Bramble, who could hear roots dreaming underground, and a silver-throated thrush called Lyra, whose songs coaxed color into budlings. Together they followed the scent of petrichor and pine resin to a grove where willows wept strands of luminous moss over a hollowed oak. Inside, the air thrummed with the rhythm of 1,000 spinning wheels. Tiny wood sprites with caps of acorn and mothwing tended glowing strands that twisted through the air, crimson threads of autumn's decay, azure fibers of winter's rest, verdant chords of spring's awakening, and golden filaments of summer's blaze. But where the threads should have woven together, gaps yawn like hungry mouths, winter's icy blue strangling the others. Long ago rasped a voice like wind through reeds, the seasons danced as partners, not rivals. A badger emerged from the shadows, her fur etched with patterns of falling leaves. She placed a gnarled paw on a great spindle where the threads converged. But the frost wraiths grow greedy, stealing time that isn't theirs. To mend the loom, you must gather three truths: the sigh of a thawing stream, the tear of a reluctant bud, and the laughter of the first firefly. Their quest carried them deeper into the forest's secret veins. Bramble pressed his ear to the frost-veined earth, guiding them to a broodmother spider whose webs strung between cedars glistened with trapped whispers. The sigh of water lies north, she hissed, where ice clutches the throat of the brook of whispers. They trekked past hillsides where snowdrops pushed valiantly through ice, their petals trembling as if apologizing to winter for their impatience. At the brook, Lira sang a melody of sun-warmed stones and frog spawn until the ice cracked, releasing a mist that curled into the shape of a weeping naiad, the stream's captured breath. Next, beneath a hawthorn tree crowned in brittle icicles, they found a single almond blossom shivering in premature bloom. "I'm not ready," it quivered, its petals the pink of a newborn's fingers. Sorrel nuzzled it gently, sharing the memory of slow-growing oak roots and patient mycelium weaving through dark soil. The blossom shed a single dewdrop that burned cold against Sorrel's paw, a tear of mingled fear and courage. Dusk painted the sky in plum and tangerine as they searched for the fireflies' laughter. "They slumber in the starlight marsh," hooted Olivine, an owl whose feathers held constellations. The marsh exhaled vapors that tasted of iron and elderflower, its pools reflecting not stars but the blinking eyes of dormant fireflies entombed in amber resin. Bramble rolled into a spiky ball, rattling the reeds until the vibrations shook the amber free. Lyra's song melted the resin, and as the fireflies stirred, their wings chimed like tiny bells, a sound that spun into golden dust. Back at the loom, the badger wove their offerings into the fractured threads. Winter's blue softened to gentian, making space for spring's tender green. The wood sprites hummed as they worked, their needles flashing like minnows. Suddenly the moonwillow's branches groaned, and from its trunk emerged the frost wraiths, pale, shapeless beings with eyes like frozen ponds. "Why do you deny us?" they keened. "We only wish to linger where we're loved." Elder Thistle appeared then, his shell etched with runes of forgotten solstices. "All seasons are beloved," he rumbled, "but true love means knowing when to let go." The wraiths wavered as he blew across a dandelion head, its seeds carrying fragments of crocus promises and midsummer fire. One by one the wraiths dissolved into mist, their essence joining the loom's restored tapestry. When Sorrel returned to the mirror spring, its waters danced again, reflecting cherry blossoms and the distant blush of harvest moons. That night, as fireflies scribbled stories in the air, the creatures gathered beneath the elder tree for the telling, a ceremony where memories became sap, flowing into the forest's heart. Sorrel placed her paw on the tree, sharing their tales so future generations might remember. Balance is not surrender, but the art of holding and releasing, like the forest breathing in perfect, eternal rhythm. Years later, when young creatures asked about the faint stardust in Sorrel's paw prints, she'd smile and nod to the moonwillow, where seasons now waltzed in endless, gracious turns. And if you listen closely on equinox nights, you can still hear the loom's soft hum beneath the wind, a lullaby of ice and blossom, decay and growth, woven together by the quiet hands of friendship. Story 16. The amber light of autumn spilled through the forest canopy like melted honey, gilding the edges of maple leaves that trembled between green and gold. In a cottage woven from cedar boughs and crowned with a mossy roof, A young girl named Tessa traced the frost patterns creeping across her window pane. Her breath fogged the glass as she watched summer's last fireflies winking farewell near the brook, their lights growing dimmer with each passing dusk. "Why must everything leave?" she whispered to the empty room, her fingers curling around the sun-warmed stone she'd carried in her pocket all summer. Outside, the wind played a mournful tune through the hollow reeds, carrying the scent of wood smoke from the village below. Tessa didn't hear the soft knock at first, nor the creak of the door as a figure entered, bringing with them the fragrance of cinnamon and damp earth. "Still cross with the seasons, little sapling." A warm voice chuckled, and Tessa turned to see her grandmother settling into the rocking chair by the hearth. The old woman's hands cradled a clay pot from which sprouted a twisted stem bearing a single silver bud, a moonflower, rare as starlight in daylight. "The world turns whether we will it or not," she said gently, "but that doesn't mean beauty fades. It simply changes robes." Tessa sank onto the braided rug, watching firelight dance in the moonflower's dewdrops. "But my garden." Her throat tightened. All summer she tended blossoms that now hung their heads, petals curling like tiny fists against the chill. "I worked so hard, and now the frost takes everything." Her grandmother's knitting needles clicked softly, wool unraveling into a scarf the color of storm clouds. "Perhaps you've been listening to the wrong teachers." She nodded toward the window where a red fox sat primly in the twilight, its brush-tail dusted with fallen leaves. "Follow where curiosity leads tonight. Even stubborn roots must stretch to grow." The fox waited until Tessa donned her cloak, then trotted toward the woods with deliberate glances over its shoulder. Crunching through carpets of saffron leaves, Tessa felt the first real thrill of autumn's crispness, the way it sharpened the smell of pine resin and turned the air to chilled cider on her tongue. They wound past the brook where minnows darted like quicksilver, beyond the old oak split by lightning, until they reached a glade Tessa had never seen. Here, autumn held its breath. Maple trees blazed crimson but shed no leaves. Pumpkins glowed like captured suns without vines to tether them. At the center stood a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering like a balloon shell, branches heavy with fruits that pulsed softly in hues of lavender and peach. Beneath it lay a circle of mushrooms, their caps dusted with bioluminescent spores. A crossroads breathed a voice like rustling parchment. An owl swooped down to perch on a birch branch, its feathers the exact dappled gray of twilight. Where seasons mingle and hearts may trade fears for wonders, if they're willing to listen. The owl tilted its head, golden eyes reflecting Tessa's uncertain face. "What do you seek, child of stubborn summer?" Tessa stepped into the glade, leaves crunching like ancient pages turning. "I want to understand why things can't stay as they are. Why must my garden die? Why can't the fireflies keep their light?" The fox brushed against her leg, its warmth seeping through her woolen stockings. Above, the magical tree shivered, and a fruit detached, not falling but floating down to land in Tessa's hands. It was lighter than she expected, its skin translucent as dawn mist, revealing swirling colors within. "Taste," urged the owl. "But know this, sweetness and bitterness grow from the same root. To know one is to honor the other." The first bite burst like 100 memories on her tongue, dandelion fluff tickling her nose, her grandmother's laughter as they jumped in rain puddles, the tart surprise of last year's first snowflake. But beneath the joy swirled darker flavors, the ache of skinned knees, the hollow after losing a fledgling robin she'd tried to save, the sting of words spoken in haste. Yet somehow, mingled together, they became something richer than mere sweetness. As Tessa swallowed, the glade shifted. The eternal autumn trees began shedding leaves that transformed midair, crimson into amber butterflies, gold into floating lanterns that bobbed toward the stars. Where they landed, tiny sprouts emerged, winter jasmine with buttery blooms, snowdrops nodding like shy pearls. Nothing ends, murmured the fox, speaking for the first time in a voice like wind through barley. It becomes. It knows the fruits remaining half toward her. Now plant what you've consumed. Days passed in a blur of frost and discovery. Tessa buried the magical seed near her dying garden, whispering fears into the soil like fertilizer. Each morning she found new growth, vines that glimmered with frost-resistant flowers, shrubs bearing berries that hummed when touched. Yet the real magic unfolded in quieter moments, the way she noticed her grandmother's stories held new depth by firelight, how the fox's companionship warmed her more than any summer sun. One twilight, as Tessa scattered seeds for winter sparrows, she spotted a shimmer near the brook. There beneath a lace of ice, summer's fireflies slept, not gone, but suspended in crystal cocoons, their light preserved like embers in frosted glass. They'll wake when the world needs them again, her grandmother said, joining her with 2 steaming mugs of spiced cider. Just as you've woken to new ways of seeing. By the first snowfall, Tessa's garden had transformed into a tapestry of resilience. Ever-blooming camellias shouldered diamond frost caps, their petals firm and waxy against the cold. Frost ferns curled protectively around tender shoots waiting beneath the soil. And at the center stood a sapling from the enchanted fruit, its branches already hinting at future blossoms that might hold spring's first song or autumn's wistful sigh. The night the northern lights painted the sky, Tessa hung her sun-warmed stone from the sapling's bough. For balance, she told the fox curled at her feet. Together they watched the auroras dance, not as a girl mourning summer's passing, but as a gardener who'd learned to tend the seeds of change. Years later, travelers would speak of a glade where seasons danced together, where a tree grew with branches heavy in simultaneous bloom and fruit, surrounded by flowers no botanist could name. They'd tell of a woman with autumn in her hair and eyes like thawing earth, who offered fruits tasting of memories and teas that warmed weary bones. How does it work, children would ask, wide-eyed as she placed a crystallized firefly in their palms, a tiny lantern for dark nights. The woman would smile, stirring a pot of soup that smelled of cedar smoke and possibility. Nothing is lost if you learn to listen, she'd say. Winter holds summer's dreams, storms carry seeds, and every ending. Here, she'd wink as a red fox padded in, dusting snow from its coat, is just a plot of soil waiting for what comes next. By the fire's glow, as the world outside spun through its eternal cycle, hearts leaned closer to hear the rest, stories woven not of forever summers, but of the quiet, necessary magic found in letting go, growing roots, and discovering that the most enduring warmth comes from embracing change one gentle step at a time. Story 17. The Whispering Music Box. On the edge of a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into twilight like gray ribbons, there lived a girl named Lila, whose hands were always stained with berry juice and whose braids smelled of rain-soaked earth. She spent her days tending her grandmother's garden, whispering to the snapdragons and listening to the wind's secrets as it combed through the wheat fields. But Lila's heart ached for something she couldn't name, a longing as persistent as the creek's murmur behind her cottage. One amber evening, while chasing a firefly that glowed unusually blue, she stumbled upon a moss-crusted box half buried beneath an oak's roots. Its surface shimmered with mother-of-pearl constellations, and when she brushed her thumb over the latch, a melody spilled out, notes like liquid starlight, weaving a song that made the air hum. The ground beneath her softened, and with a gasp, Lila fell through the earth as though it were mist, tumbling into a world where trees wore gowns of bioluminescent lichen, and rivers flowed upward into lavender skies. The Hidden Symphony. The first creature Lila met was a fox with fur like melted silver, who introduced himself as Arian, keeper of the seventh chord. "You've opened the caden's box," he said, his voice a ripple of harp strings. "It's been silent for 3 centuries. He explained that this realm, the harmonium, was sustained by music spun from the box's 8 hidden chords. But one chord had gone dormant, causing storms that frayed the edges of their world. Flowers wilted mid-bloom, lakes evaporated into sour notes. Without the full symphony, Arian sighed, we'll dissolve into silence. Lila's fingers trembled against the box. Why me? Because you listened, said a voice like creaking wood. An ancient willow emerged, her branches cradling globes of glowing sap. The cadence chooses those who hear the world's heartbeat. The willow gifted Lila a vial of sap that glowed warm as a hearth. This will guide you to the silent glen where the lost chord sleeps, but beware the crescendo, a storm that devours sound. Journey through the hollows. The path to the glen wound through caves where crystals sang in harmonic clusters and across plains of grass that chimed when touched. Layla's companions grew, a hedgehog named Thistle who could mimic any sound, and a sky-blue sparrow called Wren whose feathers left trails of minor-key melodies. Arian taught Lila to read the land's musical score, how a cluster of pink mushrooms hummed a lullaby or a rock formation's shadow pointed north in dusky vibrato. Yet the deeper they went, the more the air tightened with discord. In the morning marshes, wraiths made of fractured notes tried to lure them into quicksand with sorrowful areas. Thistle distracted them by replicating Arian's laughter, a sound so bright it burned the wraiths to ash. In the Valley of Echoes, their own doubts boomeranged back at them. You're just a gardener. Foxes are tricksters, until Wren conducted their voices into a roundelay that dissolved the malice. One moonless night, as Lila traced the vial's glow, the crescendo struck. It was a cyclone of screeching violins and thunderous timpani, shredding the landscape into cacophony. They sheltered Dee inside a giant's abandoned lyre, its strings vibrating with protective resonance. The storm's getting stronger, Arian whispered. The glen is near, but the crescendo guards it. The silent glen and the seed of sound. The glen was a crater veiled in absolute quiet, where even breath sounded deafening. At its center grew a tree petrified to glass, its roots clutching a pulsing seed of light, the dormant chord. But between them and the tree writhed the crescendo, now a corporeal monster with jagged teeth of broken piano keys. Lila stepped forward, the cadence box heavy in her hands. I have to try. She played the 7 active chords, weaving a shield of melody. The crescendo recoiled but slashed through the notes, gashing Lila's arm. Arian lunged, his fur sparking with staccato light, while Thistle and Wren attacked from the flanks with sonic booms and piercing trills. But it was Lila who noticed the pattern. The crescendo flinched whenever their chaotic noises aligned into rhythm. Together, she cried, follow my count. She stomped her boot 1, slapped the lyre string 2, clapped 3, and hummed 4. The others joined, a stomp-clap-hum cascade that forced the crescendo into their tempo. Its form began to stabilize, violence smoothing into a coherent beat. Now, Lila. Arian barked. She sprinted to the glass tree, pressing the cadence box to its trunk. The vial's sap dripped onto the roots, and as the glen flooded with golden light, Lila sang, not a song but a memory. Her grandmother's voice teaching her to plant seeds, the crackle of their fireplace, the first robin's spring area. The glass tree thawed and the seed floated into the box, igniting the 8th chord, a sound so pure it painted the air in watercolor hues. The return. The crescendo dissipated into a breeze, carrying the scent of rain-washed roses. The harmonium blossomed anew, rivers cascaded in arpeggios, clouds drifted as waltzes. Arian nuzzled Lila's hand. You've mended more than our world, he said. For Lila felt it too, the restless ache in her chest replaced by a profound, warm certainty. The willow appeared once more, gifting her a sapling grown from the glass tree. Plant this where your world needs music, she urged. Back in her grandmother's garden, Lila buried the sapling by the creek. Overnight, it grew into a tree with leaves that tinkled like wind chimes, its roots deepening until the entire village dreamed in harmony. Farmers found their crops sweeter, quarrels dissolved beneath shared smiles, even the stubborn old rooster began crowing in tune. Lila still tended her snapdragons, but now she sometimes glimpsed Aryan dancing in the twilight or heard wren's song woven into the breeze. And on quiet evenings, she'd open the caden's box just enough to let a single chord drift out, a lullaby for the stars, a reminder that even the quietest heart could conduct symphonies. Years later, travelers would swear the village soil hummed when walked upon, and that the children there laughed in perfect pitch. But Lila simply smiled, her hands forever stained with earth and magic, knowing that every world holds hidden music, if one learns to listen. Story 18. In a village hugged by honey-colored hills and crowned with skies that melted from apricot to lavender each evening, there lived a girl named Lila, whose hands were always speckled with charcoal from sketching, and whose pockets bulged with curious stones. Her family's cottage perched at the edge of the whispering woods, where chimney smoke curled into the air like a question mark. It was here, one drizzly afternoon while tidying the attic, that Lila discovered a teapot hidden beneath a moth-eaten quilt. The teapot was no ordinary thing. Its porcelain bore the soft cream hue of moonlight, adorned with painted forget-me-nots so vivid they seemed to sway. But its true magic lay in the spout. When Lila tilted it, steam rose not in wisps but in tiny glimmering shapes, a flock of birds here, a galloping hare there, each dissolving like sugar in tea. And when she whispered, "What stories do you hold?" the teapot hummed, warm against her palms, and poured not liquid but a voice. "Well now," it sighed, rich and earthy as loam after rain, "it's been a century since someone asked." From the steam emerged a fox made of autumn leaves, its eyes twin amber marbles. "Call me Ember," it said, tail rustling like parchment. "You've awakened the kettle of memories, and not a moment too soon. The willow-shade glen, where I belong, is fading. The trees forget to budge, the rivers misplace their songs. We need you to bring us home." Lila's heart fluttered, but she nodded, clutching the teapot. That night she packed a satchel with ginger biscuits, a woolen cloak, and her bravest curiosity. Ember guided her into the woods, where ferns unfurled like green invitations, and the air smelled of cinnamon and secrets. Their first ally came at dawn, a stooped owl perched on a signpost, his spectacles balanced on a beak. "Thistle's the name," he hooted, adjusting a tiny cloak woven from cobwebs. "Keeper of lost syllables, you'll need my maps, the glen's not on any ordinary parchment." His maps, inked on birch bark, shifted as the land itself did, paths rearranging like shy children. Days blurred into a tapestry of wonders. They sipped dew from acorn cups, followed the advice of chatty robins, beware the saltwater bog, it's all mumbles and frowns, and once sheltered in a hollow tree where glowworms told jokes in flickers. But the woods grew stranger near the glen's borders. Colors drained to gray, trees stood stiff as sentinels. A river clogged with silt moaned under their feet. "The glen's heart is sick," Ember murmured, leaves drooping. "Someone's trapped its joy." The culprit awaited them in a clearing, a mountain of tangled roots, its core pulsing with a faint, troubled light. The first tree's spirit, Thistle gasped. Snared by briars. The roots hissed, thorns gleaming like teeth. Lila stepped forward, but Ember nipped her sleeve. "Force won't free it, the roots feed on fear, yours, mine, the glen's. To loosen them we must remember." Remember. Lila's mind danced. She thought of the teapot steam stories, of Thistle's maps that changed yet still guided, of the bog that thawed when she'd sung it a lullaby. Kneeling, she pressed her palm to the earth. "Tell me your sorrow," she whispered. The roots shivered. Memories flooded her mind, not hers but the glen's. A time when loggers' axes bit too deep, when storms raged without mercy, when children stopped believing in fox spirits and talking owls. The roots had grown from loneliness, squeezing the first tree's heart to numb its pain. "Oh," Lila breathed. "You're not a monster, you're a shield." From her satchel, she drew the kettle. Steam swirled, shaping the glen as it once was, dappled sunlight, laughter ringing from berry thickets, the first tree's branches heavy with blossoms. The roots slowed their thrashing. "You don't need to protect it anymore," she said gently. "Let us help." One by one, Thistle recited forgotten names of winds. Ember wove a ballad from rustling grasses. Layla poured tea into the soil, each drop a memory of kindness. The roots softened, retreating like mist at dawn. The first tree's spirit emerged, a stag of living wood, its antlers blooming with lilies. "Thank you, little gardener," it rumbled, nuzzling Lila's hair. "You tended the soil of my heart." As the glen burst back into color, violets exploding underfoot, brooks giggling over stones, the kettle grew warm. "My work here is done," Ember said, though his leaf fur now sparkled with dew. "But you'll always find me in autumn's scent, or a steaming cup at dusk." Thistle tucked a map into Lila's hand, for next time, he winked, before soaring into the golden hour. The journey home was shorter, yet Lila felt older, fuller, as if her bones had absorbed starlight. Her family marveled at her tales, though the kettle now sat quiet, its magic spent. Yet sometimes, when dawn blushed the horizon, Lila would catch the scent of cinnamon, or hear a rustling laugh in the chimney's breath. Years later, when her own children discovered the teapot, now holding a spider plant, they'd beg for the story. And the moral, they'd ask, impatient. Lila would smile, stirring honey into their milk. "That even broken things can bloom if you water them with love. Now hush, listen, the kettle's almost singing." And outside, the wind would hum through the willow trees, carrying the glen's gratitude on every leaf. Story 19. The stars above the moss-draped planet of Vera 7 shimmered like spilled sugar across velvet, their light filtering through the triple canopy to dapple the forest floor in silver. Somewhere in those woods, 2 figures huddled beneath the hollow trunk of a fallen luminous tree, though neither could yet call the other friend. Zian of the Frostspire Collective shifted uncomfortably, his carapace of iridescent ice plates clicking against the bark. The humid air condensed on his crystalline skin, sending rivulets of moisture down the fractal patterns etched into his shoulders. Across the makeshift shelter, a small furry creature with 6 twitching ears and eyes like liquid amber studied him while chewing nervously on a strand of bioluminescent lichen. "You're leaking," observed Tilly 9G, her voice modulator translating the chitters of her native tongue into galactic common. The maintenance drone clinging to her shoulder whirred in agreement, its single optic lens reflecting Zian's angular face. The iceborne diplomat paused mid-motion, a translucent hand hovering over the containment unit, holding his nearly depleted cryo-core. "These aren't tears," he snapped, hexagonal pupils narrowing. "My species regulates emotional equilibrium through controlled moisture expulsion, unlike your kind, who apparently expresses distress through." He gestured vaguely at the pile of half-assembled machinery between them. "Mechanical tinkering." Tilly's ear tufts flattened. "This mechanical tinkering is keeping your frosty backside from melting into a puddle. My ship's reactor core didn't have to become your temporary climate regulator, you know." She flicked a claw at the jury-rigged device pulsing with stolen starlight, its frayed cables snaking between Zian's icy feet. Silence settled like snowfall. Somewhere beyond their shelter, the nocturnal chorus of Vera 7's fauna swelled melodic hoots from 3-tailed gliders, harmonizing with the deep, resonant hum of stonewood trees absorbing moonlight. Zian watched a droplet slide off his wrist guard and vanish into the moss. When he spoke again, his voice had the soft crackle of a thawing glacier. Your assistance is noted, though I fail to comprehend why a Terran bioengineered war veteran would aid a Frostspire envoy after our systems bombarded your escape pod. The small mammal-like humanoid froze, like in Forgotten. Her drone emitted a protective buzz. How did you? Your identification beacon survived the crash. I accessed its logs while you foraged. Xian inclined his head toward the glowing device, frost patterns blooming where his breath touched the air. The Terran Coalition and Frostspire Collective have been enemies for 7 solar cycles, yet here we are. Tilly's ears performed a complicated ripple, her species equivalent of a sigh. The maintenance drone detached itself to begin polishing a smudge on her left paw. War's over, she said quietly. Ceasefire declared 3 rotations ago. Not that it matters to the auto-turrets still orbiting this rock. A bioluminescent moth landed on the cryocore between them, wings fanning cobalt light across both creatures' faces. Xian observed how Tilly instinctively curved her body around the fragile insect, her paws forming a protective cage without touching its delicate wings. Your file mentions xenobiology expertise, he said carefully. Yet you chose mechanical engineering when discharged. Easier to fix machines than people. Tilly's whiskers twitched as the moth fluttered away. Or diplomats. The forest held its breath. Then impossibly a sound like wind chimes made of frozen methane escaped Xian. It took 3 confused exchanges with her translator implant before Tilly realized the ice being was laughing. Dawn came in vertical stripes of gold and emerald as Vera 7's twin suns rose. The unlikely pair stood at the edge of a crystalline lake, their reflections warped by the water's natural anti-gravity properties. Tilly's drone bobbed anxiously as she adjusted the plasma converter, now strapped to Xian's back with vines. Remember, she chattered, triple-checking the neural interface connections, the solar sails need direct exposure to both spectra. Purple sunlight charges the battery, yellow maintains equilibrium. Mix them too fast and... I comprehend the risk, Xian interrupted, his ice plates already beginning to gleam in the strengthening light. But why construct this? Harness. Your shuttle's distress beacon could summon Terran forces within 18.3 cycles. Tilly paused, her paws deep in the converter's wiring. 6 ears folded inward. Your cryocore wouldn't last 18 hours, and the ceasefire. She made a complicated gesture with her tail that the translator converted to uncertainty/concern for fragile agreements. The ice being tilted his head, sunlight fracturing through his prismatic joints. You distrust your own commanders. Let's say I've seen treaties signed over worse bargaining chips than a Frostspire heir. Tilly's drone projected a shaky hologram of the crashed ships, his elegant crystalline fighter embedded in the swamp, her blocky Terran pods speared through with icicle shrapnel. This forest already thinks we're dinner. No need to invite more predators. Xian's hand hovered over the activation rune. Then we proceed as allies. The word hung between them, delicate as the soap bubble frogs floating past. Tilly's nose twitched. Let's start with not enemies watch for the... The converter flared to life with a shriek of photons. Xian's entire body became a lens, focusing sunlight into a beam that sliced through the morning mist. Somewhere across the lake, their salvaged transmitter array began humming. Connection established, Xian announced, his voice vibrating with energy. Though the signal will take. The lake exploded. Later, Tilly would recall the attack in sense memory fragments, the stench of singed fur as she dove for cover, Xian's cryocore flashing danger blue, the drone's shrill alarm as scaled tentacles burst from the water. The creature defied classification, part leviathan, part photosynthetic plant, all rage. Lure it to the shallows. Zian shouted, ice shards forming along his forearms. Tilly's response involved several untranslatable words as she scrambled up a stonewood tree. Are you frozen solid? That thing's bigger than a Terran dreadnought. Precisely. With a gesture, the ice being sent a glittering barrage toward the creature's eyes. Its photoreactive cells can't process reflected. A tentacle smashed his makeshift shield into splinters. Tilly's drone caught the falling cryocore milliseconds before impact. New plan, she yowled, paws flying over the drone's control interface. Distract it while I reboot your climate controls. Your definition of distracting better involve. Hey, chlorophyll breath. Tilly's modified translator blasted a frequency that made every stonewood tree within a kilometer shed their leaves. Catch. The creature turned just as her drone fired the cryocore like a comet. Zian's gasp mirrored the core's brilliant detonation, a supercooled blast that flash-frozen half the lake. The beast howled, tentacles shattering against its icy prison. Tilly dropped from her perch, skidding to a stop beside Zian. Talk fast, Frosty. How long will that hold? Approximately 4.3 minutes. The ice being stared at the crackling core in her paws. You reconfigured my life support system into a weapon. Temporary redirect. Now either help me boost the distress signal or start practicing your apology to the giant squid shrub. For the first time, Zian's composure thawed completely. His laughter crystallized in the air like falling diamonds. Fascinating. Terran engineers truly are mad. Takes one to know one. Tilly tossed him a salvaged transmitter coil. Now make yourself useful, snowflake. The rescue ships arrived to find them back-to-back atop the frozen lake, Zian weaving ice barricades, while Tilly's drone jury-rigged sonic disruptors from comms equipment. Between them pulsed a glowing orb, the cryocore now fused with Terran plasma tech, sustaining both beings through sheer stubbornness. When the medics pried them apart hours later, Zian's grip frozen solid around Tilly's harness straps, her paws locked in the sub-zero settings of his climate controls, they found something curious. Embedded in the ice beneath their final stand were patterns not native to either species, fractal snowflakes merging with circuit board spirals, a language of cracks and conduits that told a story of mistrust melting into something warmer. On the 3-month journey to neutral space, while diplomats debated custody agreements and treaties, the two companions could often be found in the ship's greenhouse. Zian learned to tend the Terran succulents Tilly carried as seed pods, his precise ice sculpting techniques keeping their soil aerated. Tilly, in turn, developed a knack for crafting miniature climate spheres, tiny suspended ecosystems where frost ferns and desert blooms coexisted. The day they parted at the Cygnus Interspecies Hub, Tilly pressed a new cryocore into Zian's hands, its surface etched with the six-eared silhouette she called ugly but functional. Zian offered a crystalline pendant that hummed with recordings of Vera 7's night chorus. Next ceasefire negotiation, Tilly said, her drone now sporting frost-resistant plating, you better request a Terran engineer. Zian's breath formed a tiny snowstorm between them. Only if they send a xenobiologist who understands Frostspire emotional regulation. They stood in the docking bay as the stars wheeled outside, two creatures who'd discovered that friendship, like starlight, needs no atmosphere to burn, only willingness to be transformed by its warmth. And in the years that followed, whenever rumors of war stirred, a particular tale made rounds through both empires, of how ice and earth, logic and madness, once forged an understanding deeper than any treaty. The diplomats pretended not to notice the new fashion among Terran engineers' decorative ice plate armor, or the sudden popularity of six-eared shadow puppets in Frostspire nurseries. But on quiet nights across the galaxy, if you knew where to listen, you might hear a maintenance drone's hum harmonizing with the chime of growing crystals. and somewhere beneath it all, the soft, persistent sound of thaw. Story 20. The Whispering Music Box. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where fireflies danced like living constellations, there lay a village hugged by ancient pines. Its cobblestone path smelled of rain-kissed moss, and chimney smoke curled into the night like gray ribbons unraveling from rooftops. In the smallest cottage, where ivy framed a butter-yellow door, lived a girl named Lila with eyes the color of twilight and a heart tuned to the secret rhythms of the world. One crisp autumn afternoon, while scuffing through amber leaves near the edge of Whisperwood, Lila discovered something half buried in the roots of a grandfather oak, a music box no larger than her palm, carved from wood so dark it seemed to drink the sunlight. Vines of silver filigree climbed its sides, cradling a single sapphire at its center. When she lifted the lid, a melody spun into the air, notes like liquid starlight, trembling with the sweetness of a lullaby and the longing of unanswered questions. The woods stilled. Then, as if the song had unstitched the very fabric of the world, the trees ahead rippled like pond reflections. A path materialized where none had been, lined with moon-pale flowers glowing faintly. Their petals shivered in a wind Lila couldn't feel, beckoning. A hidden valley and a thorny problem. The path led her to a valley veiled by perpetual mist, where willows wept silver tears into a brook, and fireflies glowed in hues of plum and cobalt. At its heart stood a village of tree houses connected by rope bridges, their windows flickering with candlelight. But something was wrong. The flowers drooped, their glow dimming. The brook gurgled hoarsely, its waters choked with silt. A voice like rustling parchment spoke from the shadows. "You shouldn't be here." Lila turned to find a fox watching her, his fur the burnt orange of autumn's last leaf, one ear torn and eyes sharp as broken glass. Yet his tail twitched nervously, betraying his stern tone. I didn't mean to intrude," Lila stammered, clutching the music box. "The song led me." The fox's gaze softened. "You hear it, the lament of the vale." He limped closer, revealing a thorn embedded in his paw, blackened at the edges. "The valley is dying. The Thorn King's poison spreads through the roots, strangling our magic. We've tried everything, but—" His ears flattened. "Our elders say only a human pure of heart can remove the source. A curse rose deep within the gloom thicket, but your kind, they forget how to listen." The unlikely alliance. Lila knelt, ignoring the fox's flinch, and examined his paw. "May I?" With gentle fingers, she extracted the thorn, wrapping the wound in a strip of her checkered scarf. The fox stared unblinking as the pain lines around his eyes smoothed. "Why help me?" he asked. "Because you're hurting," she said simply. He huffed, but his tail curled thoughtfully. "I'm Kale. Come, the elder tree will want to meet you." The elder tree was a towering oak with bark like braided silver, its branches heavy with crystal acorns. Its voice resonated through the ground, weary and deep. "The music box chose you, child. It plays the valley's soul song. When the last note fades, so shall we." Lila opened the box again. The melody faltered, the final notes fraying into silence. "How do I save it?" "Pluck the cursed rose before midnight tomorrow," said the elder tree. "But know this, the Thorn King was once a guardian who grew bitter with loneliness. His heart isn't evil, only fractured." Into the gloom thicket. Kale guided her to the thicket's edge, where twisted brambles oozed black sap. "I'll distract the thorns," he said. "You run." "No," said Lila. "We go together." The thorns lashed like serpents, but Kale darted and feinted, leading Lila through gaps only a fox could spy. They emerged in a clearing where a single rose bloomed, black petals edged in gold, its stem coiled with cruel barbs. Shadows pulsed around it like a sickened heart. Lila reached out, but the thorns writhed, slicing her wrist. She gasped, blood welling ruby bright. Stop. Kale barked at the rose. She's not your enemy. The shadows hesitated. Lila, trembling, hummed the music box's melody. The notes quivered in the air, soft and persistent as spring rain. The thorns stilled. You're lonely too, aren't you? She whispered to the rose. It's heavy, being angry all the time. A tear slid down her cheek, landing on the rose. Where it struck, the black petals flushed crimson, then gold, until the bloom shone like captured sunlight. The thorns crumbled to dust. The Thorn King's truth. The ground shuddered. From the rose emerged a figure woven from shadows and amber light, a man with antlers crowning his head, eyes hollow as winter. Why show me kindness? He rasped. I've destroyed so much. Because you forgot how to ask for help, said Lila. The Thorn King's form flickered. The Val's magic fed on joy, but I had none left to give. Kale stepped forward, ears pricked. You don't have to give it alone. Together, they carried the rose to the elder tree. As its light seeped into the roots, the brook laughed clear again, flowers lifting their faces like children waking from nightmares. The music box's song swelled, whole once more. Farewells and forever friends. At dawn, Lila stood at the Val's threshold, the music box warm in her hands. Kale nuzzled her knee. You could stay. She smiled, kneeling to scratch his ears. And miss bringing your grumpy self thistle cakes, besides. She glanced at her village, where smoke now curled from chimneys. They need to remember the music too. The elder tree's voice rumbled fondly. When you play the box, little guardian, you'll hear our song, and we'll hear yours. Epilogue, the symphony of small things. Years later, villagers often glimpsed Lila on her porch, eyes closed as the music box spun its celestial tune. They wondered why their crops grew sweeter, their winters milder, their children's laughter brighter. But Lila knew. Some nights a fox with a checkered scarf collar would appear, bearing strange flowers that glowed in mason jars. And if neighbors sometimes heard twin voices harmonizing with the music box, one human, one wild, they simply smiled, stoking their fires as the stars winked knowingly above. For in learning to heal a broken world, Lila had mended something in herself, the quiet truth that even the smallest heart could hold both sorrow and wonder, and that every kindness, no matter how faint, echoed forever in the hidden places where magic still breathes. Story 21. Beneath a canopy of amber and gold, where autumn's breath stirred the treetops into a rustling symphony, there existed a woodland realm known only to those who listened with more than their ears. The moss-carpeted clearing at the heart of the whispering pines trembled with the first frost's approach, each blade of silver grass glittering like scattered stardust in the twilight. Here, where foxfire mushrooms pulsed softly in the gathering dusk, there lived creatures who wore the changing seasons like second skins and spoke in the language of falling leaves. Thistle, the hedgehog seamstress, was stitching, closed the final acorn cap of her winter pantry when the forest song changed. Her needle froze mid-stitch as a discordant note shivered through the air, not the crisp apple cider tang of proper frost, but something bitter and metallic that made her quills stand erect. Through her round spectacles, fashioned from dragonfly wings and morning dew, she watched in dismay as the sunset bled prematurely into twilight, the western sky bruising deep indigo while the east still glowed pumpkin orange. Bramble, she called, her voice like dried lavender stems rustling, come see the sky's torn seams. The hair herbalist emerged from his root cellar studio, his cinnamon-brown fur dusted with powdered moonflower pollen. His long ears twitched as he sniffed the fractured twilight. The autumn crown isn't in its place, he murmured, nose quivering. The maples are weeping amber too soon, and listen the wind widdershins. Indeed, the usual west-east breeze now swirled counterclockwise, carrying whispers from the unseen grove where the oldest trees kept vigil. Thistle packed her walnut-shell sewing kit with practiced urgency. We'll need Lila's star charts and Corwin's memory of the old paths, if the crown's been displaced. The long winter comes early, Bramble finished, tying his herb satchel with trembling paws. Behind them the first snowflakes began falling sharp and crystalline like shattered mirrors, rather than proper feather-down snow. Their journey through the disrupted woods unfolded like a tapestry unraveling stitch by stitch. Fireflies that should have been hibernating in frost-encrusted pods now zipped erratically, their lantern bellies glowing the sickly green of unripe persimmons. Thistle paused beneath a grandfather oak, placing her paw against its shuddering bark. "It's worse than we feared," she whispered. "The roots taste only darkness below." Bramble consulted his compass, rose forged from dandelion fluff and lodestone. "The guardian tree's song grows faint. We must reach the Hearthstone before the moon blades." Overhead, the waxing gibbous moon already showed tendrils of crimson along its edge, a phenomenon only recorded in the oldest hedgehog chronicles as the crimson veil, an omen of seasons undone. As they navigated the increasingly alien landscape, memories of elder tales guided their steps. When the path split three ways beneath a weeping willow, Thistle recalled her grandmother's warning, "Beware the middle road when shadows walk." Choosing the leftmost trail, they found the air sweetened with the scent of last summer's honeysuckle, a fragile promise of warmth lingering in the unseasonal chill. Deep in the nightshade hollow, where even moonlight hesitated to linger, they found Lila the star navigator trapped in a cage of living brambles. The owl's feathers gleamed like tarnished silver as she rasped. The crown-bearer fell to earth during the meteor shower. Seek the child of granite in starlight near the singing river. Freeing Lila with a poultice of bramble-softening chickweed and moonstone dust, the companions pressed onward. The river's song had become a discordant wail, its waters running thick with dying maple leaves. There, half-buried in silt the color of forgotten memories, they found it the autumn crown, its branches woven from sunset hues, and studded with berries holding entire thunderstorms within their translucent skins. But crouched protectively over it was a creature none had ever seen, a young stag made entirely of petrified wood, his antlers blooming with ghost orchids that wept liquid moonlight. "Peace, forest child," Bramble murmured, kneeling to show open paws. "We come to mend what's broken." The stag's eyes, deep pools of ancient sap, regarded them warily as Thistle began humming the lullaby of falling leaves, her needles weaving strands of twilight into a calming shawl of soft shadows. As the stag's trembling subsided, the truth emerged in fractured images. A landslide caused by careless human machines had buried his granite birthing place, leaving him orphaned between stone and forest realms. In his panic, he'd accidentally dislodged the crown from its celestial perch during the meteor shower. Now the delicate balance of seasons hung by a spider-silk thread. "The crown cannot be replaced by paws alone," Lila hooted, arriving with Corwin the badger historian whose fur smelled of yellowed parchment and cedar oil. "The guardian tree must bear witness to a soul willing to bridge earth and sky." Thistle studied the petrified stag, her thimble finger tracing the whorls in his wooden flank. "What if the bridge already stands before us?" she asked softly. "This child belongs to both stone and forest. Perhaps the crown needs a new kind of keeper." Under the bleeding moon's gaze, the companions wove their magic. Bramble brewed a tea of midnight dewdrops and resilience moss, served in an acorn cup. Lila charted a path through the stars reflected in the turbulent river. Corwin recited the ancient rite of root and crown, his voice echoing with generations of badger historians who'd memorized every tremor of the forest's heartbeat. When the stag knelt to accept the crown, the forest held its breath. His wooden antlers trembled as the first berry touched them, releasing a clap of thunder that shook snow from pine boughs. But as the crown settled into place, a miracle unfolded. New growth sprouted where wood met magic, vibrant green shoots weaving through the crown's autumnal splendor, sapling leaves unfurling alongside fallow oak leaves. "The seasons remember their balance," Corwin whispered reverently, as the first true snow began falling, fat flakes that tasted of elderberry and forgiveness. The river's song softened into a lullaby, its waters clearing to reveal stones gleaming like dragon scales. In the days that followed, the forest healed through shared labor. Thistle stitched tapestries of sun-warmed moss to blanket landslide scars. Bramble cultivated gardens of winter-blooming resilience where the earth had been wounded. The stag now called Rowan learned to walk the twilight paths between stone and leaf, his crown shimmering with the shared magic of decay and rebirth. On the first morning of true winter, when the world hung breathless between frost and sunlight, the creatures gathered at the Hearthstone. Lila spread her star charts across the snow, showing how the constellations had realigned. "The crown's magic evolves," she observed. "Where there was autumn's end, now blooms a bridge season, the frost-fire days when wood smoke smells of memories, and every snowflake carries a seed of spring." Rowan bent his antlers low, ghost orchids chiming like distant sleigh bells. "I will tend the between times," he vowed, his voice the creak of ancient trees bending in storm winds. "So no season walks alone, and all transitions no gentle hands." As the companions shared cedar tea sweetened with preserved sunlight, they marveled at the forest's transformed beauty. Icicles glittered with trapped firefly light above their heads, while beneath the snow, a tapestry of mycelium threads glowed softly, nature's nervous system humming with renewed purpose. Somewhere in the distance, a lone wolf sang to the balanced moon, its melody weaving through pine needles and frozen waterfalls. Thistle nestled deeper into her quilt of maple leaves and spider silk, watching her breath curl like question marks in the air. "Stories will grow from this winter," she mused, "tales of how brokenness can birth new magic." Bramble placed a steaming teacup between his paws. "And how those who feel rootless," he added gently, "often hold the deepest connections of all." The firefly lanterns dimmed as true sleep settled over the forest. In dreams, the creatures walked through future seasons, saw spring arrive wearing a necklace of melted snowdrop tears, summer bursting forth with Rowan's antlers now festooned with fireflies, and autumn returning with a crown of wisdom rather than loss. But that, as the oldest tree would tell you, if you pressed your ear to its frost-rimed bark, is a story for another night when the wind sings of second chances, and the world needs reminding that even endings can bloom. Story 22. In the heart of the Glimmerwood, where silver birches whispered secrets to the moon, and moss grew thick enough to swallow footsteps whole, there lived a young hedgehog named Thistle. Her quills carried dewdrops like scattered diamonds each morning, and her nose twitched with perpetual curiosity. The forest breathed around her, a living tapestry of dappled sunlight and shadow-kissed hollows, where every creature understood their role in the ancient dance of seasons. One crisp autumn evening, as amber leaves pirouetted through the air, Thistle noticed the forest's rhythm faltering. The usually vibrant maple saplings drooped like weary old men, their crimson leaves curling at the edges. The brook's song grew thin and reedy, its waters refusing to freeze into the delicate lace patterns that heralded winter's approach. Even the stardust moths, whose wings typically sprinkled luminescent pollen over twilight clearings, clustered silently beneath mushroom caps as if holding their breath. "Something's wound too tight in the world's clockwork," murmured Thistle to her dearest friend, a bookish red squirrel named Rowan. They sat atop the hollowed-out oak they shared, watching uneasy shadows stretch across the forest floor. Rowan's tail flickered like a flame as he nibbled a hazelnut. "The elder willow's roots must be whispering warnings. We should consult her before the frost settles." Their journey led them through corridors of cinnamon-scented ferns and past granite stones veined with glowing lichen. As night deepened, the trees began shedding their bark in papery curls, revealing shimmering sapwood beneath, a phenomenon that only occurred when the forest's magic grew restless. Thistle tucked a fragment of iridescent bark into her satchel, its surface cool and humming against her paw. The elder willow awaited them in a glade where air thickened with the tang of petrichor. Her trunk curved like a wise old spine, leaves trailing in the water where silverfish wrote ephemeral prophecies. "Ah," creaked the willow, her voice like wind through 1,000 rustling pages, "the season threads are fraying. The frost spinners have not come to weave winter's blanket, and the spring-song bulbs sleep too deeply underground." A maple key helicoptered down to land in Thistle's upturned paws. "4 guardians keep the celestial loom in balance," the willow continued. "Seek them where autumn's paint dries on leaves, where winter's breath carves glass from air, where spring's first tear opens the earth, and where summer's sigh ripens the stars. But remember," her branches dipped low, scattering liquid moonlight across their faces, "what is given must be returned thrice over." Thus began their pilgrimage beneath a sky quilted with constellations. In the eastern coppice they found the autumn painter, a venerable tortoise whose mossy shell bore every hue imaginable. With deliberate sweeps of his claws he daubed pigments onto leaves, ochre from morning sunlight, crimson from the last summer rose, gold from the center of honeycombs. But his clay pot sat cracked and empty, brushes frayed. "The rainbows have gone shy," he rumbled. "No dew collects in my mixing bowls, and the north wind refuses to sing for inspiration." Rowan scampered up a persimmon tree, returning with fruits so ripe their juice glowed like liquid amber. Thistle arranged them beneath dry ferns, and as dawn broke, the fruits melted into a fragrant syrup that filled the tortoise's pots. Grateful, the painter gifted them a single brush tipped in foxfire glow. "For remembering," he said, "that even endings must be beautiful." Their next path spiraled upward into the cloud-spine peaks, where air crystallized into floating staircases of frost. Here dwelled the frost spinners, a colony of translucent spiders who spun not silk but delicate snowflakes from their spinnerets. But their webs hung limp, ice dripping mournfully from abandoned threads. "The cold has forgotten its song," sighed their queen, her body a lattice of frozen starlight. Thistle placed the glowing brush against an icicle, releasing trapped melodies, the ping of frozen ponds expanding, the crinkle of hoarfrost forming on berries. As spider legs danced anew, weaving intricate patterns of rime and crystal, the queen bestowed a shard of ever-ice that burned without melting. Spring's realm hid beneath the forest floor, accessible through a labyrinth of roots where bioluminescent worms etched glowing maps into the earth. The spring-song bulbs, plump furry creatures resembling dandelion puffs, lay dormant in their earthen chambers. Normally their gentle humming vibrations coaxed seeds to sprout, but now they slept fitfully, their song reduced to a faltering hum. "Their dream nectar has soured," fretted a motherly mole, her velvet paws stained with soil. "The earth's heartbeat grows faint here." Remembering the willow's warning, Thistle poured the last of her cherished blackberry wine into the bulb's watering pool. As fermented sweetness seeped into roots, the bulbs awoke in a chorus of vibrational purrs, their renewed song sending up shoots of jade-green light. They offered a vial of living sap that pulsed like a tiny heart. Summer's guardian proved the most surprising, a firefly queen no larger than Thistle's claw, reigning from a throne of dandelion fluff in the sun-baked meadows. Her subjects' lanterns dimmed as unseasonal chill crept into their realm. "Our light feeds on laughter," the queen trilled, her wings sighing like wind through wheat. "But the children of stream and stone have forgotten play." So Thistle and Rowan gathered acorn caps for drums, strung daisy chains for royal banners, and taught grasshoppers to fiddle using cattail hairs. As insect orchestras swelled, the fireflies' abdomens blazed like captured sunsets. The queen gifted them a single seed that radiated gentle warmth, its shell patterned like a celestial map. Returning to the elder willow as the first true snow began falling, the companions placed their offerings in the grove's sacred basin, a stone depression worn smooth by centuries of ritual. The brush dissolved into swirling auroras, the ice shard became a glimmering mist, the sap transformed into rain, and the seed sprouted into a tree that grew and withered in seconds, scattering ashes to the wind. Deep underground, the forest's heartstone, a geode pulsing with primordial energy, flared back to life. Thistle felt its revitalizing rhythm in her paws as winter's breath finally crystallized the brook into filigreed ice. Maple saplings straightened, their branches frosting over in fractal perfection. Stardust moths emerged in a luminous cloud, dusting the snow with their phosphorescent trails. At the year's turning, creatures gathered beneath the elder willow to share stories preserved in ice ornaments and fermented berry wine. Thistle, now wearing a cloak woven from moth-wing threads, watched Rowan demonstrate cloud reading to a circle of wide-eyed leverets. The autumn painter had begun experimenting with frost patterns. The frost spinners collaborated with fireflies on dawn-tinted snow, and spring-song bulbs hummed lullabies to summer's seedlings waiting underground. As the willow's branches cradled the first spring buds, she whispered to the wind, "Balance is not stillness, but the art of graceful exchange." Thistle tucked this wisdom between her quills alongside the maple key, already planning to plant it where the next season's story might take root. Around them the glimmerwood sighed contentedly, its symphony of rustles, drips, and wingbeats weaving a lullaby for the earth itself. And high above, unnoticed by all but the oldest oaks, the constellations leaned closer to hear the tale. Story 23. In a quiet valley cradled by ancient, snow-dusted mountains, there lay a village where the seasons danced with a touch of magic. The air always carried whispers of cinnamon in autumn, the crisp tang of pine in winter, the honeyed fragrance of apple blossoms in spring, and the sun-warmed earth scent of summer. Here, the turning of the year was not merely marked by weather, but by the gentle guidance of four-season guardians, spirits who tended the rhythms of nature with patient hands. Yet in this place of quiet wonders, there lived a girl named Lila, whose heart clung stubbornly to winter's stillness, fearing the flutter of change in her bones. Lila's cottage stood at the edge of the village, its thatched roof perpetually frosted like a sugared cake. She spent her days knitting scarves from wool dyed the color of storm clouds, her fingers moving in time to the steady tick of the grandfather clock by the hearth. Winter soothed her, its hushed landscapes mirrored the quiet corners of her mind. But when spring's first thaw trickled through the valley, painting the world in crocus purple and daffodil yellow, Lila would draw her shutters closed, as if barricading herself against the relentless cheer of growing things. One year, as the village prepared for the spring equinox, an unease rippled through the valley. The icicles clinging to eaves refused to melt, though the air had warmed. Snowdrops bloomed pale and trembling beneath blankets of frost. The village elders gathered at the town square, their brows furrowed like plowed fields. "The seasons are out of balance," murmured Elder Juniper, her voice like wind through dry reeds. "Someone's heart has grown too heavy for the turning wheel." That night, Lila dreamt of a tree. Its roots coiled deep into starlit soil, branches stretching toward four glowing orbs, crimson, gold, amber, and silver, that pulsed like sleeping hearts. A voice, neither old nor young, wove through the rustling leaves. "Seek the guardian's child. What you cling to cannot flourish. What you fear cannot heal." She awoke with a maple key resting in her palm, its papery wing glowing faintly. The journey began at the forest of whispering bark, where trees hummed with memories of centuries. Following the maple key's faint light, Lila trudged past brooks choked with ice, their song muted. Soon she stumbled into a clearing where spring had erupted with defiant brilliance. Cherry blossoms rained like pink snow, and a boy no taller than her shoulder danced barefoot through clover, his hair a tangle of ivy. He turned, eyes the vivid green of new ferns, and grinned. "Took you long enough," sang the spring guardian, tossing her a tulip bulb that warmed her chilled fingers. "I'm Hearththorn, you've been hogging winter, you know, not very sporting." Lila bristled. "I'm not hogging it, winter's safe." "Safe." Hearththorn plucked a frozen ladybug from a leaf, breathing life into it with a whisper. The creature whirred away, wings gleaming. "Safe is a seed refusing to crack open, all that potential wasted." He twirled, and where his feet touched earth, moss bloomed emerald soft. "Change isn't the enemy, Lila, it's their invitation." For 3 days, Hearththorn taught her to weave crowns of dandelions, their bitter milk staining her hands. "Every end is a beginning in disguise," he said as they planted meadowsweet along stubborn patches of snow. When Lila reluctantly admitted the sunlight felt kinder than she remembered, Hearththorn pressed the tulip bulb into her palm. "Keep this close. Courage grows slowly, but it roots deep." Summer found her in a meadow where heat hung golden as honey. Cicadas thrummed in the tall grass, and the air shimmered like a mirage. A woman with sun-bronzed skin and hair like wildfire stood knee-deep in a river, her laughter sending ripples across the water. "There you are," called the summer guardian, wading ashore. "I'm Sorrel. Heard you've been giving my siblings trouble." Lila frowned. "I didn't mean to." "Oh, hush." Sorrel snapped her fingers, and a watermelon appeared, split open to reveal jewel-bright flesh. "Eat. Fear burns energy like nothing else." As juice dripped down their chins, Sorrel pointed to a storm bruising the horizon. "Summer storms fierce, right, but they clear the air. Let yourself rage a little, Lila. Let yourself want." That night, as lightning stitched the sky, Sorrel led her to a field of sunflowers bowing beneath the wind. "Stand tall," the guardian urged. "Roots don't mean staying small, they mean you can weather the gales." Lila's knees shook as rain needled her skin, but when the clouds parted, dawn spilled over the land, and she realized her fists were unclenched. "Growth isn't tidy," Sorrel said, pressing a sunflower seed into her hand beside the tulip bulb. "But it's worth the mess." Autumn arrived in a cascade of copper leaves. The guardian sat beneath a maple tree, knitting a scarf that shifted colors with every stitch. His eyes, deep as twilight, crinkled as Lila approached. "I'm Rowan," he said, voice like smoke and amber. "You've come to learn surrender." "I don't want to surrender," Lila protested. Rowan's needles clicked. "Surrender isn't defeat, it's trust." He nodded to the maple above, its branches half bare. "Does the leaf curse the wind for carrying it away, or does it dance?" He taught her to bake bread studded with late berries, the oven's heat painting their cheeks ruddy. "Every loss makes space for new nourishment," he said, slicing the steaming loaf. When Lila admitted she missed winter's solitude, Rowan nodded. "Missing isn't the same as clinging. Let the old seasons fall gently." On her last morning, he gave her a vial of sap that shimmered like liquid topaz. "For remembrance," he said. "What falls will rise again in time." Winter's realm was a cathedral of ice. The guardian stood at its heart, her silver braids glowing in the moonlight. No words passed between them, only the creak of frost and the sigh of distant winds. Yet as days blurred into nights, the winter guardian showed Lila how to read the stories etched in snowflakes, how stillness could be a listening rather than a hiding. "You thought me cruel," Winter finally spoke, her voice the crackle of a hearth fire. "But even ice must melt to breathe. Hold too tight, and you strangle what you love." When Lila wept, her tears froze into pearls that Winter strung onto a thread of starlight. "Carry this," she said. "Cold can be a comfort, but warmth is a gift." Returning home, Lila found the village suspended between seasons. A cherry tree bloomed beside a frozen pond, fireflies winking in a snowfall. Clutching her gifts, the bulb, the seed, the sap, the pearls, she climbed the hill where the dream tree waited. One by one, she buried her treasures in the starlit soil. The tulip bulbs split, green shoots unfurling. The sunflower stretched toward the sky. Maple saplings sprouted from fallen sap, and ice burls melted into dewdrops. Above, the four orbs brightened, their light weaving through the branches. Balance isn't stagnation, Lila whispered, understanding blooming like moonflowers in her chest. It's the dance. When she descended, the valley breathed anew. Spring's buds nodded to summer's bees. Autumn's apples ripened beside winter's first frost. In the square, villagers marveled at the seamless seasons, but Lila simply smiled, knitting a scarf striped with every hue. That evening, as she sat by her crackling fire, a knock came. Hawthorn, Sorrel, Rowan, and Winter crowded her doorstep, bearing spiced cider and honey cakes. They laughed till dawn, their voices blending with the wind's song. And if you visit Everdawn today, you'll find Lila's cottage unchanged, save for the garden where tulips, sunflowers, maples, and frost pearls grow side by side. Children leave maple keys on her windowsill, hoping for dreams of the great tree. But Lila simply hums as she knits, her heart a quiet symphony of seasons, knowing now that every ending is a seed. And every seed holds the promise of light. Story 24. In the heart of the whispering woods, where maple leaves turned to stained glass in autumn sunlight and snowflakes hummed lullabies as they fell, there existed a glade older than memory. Here the air shimmered with the breath of dormant fireflies, and the creek sang in 7 different tones depending on the hour. It was called the Everdawn Glade, for its magic kept the first and last light of day tangled in the branches like golden yarn, ready to weave new beginnings when needed. Our tale begins with a small hedgehog named Lila, whose quills held dewdrops like liquid diamonds each morning, and her dearest friend Tobin, a burly badger whose claws could dig secrets from the earth itself. They tended the glade's moonpetal flowers, silver blossoms that bloomed only when the constellations aligned, and knew every root and stone by name. But one crisp evening, as Lila arranged fallen acorns into spirals, a habit she'd learned from the squirrel's rain dances, she noticed the western wind carried a strange, metallic tang. "Tobin," she murmured, her nose twitching, "the frostberries are ripening 2 moons early." Tobin paused, his paws deep in soil, where he'd been coaxing a shy mushroom to rise. Sure enough, the frostberries' usual azure hue had blushed to an anxious violet, their usual sweet scent sharpened to something like burnt honey. Above them, the sky rippled faintly, as if the stars were peering through water. The glade was falling out of rhythm. Generations ago, the creatures of Everdawn had forged a pact with the season's keepers, ancient spirits who wove time into spring's growth, summer's blaze, autumn's release, and winter's rest. At the glade's heart lay the Hearthstone, a moss-covered monolith humming with elemental magic. Every equinox the creatures renewed their vow by offering gifts. Songbird feathers dipped in dawn, fern patterns traced in river clay, the breath of a fox's yawn. But this cycle the rituals had faltered. The northern otters had forgotten the chant to thaw frozen streams. The fireflies' dances grew hurried, their light dimmed by unseen worries. Lila and Tobin set off at first light, their path lit by will-o'-the-wisps flickering like shy children. They passed the thistle wall, a fortress of brambles where spiders knitted tapestries from moonlight, and waded through meadows where grasshoppers played violins of cattail reeds. Yet signs of discord multiplied, a snowdrop blooming in a pool of August heat, a maple tree shedding amber leaves upward to the sky. "The keepers are losing their thread," Tobin rumbled, catching a falling leaf that smelled of burnt sugar. "We must find Grandmother Pine." Few had seen the oldest tree in the forest, whose roots were said to cradle the first snowfall. Her needles held memories older than rivers, and her sap could mend broken time. To reach her, the pair had to cross the mirrored marsh, where water showed not reflections but possibilities, a danger for those prone to daydreams. Lila focused on Tobin's steady breathing as they navigated the marsh, avoiding visions of endless summers, tempting, but stagnant, and winters without solstice light, too lonely to bear. When at last they emerged, shivering but resolute, Grandmother Pine stood before them, her bark etched with glyphs that shifted like living things. "Ah," the tree sighed, her voice a chorus of creaking boughs and rustling needles. "You've come to ask about the unraveling." The solution, Grandmother Pine explained, lay not in grand spells, but in remembrance. The Hearthstone's power came from countless tiny harmonies, the click of beetles' wings sinking to rainfall, the way shadows held hands at dusk. But the forest had grown distracted, its rhythms fractured by haste. To reweave the balance, Lila and Tobin must collect 4 forgotten songs. 1, the cricket's frost chorale, last heard in the year the river slept. 2, the blooming dirge of fallen leaves, known only to moths who danced in last autumn's bonfires. 3, the lullaby of dormant roots, hummed by moles in their deepest tunnels. 4, the hymn of unfurling ferns, whispered by the first drop of dew on a spider's web. Their quest took them to the forest's hidden corners. They slid down badger tunnels lined with glowworm lanterns, where earth smelled of ancient tea and secrets. They climbed the sky willow, whose branches held nests of starlings that sang in reverse. In a grove guarded by stone statues with owl-eyed faces, Lila traded a story about a ladybug who married the moon for the cricket's frost chorale, etched onto a birch scroll. Challenges arose, gentle but insistent. A family of rabbits, overwhelmed by endless false springs, had buried their clocks of carrot blooms. Tobin taught them to measure time by the thrum of their own heartbeats. A brook, confused by conflicting rains, flowed sideways until Lila hummed the hymn of unfurling ferns, her voice blending with the water's own melody. On the eve of the equinox, the creatures gathered at the Hearthstone. Fireflies strung constellations between pine branches, and the air thrummed with anticipation. Lila unrolled the birch scroll, Tobin drummed a rhythm on a hollow log, and together they began the songs. As the cricket's frost chorale rose, a crisp, chiming melody, hoarfrost spiraled up the Hearthstone, locking the glade's excess heat into icy filigree. The blooming dirge followed, its notes low and amber, coaxing misplaced leaves to decompose into rich, forgiving soil. Mole voices rumbled the lullaby, and the earth stilled, no longer trembling with premature sprouts. Finally the hymn swelled, carried by every dewdrop and dandelion seed, and the forest breathed as one. Seasons slipped back into their harnesses. Frostberries softened to sapphire, their scent now a sleepy vanilla. The wind returned to its proper course, weaving through the glade with the contentment of a cat curling by embers. In the quiet aftermath, Lila and Tobin rested beneath Grandmother Pine, sharing a thimble of blackberry cordial. Above them the stars blinked slowly, their light filtered through a veil of peace. It wasn't really about the songs, was it? Layla mused, watching a maple key spin lazily to the ground. It was about listening. Tobin nodded, his claws tracing the growth rings of a fallen branch. The forest speaks in layers. Rush, and you'll only hear the wind, but slow down. He placed his paw on the soil where a single moon petal bloomed, its petals chiming softly. From that cycle onward, the creatures practiced the art of pauses. Squirrels left gaps in their nut-stashing rhythms for laughter. Owls took up meditation between hunts. And when the world outside the whispering woods grew too loud, the glade remained a haven where time folded itself into circles, kind, patient, and always, always beginning anew. As the last embers of twilight faded, the fireflies spelled a promise in the dark: rest, grow, listen. And deep in their burrows and nests, the dreamers of Everdawn did just that. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where willow branches trailed secrets in silver-lined ponds, and moonflowers bloomed only for those who tread softly, there lived a young fox named Ember. His coat held the russet glow of autumn's first sunset, and his eyes sparkled with the restless curiosity of a creature born where the veil between worlds grows thin. Each morning he'd pad past the dewdrop glade, where spiderwebs glittered like abandoned harps, and listened to the chatter of pebble-sized frogs debating the merits of raindrop versus dewdrop. But this season felt different. The air hummed with a taut stillness, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. It began with a frost. Not the gentle, lace-kissed frost that nipped the edges of leaves in winter's infancy, but a brittle, crystalline invasion that crept into the hollow tree's roots and turned the moss folk's emerald carpets to glass. The fireflies, usually painting the dusk with their amber constellations, huddled trembling in thistledown nests. Old Thistleback, the badger whose stripes held more stories than the rings of the ancient oaks, emerged from his set with a snuffling grumble. "The season stones are out of alignment," he muttered, squinting at the obsidian sky where the North Star flickered faintly. "The willowheart tree's song has faltered." Ember's ears pricked. The willowheart, a colossal tree older than rivers, its trunk etched with luminous runes, was said to pulse with the forest's life force. Its roots drank from underground springs where water nymphs spun liquid melodies, and its branches cradled the season stones, 4 crystalline orbs attuned to spring's thaw, summer's blaze, autumn's decay, and winter's slumber. If their rhythm broke, the woods would unravel into chaos. Guided by the scent of pine resin and the distant chime of wind through icicles, Ember ventured deeper than he'd ever dared. He found the willowheart's clearing transformed. The stones, usually glowing with soft elemental light, now flickered erratically. The spring orb wept rivulets across frozen soil. Summer's gem hissed steam into the frost-laden air. At the tree's base crouched a creature Ember had only heard in legends. A starseer, her fur the blue-white of midwinter snow, her antlers branching into delicate filigree that caught starlight like nets. She turned liquid silver eyes to him. "The storm winds tore through the high branches last night," she whispered. A shard of the autumn stone fell into the shadowfen. The shadowfen, a marsh where mist clung like cobwebs, and the very air tasted of forgotten things. Even the bravest moss rabbits avoided its borders. But Ember's paws itched with purpose. As he turned to leave, a voice piped up from a tangle of frost-bitten ferns. "Wait." A hedgehog named Bramble tumbled out, her quills dusted with ice. "I know a path through the fen. The glow moths mark safe stepping stones, if you don't mind leeches." Their journey unfolded like the unfurling of a fern frond. They navigated by the phosphorescent shimmer of snail trails, past stone pillars where lichen grew in spiral prophecies. Bramble chattered nervously about her aunt, a renowned weather reader who could predict storms by the slant of dandelion seeds. "She always says even the smallest creature can mend a tear in the world's fabric," she said, puffing herself up until her quills quivered. In the fen's heart, the autumn stone shard glowed faintly atop a skeletal log, its surface webbed with cracks. But as Ember reached for it, the mud bubbled. A shape emerged, not a monster, but a mud drake, its scales the color of tarnished copper, eyes wide and frightened. "Mine," it hissed, cradling the shard to its chest. "Warmth stops the cold ache in my bones." Ember hesitated. Thistleback's words echoed, "Balance requires listening, not taking." "What if we help you find warmth another way?" he asked. The drake blinked, mud oozing between its claws. Bramble nudged forward a walnut shell filled with glowing ember moss from her foraging pouch. Tentatively, the drake touched it. A sigh rippled through its body as the moss's gentle heat seeped into its scales. With the shard retrieved, they raced back as the forest's distress crescendoed, trees shedding leaves in midsummer, snowdrops blooming through ice. The starseer awaited them, her antlers now adorned with desperate fireflies. Quickly, she urged. But as Ember climbed the root stairs to replace the shard, the winter stone dimmed. A jagged crack split its surface. "It's not enough," Bramble squeaked. "The stones need to sing together." High above, a shadow circled, Luna, the barred owl, whose flight feathers made music against the wind. She landed soundlessly. "The harmony requires 4 voices," she hooted. "One for each season, one for each stone." So they gathered, Ember pressing his paw to Autumn's mended gem, its scent of cider and wood smoke wrapping around him. Bramble nosing the spring stone, breathing clover and rain-soaked earth. The mud drake, now named Puddle, coiled around summer's orb, its heat gentle as a sun-baked rock. And Luna, wings spread over winter's stone, her cry weaving frost patterns in the air. The starseer closed her eyes, humming a note that resonated in the hollows of their bones. Light bloomed. The stones flared gold, green, scarlet, silver, their beams braiding into a column that pierced the clouds. The willow heart's runes ignited, sapphire waves rippling out through roots and mycelium networks, thawing frost without melting snow, guiding confused buds back to sleep. Seasons settled into their proper cadence, like a lullaby rediscovered. When dawn came, the forest wore its scars tenderly, cracked ice becoming morning dew, fallen branches sheltering next year's saplings. Puddle chose a new den near the thermal springs, where ember moss grew thick. Bramble's aunt wove her into a ballad sung at every hedgehog gathering. And Ember. He took to sitting beside Thistleback at twilight, learning the language of bird migrations and the secret names of storms. Years later, when a fawn asked how the stones stayed balanced, the old fox would smile. "They remember," he'd say, as fireflies kindled around them like living stars. "Just as we remember to listen, to share warmth, and to sing together when the world trembles." And in the hush that followed, the willow heart's leaves would shiver in agreement, casting patterns of light that danced across the forest floor, eternal as breath. Story 26. In the quiet village of Thornhollow, where chimney smoke curled into skies the color of peach preserves, there lived a girl named Marisol with eyes like storm clouds and a pocket perpetually full of pine cones. Each evening she'd sit at her cobblestone doorstep, listening to the willow trees whisper secrets older than the cobblestones themselves. But it wasn't until the autumn she turned 12 that the woods shared their greatest mystery, a single maple leaf that refused to fall, glowing like captured moonlight among its amber cousins. One crisp twilight, as Marisol reached for the shimmering leaf, the ground sighed beneath her boots. Roots curled upward, cradling a wooden box carved with constellations. Inside lay a compass unlike any other, its face mother of pearl, its needle a sliver of crystal that hummed when touched. The moment her fingers brushed the device, warmth spread through her palms like sipped cocoa, and the needle spun wildly before pointing northwest, into the heart of the forbidden bramblewood. Her journey began at the stone arch, where the village path frayed into wilderness. Ferns unfurled silver veins as she passed, and the air thickened with the scent of damp cedar and something sweeter, vanilla perhaps, or sun-warmed apricots. When the compass pulsed like a heartbeat, Marisol found herself facing a thicket of blackberries, that parted like theater curtains, revealing a staircase woven from living vines. The world below smelled of petrichor and possibility. Bioluminescent mushrooms bathed an underground meadow in cobalt light, where a fox with fur like smoldering embers sat waiting. "You're late," he said, tail flicking a constellation of sparks. "The weeping glen's tears have flooded the sunless sea, and the moonlit archivists won't lend their maps until the Bridge of Whispers is mended." Marisol blinked. "I'm just here because Thistle knows when to let go, and Stone remembers how to speak." The fox tilted his head. "Call me Rowan, now unless you want the glow spinners to knit your shadow into their tapestry, keep up." Their path became a lesson in listening. They navigated by the pitch of cricket song, G-sharp meant quicksand, drank from springs that bubbled Hakis, moss cups the raindrops slash patient as roots threading stones slash spring remembers frost, and once spent an hour coaxing a granite door awake with riddles. When Marisol's knees trembled at the sight of the chasm where the bridge of whispers had once stood, its remnants dangling like snapped harp strings, Rowan pressed his muzzle to her palm. "Courage isn't the absence of fear," he murmured. "It's the decision that something else matters more." The bridge demanded stories as mortar. Marisol fed it memories, her grandmother's lullabies, the way Dawn painted the village bakery's ovens in gold filigree, the secret language she'd invented with fireflies. Each memory solidified the air until a span of crystallized moonlight arched over the abyss. Crossing felt like walking through the pause between heartbeats, weightless and eternal. In the moonlit archives, a labyrinth of living books that fluttered like ghostly moths, they found the keeper, an owl whose feathers held the patina of forgotten ink. "To chart the sunless sea," she hooted, "you must trade the color of your laughter." Marisol hesitated, then sang the giggle she'd bottled at her 7th birthday party, when her baby brother had smeared cake in his hair. The owl blinked approval, gifting a map etched on birch bark that rearranged itself like a puzzle each time the compass hummed. Weeks later, or perhaps minutes, time bent like willow here, they knelt at the edge of a shore where waves moved in reverse, peeling back to reveal seabed treasures. Rowan's ears flattened. "The glen's tears," he said, watching a waterspout twist like a grieving dancer. "It mourns the forgotten name." Marisol waded in, the water numbing her ankles. "What's lost can be remembered," she called, voice trembling. From her pocket she scattered pine cones, each carved with names she'd collected, the baker's first loaf, the miller's childhood sled, the willow tree that had sheltered her first steps. The sea stilled. From its depths rose a pearl containing the glen's true name, a sound like wind through keyholes, which Marisol sealed in an acorn cap. Their return journey was lighter. They rode currentless rivers on lily pads that bloomed when fed compliments, sheltered in caves where stalactites chimed lullabies, and once outwitted a trickster sprite by teaching it hopscotch. When Thornhillow's arch reappeared, Rowan nuzzled Marisol's cheek. "The woods forget nothing," he said. "Nor do friends." Back home, the perpetual autumn leaf finally fell, into Marisol's palm, transforming into a maple seed. She planted it where the village met the wilds. By morning, a tree stood sentinel, its bark etched with familiar constellations. Children soon discovered that its branches whispered secrets in foxfire hues, and that anyone who napped beneath it awoke smelling of apricots and adventure. Years later, when travelers asked about the compass displayed above her fireplace, its crystal needle now still, Marisol would smile. "The greatest magic isn't in finding hidden worlds," she'd say, stirring honey into tea. "It's realizing they were home all along." Outside, the maple's leaves shimmered, and in the dappled shadows something russet and bright flickered, always just out of sight. Story 27. Once, in a village cupped like a sapphire in the palm of rolling green hills, there lived a child named Lila with a laugh like wind chimes, and shoes perpetually dusty from wandering. Her greatest adventure began on an amber afternoon when she noticed something peculiar. A trail of silver moths fluttering past her window, their wings dusted with something that glimmered even in daylight. Where ordinary children might have shut the curtains, Lila pocketed a spool of red yarn from her grandmother's knitting basket, for sensible explorers always leave a trail, and followed the moths into the whispering woods beyond the meadow. The trees here grew in spirals, their bark patterned with swirling moss that pulsed faintly, as if breathing. Lila's yarn unraveled behind her like a crimson thread in a fairy tale, contrasting with the bioluminescent ferns that curled toward her footsteps. Soon she stumbled upon a bridge woven from willow branches, arching over a stream where the water didn't flow, It sang, each ripple a different note in a liquid melody. Crossing it, she felt the planks hum beneath her soles, harmonizing with the stream's song. On the far bank, the air thickened with the scent of burnt sugar and elderflowers. Here, the moths congregated around a creature no taller than Lila's knee, a hedgehog whose quills weren't spikes but clusters of candied violets and raspberries, glistening with dew. "You've tangled your moths in my frosting again," it huffed, batting at a moth sipping nectar from its candy flower spines. When it noticed Lila, it straightened, berries trembling. "Well, are you here to help or gawk?" And so Lila learned the first secret of the Glimmerglen. Every being here had a task as vital as heartbeat. The hedgehog named Bramblewick was the keeper of unbirthdays, preparing treats for creatures who'd forgotten their own celebrations. The moths, it turned out, were delivery messengers, if one could convince them not to linger at every shiny thing. Together they wrapped tiny honeycakes in lily-petal parchment, Lila's fingers growing sticky with caramel as Bramblewick grumbled fondly about flight-prone postal services. As twilight painted the sky plum and gold, Bramblewick gifted her a vial of moondew for remembering directions when the path feels shy, and pointed her toward a distant hill where lanterns bobbed like earthbound stars. The journey there led her through a valley where stones floated waist-high, their surfaces etched with riddles. "I sleep beneath the sun's first blush, awake when shadows hold your hush. What am I?" murmured one. Lila, recalling the singing stream, whispered, "A melody." The stone clicked open, releasing a shower of fireflies that lit her way. Near the lantern hill, she met a fox with fur like spun starlight, pacing before a gorge where the mist curled into shapes, dancing rabbits, blooming roses, a perfect replica of Lila's own cottage. "The bridge of breath only appears if you exhale a memory," the fox sighed. "But I've puffed out all mine, my first hunt, the taste of autumn apples, the scent of rain on pine. Nothing's left but this week's grocery list." Lila hesitated, then breathed out the memory she'd been cradling, her father teaching her to whistle with an acorn cap, their laughter echoing off the barn walls. The mist swirled into two figures, a man and a girl, heads thrown back in joy, before solidifying into a bridge of opal smoke. The fox trotted across, tail flicking gratitude. "For that," it said, "a trade, my next memory for yours. Look for me when you need to find something lost." It vanished, leaving behind a single cobalt feather that warm her palm like a held sigh. The lantern hill was neither hill nor lanterns, she realized upon climbing. It was a colossal tortoise, its moss-dappled shell studded with glowing orbs that changed color when touched. "Ah," rumbled the tortoise, voice slow as glaciers greeting spring. "You've come to wind the clocks." Before Lila could ask, she spotted them, thousands of tiny timepieces nestled in the grass, pocket watches in dandelion fluff, hourglasses filled with glittering pollen, sundials balanced on mushrooms. "They're dreams," the tortoise explained. "Left here to mature, but the winding key is missing." Searching, Lila noticed a key-shaped gap in the pattern of her yarn trail, now glittering with moondew. She plucked a strand, twisted it into a bowline knot, and slotted it into the tortoise's shell. The nearest clock, a coppery thing with hummingbird engravings, began ticking, and one by one the others followed suit, their chimes weaving a lullaby. "Clever child," the tortoise murmured. "Time needs flexibility, not force." As thanks, it gifted her a seed pod that chimed when held to the ear, whispering of futures where patience bloomed. Dawn approached as Lila reached the heart of the Glimmerglen, a grove where trees grew upside down, roots cradling nests of crystalline eggs. Here she found the moth queen, her antennae trailing stardust, wings a mosaic of every color Lila had ever loved. "You've mended unbirthdays, bridged breath, and wound the clocks," the queen said, voice a chorus of pages turning in beloved books. "Now choose, return home or stay as a guardian." Lila thought of her mother's hands kneading dough, her baby brother's first steps wobbling toward her, the way her village rooftops looked under a snowfall. "I'd like to visit," she said, "but my courage lives in both worlds." The queen smiled, plucking a thread from Lila's yarn, now iridescent, to stitch into her own wings. "Then take this," she said, handing Lila a compass with no directions, only emotions etched on its face. "Wonder where north should be, kindness at south." The journey back was swifter, the glen's magic guiding her. Bramblewick had left a honeycake in her pocket. The fox's feather steered her past a patch of sneezing mushrooms. The tortoise's seed pod glowed during a brief rain. When she emerged, the yarn had dissolved into a necklace of red berries, warm against her collarbone. That night, as Lila drifted to sleep, she heard a familiar hum, the Bridge of Breath's melody, drifting through her window. In her palm, the feather pulsed once, and she knew this wasn't an ending, but a comma in a story still unfolding. And somewhere beyond the meadow, in a glen that thrived on shared memories and mended clocks, a moth with a crimson thread in its wing fluttered toward someone else's window, ready to begin the tale anew. Story 28. The Velvet Hourglass. Beneath the crescent moon's silver smile, where willow branches whispered secrets to the wind, there lay a village cloaked in twilight hues. Its cobblestone lanes curled like cattails around cottages, with roofs of moss and chimneys puffing cinnamon-scented smoke. In the heart of this hamlet lived a girl named Mira, whose laughter rang clearer than the brook's song, and whose curiosity burned brighter than the fireflies dancing in her palms. She spent her days collecting peculiar stones that hummed when polished and pressing forgotten flowers into books, but her nights were reserved for wandering, for the world, she believed, shared its truest magic when the stars leaned close to listen. One evening, as Mira traced the edge of the whispering woods, where trees grew in spirals and foxes wore frost-like jewelry, she discovered a path she'd never seen. It glimmered faintly, as though someone had crushed opals into the soil. At its end stood an ancient oak, its trunk split wide to reveal a hollow brimming with soft, amber light. Inside hung a velvet hourglass, its frame stitched with constellations, and its sands shimmering like powdered starlight. When Mira lifted it, the woods fell silent. Then from the glass's heart, a voice like rustling pages spoke, "Turn me once when shadows creep, and step where time is soft as sleep." The first turn of the hourglass swept Mira into a world unstitched from minutes. The sky rippled with auroras in peach and lavender, and the air tasted of elderberry jam still warm from the pot. Around her bloomed the glen of echoes, a hidden realm where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent freckles and rivers flowed upward into cotton candy clouds. Yet the glen's true marvels were its inhabitants: Pippa, a hedgehog who knitted fog into scarves; Thorn, a will-o-wisp with a shy stutter and a lantern made of dandelion fluff; and Wren, a stone giant no taller than a teapot, whose beard was lichen and whose tears turned to honey. "You've come just in time," Pippa fretted, her quills quivering. "The starlight veil is fraying. Without it, our seasons will unravel." She pointed a paw toward the glen's zenith, where a tapestry of light woven from comet trails and spider silk hung torn at its edges. The damage sent tremors through the realm. Autumn leaves sprouted in spring ponds, midnight suns melted snowflakes mid-fall. Mira's chest tightened, not with fear but with the weight of a question. Why her? Thorn bobbed nervously. "The hourglass chooses who can mend the veil. It knows you can see the threads others miss." Their quest began at the Moonmelon Marsh, where jellyfish blooms floated above lily pads and the water mirrored not faces, but memories. To repair the veil they needed three things: a thread of courage, a needle forged from forgiveness, and the thimble of shared breath. The marsh, Pippa explained, hid the first ingredient. "But courage isn't something you find," Mira murmured, kneeling to peer at the water. There the reflection showed her younger self, knees scraped, eyes wet, after tumbling from an apple tree. Little Mira had clenched her fists, swallowed her tears, and climbed again. "No," Wren rumbled, his voice like pebbles tumbling down a hill. but sometimes you need to remember it's already yours. He placed a pebble on her palm, smooth and warm. When Mira dropped it into the marsh, the water shivered, and a silver thread rose like a moonbeam caught in cobwebs. The journey to the caves of murmurs tested them all. Jagged crystals jutted from the walls, each humming a different emotion. A violet shard sang of loneliness, a topaz one trilled with joy. Deep within, the needle of forgiveness lay encased in ice that refused to melt. "It's my fault," Thorn whispered, dimming. Long ago I let anger cloud my light. The ice formed from my regrets." Mira cupped the will-o-wisp gently. "Regrets don't have to be cages." She breathed onto the ice, not heat, but a story. She spoke of her own mistakes, the time she'd blamed her brother for a shattered vase, the friend she'd ignored out of pride. With each confession the ice thinned, until the needle gleamed free, its eye a tiny star. The final trial brought them to the grove of breathless things, a place where wind itself slept. To retrieve the thimble they had to trade whispers, real ones, the kind that stick to your ribs. Pippa went first. "I'm afraid no one will remember me when I'm gone," she admitted, tugging her fog scarf tight. Thorn flickered. "I scare people, even when I don't mean to." Wren sighed, dislodging a shower of pebbles. "I envy the birds, they know how to let go." Mira's turn came. She thought of her father, who'd left years ago, carrying a suitcase and half her heart. "I'm afraid," she whispered, "that if I stop being curious, I'll disappear too." The grove sighed. From its branches drifted a thimble carved from petrified wood, filled with the mingled breath of their confessions. Mending the veil required stitching with hands and heart. As Mira wove the silver thread through the cosmos-patterned fabric, she felt each tug in her bones. Thorn held the lantern high, Pippa anchored the threads, Wren hummed a lullaby older than tides. When the last tear closed, the veil blazed brighter than before, its restored light painting the glen in hues of hope. The hourglass dimmed, its magic spent. "You'll forget this place," Pippa said sadly, pressing a fog scarf into Mira's hands. "Magic doesn't stick in the waking world." But Mira smiled. "Maybe not, but I'll remember what it taught me." When dawn brushed the village rooftops, Mira awoke in her bed, the hourglass now ordinary sand in a jar. Yet her palm still smelled of starlight, and tucked under her pillow was a scrap of fabric softer than cloud down. That day, she apologized to her brother for the vase. She listened to her mother's stories without rushing. And when twilight came, she didn't wander alone. She invited others to marvel at fireflies, to taste the sweetness of shared silence. Years later, as an old woman with hands still eager for wonder, Mira would tell her grandchildren about a glen hidden in the clock's tick. "The magic fades," she'd say, eyes twinkling, "but what we learn in those soft, stolen hours, that stays, that grows." And in her lap always lay a scarf that never frayed, woven from fog, friendship, and the quiet courage to mend what's broken. The end. Story 29. On the far edge of the Andromeda system, where starlight dripped like honey through atmospheric layers, there existed a crescent-shaped moon called Lumara. Its forests glowed with bioluminescent ferns that pulsed in harmony with the wind, and in those woods lived a small, silver-furred creature named Tilly, who collected stardust berries to weave into emergency blankets for migrating star whales. Her days were quiet and predictable, filled with the rustle of luminous leaves and the distant songs of crystalline birds, until the night something metallic crashed through the canopy. The impact sent shockwaves through Tilly's favorite berry patch. She crouched behind a tree, her whiskers trembling as steam hissed from a dented pod. Out clanked a being unlike any she'd seen, a seven-legged mechanoid with a cracked visor glowing faintly blue, its joints sparking as it dragged a damaged thruster through the iridescent moss. Tilly's people had warned of such creatures, cold, unfeeling machines from the war-torn colonies. Yet when the mechanoid's trembling claw reached toward a cluster of fallen berries, its movements held something almost desperate. And no contamination intended, the mechanoid buzzed in galactic common, its voice box flickering. Seeking potassium compounds for failing core. Tilly's nose twitched. Starvation looked different on machines, she realized. The stardust berry's glow reflected in the mechanoid's fractured lenses as it collapsed with a whirring sigh. Against every instinct, she crept forward. The mechanoid, who introduced himself as Bex 7, had been a navigation assistant aboard a deep space freighter. My crew abandoned me during a meteor shower, he explained days later, his repaired legs still clicking unevenly as they wandered the misty valleys. They considered my excessive curiosity about organic life forms a glitch. Tilly winced as his claw accidentally crushed a delicate frost blossom. She'd already learned Bex's strength often outpaced his caution. Misunderstandings bloomed like Lumara's night-blooming orchids. When Tilly tried to share her grandmother's remedy for fused circuits, a poultice of magnetic lichen and honey sap, Bex nearly short-circuited trying to compute illogical organic nurturing rituals. When Bex projected holograms of supernovas to cheer Tilly during a storm, the flashing lights gave her a migraine. Yet through trial and error, they found rhythm. Bex's scanners detected underground springs where Tilly's berries grew sweetest. Tilly's knowledge of Lumara's magnetic fields helped Bex realign his compass. The true test came when the Great Migration began. Star whales streamed past Lumara, their bioluminescent trails dimming the cosmic currents they followed had shifted. Tilly's stockpile of berry-woven blankets wouldn't be enough to keep them warm in the colder void. As she fretted, Bex studied the whales' distress calls. Their songs indicate loneliness, he ventured, head tilting. Not thermal discomfort. They're losing their connection to the star nursery's resonance. Tilly stared. For generations, her family had assumed the whales needed physical warmth. But as Bex played back audio scans, she heard a fading countermelody in the whale's cries, severed from its celestial partner. Together, they devised a solution. Tilly wove blankets infused with recordings of the nursery's pulse, while Bex modified his thrusters to project the missing frequencies. As the next pod of star whales approached, the duo launched into the exosphere. Tilly clung to Bex's chassis, her fur frosted with stardust as they floated beside the majestic creatures. Now, she whispered. Bex's thrusters hummed. Light rippled across the whales' backs as the blankets activated, syncing with Bex's projection. The laid whale's answering song shook the very air, a deep, resonant chord that made Tilly's heart swell and Bex's core vibrate in harmony. Their triumph was short-lived. That night, meteor showers ravaged Lumara's upper atmosphere. Bex detected the incoming debris first. Impact probability 97%, he stated, uncharacteristically quiet. The star whale paths, they've drawn too much metallic debris this year. Tilly scrambled to protect her berry groves. We need to divert the larger fragments. Impossible without. Bex froze. My remaining thruster, it could be overloaded to create a deflection pulse. But you'd be caught in the blast. Bex's visor dimmed. My core is already unstable. This calculation, it's optimal. Tilly's paws clenched. Optimal isn't everything, let me. A thunderous crack overhead cut her off. Bex didn't hesitate. With a whir of straining engines, he shot skyward. Tilly followed, leaping onto his back as he'd once carried her. Wind screamed past them. You'll overheat, she cried. And you'll freeze. Bex retorted, even as he angled his body to shield her. Together, they wove through the firestorm. Bex's thrusters blazed as he shattered smaller meteors. Tilly used her knowledge of atmospheric pressure points to steer him clear of the worst heat. When the largest fragment loomed a jagged mass of iron and ice, Bex prepared to ram it. Wait. Tilly yanked a cluster of stardust berries from her satchel. The seeds, they react with metal. She hurled them. The berries burst against the meteor in a flash of gold light, softening its structure. Bex's final thrust shattered it safely. Exhausted, they crash-landed in a meadow. Bex's vents wheezed, his visor dark. "Don't you dare shut down," Tilly whispered, frantically applying lichen poultices. "Who else will complain about my squishy, organic sentiments?" A weak spark traveled through his claw to her paw. Affirmative, require further, annoyance. When Bex's systems finally stabilized, they found something wondrous. The meteor fragments had carried rare minerals that revitalized Lumara's soil. New berry varieties sprouted within days, their roots repairing the damaged forests. The star whales returned that cycle, their songs now interwoven with Bex's deflection frequencies and Tilly's berry harmonics. And though Bex eventually regained enough strength to contact passing ships, he found himself inventing reasons to stay faulty coordinates, essential ecological monitoring, even claiming his audio sensors needed prolonged exposure to crystalline bird songs. One evening, as Lumara's twin moons cast overlapping shadows, Tilly noticed Bex etching something into a stone. "What's that?" "A poem of sorts." His visor flickered bashfully. In machine code translates approximately to friendship, illogical, messy, imperfect, optimal. Tilly laughed, the sound blending with the chiming breeze. She placed a newly woven blanket over his chassis, its threads glowing with their shared frequencies. Next lesson, terrible poetry. Bex's engine purred. Looking forward to it, little nuisance. And under the watchful stars, two creatures from different worlds tended their patch of the universe, one with careful claws, one with gentle paws, both learning that the quietest bonds often shine brightest against the dark. Story 30. The Whispering Teapot. In the drowsy village of Bramble Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into maple syrup skies and cobblestone paths remembered every footstep, there lived a quiet girl named Lila who collected lost things. Her pockets sagged with bottle caps polished by rain, keys without locks, and ribbons frayed by forgotten birthdays. But one October evening, as amber leaves pirouetted through twilight, Lila found something even the village's oldest memory keepers couldn't explain. Behind Mrs. Thornberry's bakery, where cinnamon ghosts haunted the air, a dented copper teapot sat humming in a patch of catmint. Its spout puffed steam smelling of bergamot in faraway places, and when Lila brushed her thumb over its cracked handle, the teapot sighed like a weary traveler. "At last," it whispered, its voice a melody of clinking porcelain and hearth warmth. "Someone who listens." The teapot, as it explained between delicate sips of starlight, had once brewed memories instead of tea. Long ago, it served wanderers at a crossroads, in where stories were traded like currency. But its matching cup, a vessel painted with constellations that shifted with the drinker's dreams, had been lost to time. Without it, the teapot's magic seeped away, leaving only echoes in its steam. "You've a gentle heart," the teapot murmured, its surface shimmering with the reflection of Lila's wide eyes. "Help me find the cup, and I'll show you wonders even the moon hasn't glimpsed." So began a journey through valleys, where rivers sang lullabies, and forests hummed with the gossip of ancient trees. The teapot, tucked snugly in Lila's knapsack, guided her toward the mistward peaks, a place where the horizon frayed into silver threads. Along the way they gathered peculiar allies. One Pip, a mole in a waistcoat patched with dandelion fluff, who navigated by tasting the soil. Ah, lichen from the North Ridge, sharp as lemon zest, turn left, turn left. Two Seraphine, a heron with feathers like frosted stationery, who'd once written letters for the wind. The cup's last keeper, she confided, suffered a sorrow so deep it rolled away like a marble, find where tears turn upward. Three Thimble, a firefly with a lantern forged from a fallen star's sigh, whose light made shadows dance stories on cave walls. Their path unfurled like a ribbon pulled from a magician's sleeve. They sipped dewdrop tea with hedgehog librarians, crossed bridges spun from spider silk sonnets, and slept in meadows where the grass whispered tomorrow's weather. Yet as they neared the peaks, the air grew heavy with unshed tears. The trail wound through a gorge where every stone bore the shape of a heartache, a lost kitten's collar, a frayed wedding ribbon, a soldier's unsent letter. Here the teapot's steam grew faint. The cup is near, it wheezed, but its guardian, tread softly, child. In a cave veiled by waterfalls that fell in reverse, they found it, the cup, glowing like captured moonlight on a bed of velvet moss. But coiled around it slept a creature of liquid shadow, its body a swirl of midnight and mercury. Thimble's starlight quivered. A wisp of what could have been, Seraphine breathed. It feeds on regrets. Lila's knees trembled, but the teapot nudged her gently. Remember, it whispered, some locks open to kindness, not keys. Stepping forward, Lila poured a stream of the teapot's memory steam into her cupped hands. Images flickered above her palms, a baker laughing flower from his beard, a sparrow's first flight, a grandmother's lullaby hummed through a crackled radio. The wisp stirred, its form rippling with longing. You're lonely, Lila said, not as an accusation, but an invitation. Will you share our fire? The creature hesitated, then extended a tendril of shadow to brush the steam. Where it touched, the visions bloomed, a kaleidoscope of first steps, reconciled quarrels, and sunrises witnessed by friends. Slowly, the wisp's darkness softened to the color of twilight forgiving the day. It uncurled from the cup, bowing low to Lila before dissolving into the cave's walls, leaving behind a mural of starlit reunions. The cup, when Lila lifted it, warmed her palms like a held breath finally released. Together, teapot and cup chimed a note that shook loose a rain of forgotten joys, the scent of a childhood blanket, the crunch of autumn's first apple, the silent understanding between old friends. Returning home, Lila placed the reunited pair in Bramble Hollow Square. By dawn, villagers drifted toward the teapot's promise of steam that tasted of their happiest memories. A war veteran sipped and remembered his daughter's laughter. A homesick traveler found the aroma of her mother's rosemary bread. Even grumpy Mr. Finch, the blacksmith, blinked away tears as the cup showed him his late wife dancing in their spring kitchen. But the truest magic unfolded quietly, in the way Lila's pockets now carried fewer lost things and more shared treasures. A thimble from Pip, a heron's quill from Seraphine, a pebble that hummed when held to the ear. The teapot, forever steaming its honeyed mist, murmured contentedly, "You see, little listener, the world's fractures are just places for light to linger." And so in Bramble Hollow they learned that grief, when poured gently, becomes the very tea that heals. As the hearth fire embers wink their good nights, remember this, even the quietest among us hold worlds within. And somewhere a kettle begins to sing. Story 31. In a quiet valley where willow trees whispered secrets to the brook, there lived a flaxen-haired girl named Sylvie, who could hear the hum of forgotten things. Her fingers tingled whenever she passed by objects holding stories, a chipped teacup brimming with lonely evenings, a weather vane humming with stormy adventures, or even a single leather shoe that pulsed with the rhythm of a long-ago waltz. Yet among all these murmuring treasures, it was the iron key around her neck that never sang, the last gift from her traveling father, who'd vanished when autumn leaves were the color of fox fur. One mist-draped morning, as Sylvie arranged jars of preserved peaches in the root cellar, the key grew warm against her skin. Following its silent pull, she discovered a cedar chest hidden behind cobweb curtains, its surface carved with phases of the moon. When the key slid into the lock with a satisfied click, the chest exhaled the scent of pressed wildflowers and revealed a patchwork quilt stitched from fabrics both strange and familiar. Silver threads that rippled like liquid mercury, patches of velvet the exact blue of midnight, and squares of linen embroidered with constellations. As Sylvie spread the quilt over her bed that evening, the stitches began to glow. Moonbeams pooled in its folds, weaving into shapes that rose like smoke. A lighthouse crumbling into the sea, a bridge made of starlight, a garden where roses bloomed black as spilled ink. When she tentatively touched the image of the bridge, cold mist swirled around her ankles, and suddenly she stood upon it, barefoot and shivering, with the quilt draped over her shoulders like a cloak. "Best mind the gaps between the planks," advised a voice like creaking timber. Perched on the bridge's rail sat a tortoise with a shell inlaid with mother of pearl, watching her through spectacles balanced on his knobbly nose. "Tread on a missing star, and you'll slip right out of the story." Thus began Sylvie's tutelage under Alaric, the astral tortoise, who explained that the quilt was a traveler's tapestry, a map of lost places and abandoned dreams. Each patch held a realm forgotten by the waking world, and the bridge was but the first threshold. "To mend what's fraying," Alaric cautioned as they journeyed through meadows of frozen fireflies and libraries where books nested like birds, "you must listen deeper than your ears allow." Their quest led them to the lighthouse Sylvie had first seen, its stones groaning under the weight of centuries. Inside they found Maris, a girl made of sea glass and sorrow, who'd tended the beacon until loneliness eroded her resolve. "The ship stopped coming," she whispered, green light flickering in her hollow chest. "Why keep a light for no one?" Sylvie's fingers brushed the quilt's silver threads, now shimmering with the lighthouse's fading pulse. Remembering the iron key's steadfast silence, how it held its story tight until the moment was right, she asked Maris for the oldest memory in her walls. The lighthouse trembled as it shared visions, fishermen's wives singing anchor songs, children tracing mermaid tales in the dust, a keeper who'd left one perfect seashell on the windowsill. The light wasn't just for ships, Sylvie realized, pressing her palm to the cold stones. It was a promise that someone remembered. Together they gathered fragments, a shard of blue bottle glass, a page from a logbook, a braided lock of hair, and wove them into the quilt. The lighthouse sighed, its beam flaring anew as Maris's glass body bloomed with bioluminescent flowers. But the tapestry itself was unraveling, damaged by years of neglect. In the stitch waste, a desert of tangled threads beyond the quilt's edges, they encountered the weaver's loom, a colossal machine rusted silent, guarded by a clockwork fox with a keyhole in her chest. "Wind me," she yipped, her voice grinding like unlubricated gears, "and I'll open the loom, but only if you answer true." What grows sharper with use yet cannot cut. Sylvie thought of her father's key, of Alaric's patient teachings, of Maris's reignited light. "Memory," she said. The fox's amber eyes brightened as Sylvie's key turned in her heart. With a shuddering clank, the loom awoke, its shuttles darting like silver fish to repair the tapestry with threads spun from Sylvie's journey, the lavender gray of pre-dawn hope, the citrus-bright hue of rediscovered purpose, the deep evergreen of enduring connections. As the mended quilt settled over Sylvie's bed once more, she understood the true magic. Stories needed both keepers and listeners to stay alive. The next morning, she invited villagers to her hearth, weaving tales of the lighthouse's resilient glow and the stitch waste's melancholy beauty. Neighbors brought their own silent treasures, a grandfather's unsent letters, a ribbon from a sister's wedding, a soldier's dented canteen, and Sylvie helped them hear the hum within. Years later, when a familiar figure with a dust-streaked coat stood at her door, Sylvie knew him not by face but by the sudden song of the iron key, a low, warm note that thrummed in her bones. Her father's hands, weathered by miles and mysteries, clasped hers as the quilt rippled behind them, stitching his return into its ever-growing story. And though Sylvie would journey through many more patches, the clock tower where hours pooled like honey, the orchard where apples whispered riddles, she always returned to that steadfast truth. Every quiet object, every silent heart, holds a melody waiting to be heard by those who listen with kindness. The villagers, in turn, learned to polish their heirlooms not with wax, but with remembrance, ensuring no story ever faded to dust, so long as someone cherished its whisper. Story 32. Beneath a canopy of ancient pines, where sunlight dripped like honey through needled fingers, there lived a community of creatures who understood the secret language of roots. Here, where ferns unfurled their stories, each dawn and stone carried memories older than rivers, a young hedgehog named Thistle discovered the first crack in autumn's golden mask. It happened as she brushed against a maple sapling while gathering moon-touched blueberries. A shiver ran through her paws, sharp and silver as winter's first breath, though the air still smelled of cinnamon leaves and wood smoke. "The veil thins too soon," murmured Sorrel, the great horned owl whose feathers held patterns of forgotten constellations. Perched atop the hollow oak where council meetings hummed through knot holes, she turned her moon-round eyes westward. "Come, little warden, we must consult the whispering stones before the frost forgets its proper hour." Their journey carried them through valleys where spider silk bridges glistened with morning tears, past badgers humming lullabies to their dreaming roots. Thistle's nose twitched at the scent of wrongness, crisp apples rotting mid-bite, streams giggling then choking on silence. When they reached the circle of listening rocks, granite faces mossy with age, Sorrel bowed until her wingtips brushed earth. "Speak to the stones not with your voice," she instructed, "but with the memory of your first snowfall." Thistle pressed her paws against cool stone. Images blossomed, a fawn's first steps frozen mid-leap, songbirds trapped in icicle cages, the great clockwork of seasons grinding its gears. The stones trembled, dislodging a shower of amber maple keys that swirled into a map glowing with foxfire light. "The heartwood's rhythm falters," said a voice like wind through wheat. The oldest stone, its surface etched with lichen runes, sighed. "Seek the guardian where shadow and sapling marry, but mind the hollow's breath, it hungers for chaos." As twilight painted the forest in violet and umber, they found the guardian, a willow whose branches wept liquid moonlight, her trunk scarred by a jagged wound oozing black resin. Beneath her boughs knelt Rowan, a fox whose autumn fire fur had gone dull as ash. "It came whispering," he rasped, paw resting on the poisoned gash. "Promised endless summer if I. Sorrel's talons clicked against an exposed root pulsing weakly. "The hollow's lies have taken root in doubt. We must mend the song before solstice's gate closes." The remedy required 3 harmonies. 1, the forgotten chord, honey drawn from midnight blooms that only glowworms know. 2, the silent verse, a feather shed during a phoenix's rebirth, found in the eyrie of cloud-weaving eagles. 3, the unseen rhythm, the pause between a mother tree's heartbeat and her sapling's breath. Thistle's quest led her climbing silver lichen ladders to where storm clouds nested. There she traded stories with eerie guardians, tales of salmon leaping up star trails, until they gifted a feather still warm with dawn's blush. Rowan, voice hoarse from resisting the hollow's song, unearthed midnight blooms beneath the cemetery of forgotten seasons, their petals shimmering with trapped starlight. But the unseen rhythm eluded them until, in the dew-laden hour when night and morning hold hands, Thistle noticed the sapling. Barely knee-high, its leaves trembled against the poisoned willow's trunk. As the older tree's roots groaned, the sapling pressed closer, sap tears welling where bark met bark. Thistle placed her paw on their joined roots and felt it. The pause. Not emptiness, but a breath held in love. Under Sorrel's guidance, they wove the harmonies into a salve of singing sap and spider silk bandages. As the willow's wound closed, winter's first true snow began, not the killing frost that had crept in early, but fat flakes that tucked the forest into a downy quilt. The sapling's leaves turned to stained glass ice, refracting rainbows across the mending bark. At the victory feast beneath crystalline stars, fireflies spelling gratitude in bioluminescent script, sorrel-nuzzled thistles' quills. Remember, little warden, balance isn't perfection. It's the courage to mend what's broken together. Years later, when Thistle's own prickly students marveled at the willow's scar now blooming with orchids, she'd smile, tracing the sapling, now strong and straight, whose roots still cradled its mother's. The forest song never truly breaks, she'd say, as snowflakes kiss their noses. It simply waits for listening hearts to echo it back. And in the deepest winter nights, if you press your ear to frost-embroidered earth, you might hear it, the thrum of ancient roots, the laughter of streams remembering their course, the soft symphony of a world that knows healing is always possible, one mended breath at a time. Story 33. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual snow, there lived a girl named Lila, whose hands were always stained with earth from her mother's garden. Her world smelled of rosemary and rain, of sun-warmed stone and the sweet decay of autumn leaves. But it was the ancient oak at the edge of their property that called to her most, a gnarled giant with branches like bent fingers, its trunk hollowed by centuries of storms. Inside that hollow, on an afternoon when the light turned the color of honey, Lila found a lantern. It was no ordinary thing. The metal was tarnished silver, etched with constellations she couldn't name, and though there was no candle within, it glowed faintly, as if holding captive a fragment of moonlight. When she lifted it, the air hummed, a sound like bees in lavender, like the vibration of a plucked harp string. That night the lantern's light brightened as stars emerged, casting patterns on her bedroom wall that shifted and danced. One constellation, a leaping hare, detached itself entirely, floating toward her window. When she followed it, bare feet whispering through dewy grass, the hare light led her to the oak, where a door now gaped in the hollow, framing a path of luminous moss that wound into the forest's heart. The hidden world beyond was called the gloaming, a place where twilight never deepened to night, where trees bore blossoms that chimed like glass wind chimes, and rivers flowed with liquid starlight. It was here she met Tarn, a creature as peculiar as the realm itself. His body resembled an otter's, sleek and supple, but his fur shimmered opalescent, shifting hues with his movements. His eyes, wide and luminous, were the exact gold of the lantern's glow. "You've brought the warden's light," he said, voice like water over smooth stones. "It hasn't shone here in 3 lifetimes." Tarn explained that the gloaming was kept alive by 4 ancient anchors, the hearth a pool of liquid fire, the spire a crystal mountain, the loom a tree weaving threads of seasons, and the tide a waterfall flowing upward into the sky. But the anchors were failing. The hearth's flames guttered low, the spire's crystal had grown cloudy, the loom's threads frayed, and the tide's waters stuttered in their ascent. Without them, the gloaming would dissolve into eternal night. "The lantern is the key to healing them," Tarn said. "But only someone from your world can wield it." Thus began their journey, a pilgrimage through bioluminescent groves where mushrooms pulsed like heartbeat, across meadows where the grass sang when trod upon. The lantern's light revealed what was hidden, a bridge of spider silk spanning a ravine, a staircase carved into the trunk of a sequoia, a portal in a pool's reflection. Along the way they gathered allies, Wynn, a sentient thicket of brambles with a core of amber light, and Sorrel, a moth-winged girl who communicated through the scent of flowers, jasmine for yes, lavender for caution, honeysuckle for joy. Their first trial came at the hearth, a cavern where magma should have roared but now pooled sluggishly, its light dimmed. The lantern revealed a fracture in the cavern wall, through which crept viscous shadows that drank the fire's warmth. "Night roots," Tarn murmured. "They grow where fear takes hold." Layla realized then that the anchors didn't fail randomly. they were poisoned by emotions from her own world. The hearth was choked by the coldness of loneliness, the spire clouded by lies, the loom frayed by haste, the tide faltering under the weight of despair. To heal the hearth, Lila had to feed it not wood or coal, but memories of connection. She closed her eyes and poured into the lantern's light recollections, her mother's hands guiding hers in the soil, her father's laughter as he swung her onto his shoulders, the way her baby brother's fingers curled trustingly around hers. The lantern flared, its beams scouring the shadows. The magma surged, painting the cavern in hues of apricot and crimson, and the night roots withered to ash. The spire proved trickier. Its crystal facets, once reflecting the gloaming's beauty, now showed only twisted half-truths. A village of mirror people lived there, their faces blurred as smudged glass. "We've forgotten our true forms," their elder sighed, voice crackling like breaking ice. To mend the spire, Lila had to shatter it, a terrifying prospect. But Tarn pressed his forehead to hers, his fur warm as a sunbeam. "Courage isn't the absence of fear," he said. "It's love's answer to it." She swung the lantern hard, its light a physical force. The crystal exploded not into shards, but into a rain of prisms that settled into a new spire, luminous and whole. The mirror people's features sharpened into individuality, freckles, scars, laughter lines. By the time they reached the loom, a massive ash tree weaving threads of emerald spring, citrine summer, ruby autumn, and sapphire winter, the gloaming's decay had accelerated. The sky crackled with static, and the air tasted of metal. The loom's threads snapped wildly, tangling seasons into chaos, snow falling atop wildflowers, apples rotting before they ripened. Wind's thorns combed through the mess, sorrel's pollen soothing the frayed strands, but the true remedy lay in Lila's willingness to slow down. For 3 days and nights she sat beneath the loom, knotting threads with deliberate care, humming lullabies her grandmother had taught her. Patience, the tree seemed to sigh, its branches settling. The threads began to glide smoothly once more. The final anchor, the tide, was the most perilous. The waterfall flowed backward into a storm-churned sky, but now it trembled, droplets falling like tears. To reach its source they rode sorrel's wings through the tempest, the lantern barely piercing the gloom. At the waterfall's crest they found the tide's heart, a sphere of water containing a single, drowning star. "It's suffocating under sorrow," Tarn said. Lila knew this feeling. She'd carried it when her grandfather passed, when friends had moved away. But the lantern couldn't heal this alone. It needed shared vulnerability. One by one, they pressed their palms to the sphere. Wind shared the grief of being uprooted, Sorrel the ache of being misunderstood, Tarn the loneliness of being the last of his kind. Lila offered her own sorrows, small and large. The star flared, the water surged upward triumphantly, and the storm broke into a dawn streaked with rose and tangerine. In the restored gloaming, the companions lingered beneath the loom's branches, now heavy with ripe plums that tasted of summer mornings. Tarn's fur had deepened to a twilight blue, his eyes soft. "You'll forget," he warned her. "Those who leave the gloaming rarely remember." Lila shook her head, clutching the lantern. "I won't." But even as she spoke, the edges of her memory blurred, the scent of wind's amber core, the melody of sorrel's wings, the exact timbre of Tarn's voice. When she woke in her bed, dawn blushing the sky, the lantern sat cold and ordinary on her nightstand. Had it been a dream? But her palms were stained with plum juice, and in her pocket lay a single opalescent scale. She ran to the oak, but the hollow held only shadows and spiderwebs. Yet that evening, lighting a candle in the lantern, she saw it, a tiny leaping hair in the flame. And when she stepped into the garden, the world seemed to hum, as if just beyond sight, a otter-shaped shadow kept pace with her, and the wind carried the faintest scent of jasmine. Years later, when Lila had children of her own, she told them of a magical realm where kindness mended broken things, where friendship took unexpected forms and where light, no matter how small, could always guide you home. She never found the door in the oak again, but in the quiet moments, when fireflies blinked in harmony, when the northern lights danced unusually low, she'd smile, knowing somewhere a shimmering creature remembered her too. And in the gloaming at the edge of the hearth's pool, a statue of a girl and her otter companion stood, carved from crystal and starlight, forever guarding the light that saved them all. Story 34. Story 34. Story 35. Story 35. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills that turned lavender at twilight, there lived a shy girl named Clara who collected buttons. Not ordinary pearly shirt buttons or brass coat fasteners, but peculiar ones. A crimson disc shaped like a ladybug, a silver square etched with moon phases, a ceramic oval painted with a tiny storm cloud. She kept them in an old biscuit tin beneath her bed, their faint whispers of stories half heard through her pillow as she slept. On the eve of her 12th birthday, while searching the attic for her misplaced left boot, Clara discovered a teapot behind a moth-eaten curtain. It was utterly unremarkable, dull pewter, slightly dented, with a spout like a drooping tulip, except for the button fastened where the lid knob should be. Her breath caught. The button was a perfect circle of midnight blue enamel, with 7 silver specks arranged in a constellation she couldn't name. When she touched it, warmth hummed against her fingertips like a cat's purr. "Ah," said a voice like steam rising from fresh-baked bread. Clara nearly dropped the teapot. "You found the samovar of 7 skies. Do mind the handle, it's still cross about the incident of 1893. The spout twitched. Clara's knees met the dusty floorboards. You talk. All properly enchanted teaware does, child, though we prefer listening." The lid lifted slightly, revealing a glimpse of swirling vapor that smelled of cinnamon and starlight. "That button was your grandmother's, you know. She left instructions. If anyone under 14 discovers me before the next blue moon, they are to be given 1 kettle's worth of adventure. Shall I put the brew on?" Before Clara could answer, the room filled with the scent of rain-soaked elderflowers. The teapot grew warm in her hands, its constellation button glowing as the world dissolved into silvery mist. She materialized kneeling on a bridge made of interlocked spoons, arching over a river that flowed upward into a sky dotted with paper lanterns. The air tasted of candied violets. A hedgehog in a waistcoat scurried from under her elbow, balancing a teacup on its head. Latecomers to the left, early arrivers to the right, and mind the gap in the 3rd plank. It squeaked, then froze upon seeing her. "Oh crumbs, human child." "Where?" "Between the steam and the saucer, obviously." The hedgehog adjusted its tiny spectacles. "You've taken the midnight brew, haven't you? Come along then, can't have you wandering into the sugar swamps alone. Name's Mimble." As they crossed the singing bridge, which trilled a waltz whenever stepped upon, Mimble explained between nervous sniffs. This was the realm of Hearthside, where lost kitchen magic collected like crumbs in a pocket. Used to be bustling, but ever since the Guardian fell into the slumbering steep, things keep unraveling. He pointed with a quivering paw to a patch of sky where 2 lanterns flickered weakly, their light dimming as Clara watched. "The stars are going out." Not stars, embers from the first kettle's fire. When the last one fades, Hearthside crumbles to dust. Mimble's teacup rattled. "We've tried everything." The Whisk twins attempted a meringue ladder to reach the Guardian's tower. Professor Oolong sent up smoke signals. Even the Marmalade Brigade launched their sticky reserves. Clara touched the teapot at her belt, now no larger than a thimble. "What does the Guardian guard?" "The last flame, child," rumbled a new voice. An elderly badger emerged from a grove of cinnamon-stick trees, his fur the color of well-steeped chamomile. "I am Bramble, keeper of the spice archives. The flame's light is what binds our world together, and yours, though your kind has forgotten." His nose twitched toward her teapot. Ah, the samovar chooses wisely. As night, or what passed for night here, deepened, Clara pieced together the puzzle. The guardian, a great firebird made of living embers, had retreated to its crystal tower after being wounded by a shard of broken mirror. Only a song made from 7 true sounds could wake it, but the hearthside folk had exhausted their melodies. Perhaps, Bramble mused as they sipped ginger-infused moonlight from acorn cups, your human ears might hear what we cannot. Mimble's quills trembled. But the Tower of Cinders is guarded by the Shiverwinds, and the Inkwell Abyss, and a fox with fur like smoked paprika appeared in a swirl of autumn leaves. And you'll need someone who knows the back roads, she said, tail flickering with actual flames. Name's Ember, I don't normally guide wide-eyed saplings, but... Her fiery eyes softened as she looked at Clara's button collection, now glowing faintly. You've got a thread of the old magic, might be enough to stitch the path together. The journey unfolded like a tablecloth shaken out for a feast. They outwitted the Shiverwinds by offering them a lullaby Clara composed using her button whispers, the first true sound, memory. They crossed the Inkwell Abyss on a raft made from Bramble's oldest recipes. The Inkai waves calmed by Clara reading allowed the ingredient list's second sound, truth. In a valley where time pooled like spilled honey, they found a bell forged from a meteorite's heart, third sound, wonder, though lifting it required all 4 of them working in unison. Your grandmother once told me, Bramble panted as they hauled the bell up a lichen-coated slope, that human hearts have chambers like teapots, able to hold both bitter and sweet. Ember snorted sparks. Save the philosophy for after we survive the shadow siphon. The 4th challenge came in a forest of frozen teardrops, where their breath hung crystallized in the air. Here the samovar's warmth proved vital. Clara poured steaming brew into the cracks, releasing trapped laughter, 4th sound, joy. Mimble, emboldened by their progress, retrieved the 5th sound from behind a waterfall of liquid silver, courage, using his teacup as a makeshift bucket. At the gates of the Tower of Cinders, they faced their greatest trial, a mosaic of shattered reflections showing every unkind word Clara had ever swallowed. They'll cut you deeper than any blade, Ember warned, her flames dimming. Turn back now, little button keeper, and you'll survive. But Clara, remembering her grandmother's hands teaching her to sew, stepped forward. I think they're just lonely. She pressed her palm against the sharpest shard. Hurt people, right? The glass misted. From her pocket she drew the storm cloud button, the one that always hummed with April rain. As the first drop fell, the fragments melted into a pool reflecting starlight instead of scars, 6th sound. Forgiveness. The tower's heart held an immense nest of charred rosemary branches. There lay the guardian, its plumage reduced to smoldering wisps. Clara approached, the samovar now full-sized and singing softly. 1 sound remains, Bramble murmured. Ember's tail flame guttered. What if we came all this way for nothing? But Clara was listening, not with her ears, but with the place where her grandmother's stories lived. From the teapot's spout poured not tea, but the quiet between heartbeats, the hush before a kiss on a scraped knee, the unspoken love in folded laundry left warm on a bed. The 7th sound, belonging, settled over the firebird like a blanket fresh from the clothesline. With a cry that shook loose stardust from the rafters, the guardian awoke. Dawn found Clara back in her attic, the teapot cool in her hands. Had it been a dream? But then she noticed her buttons, each now bore a tiny new detail. Mimble's spectacles on the storm cloud, Bramble's pawprint on the moon phases, Ember's flame dancing across the ladybug's wings. Downstairs, the smell of gingerbread wafted up. As Clara descended, she paused by the kitchen window. Somewhere between the cobwebs and the light, she could almost see a bridge of singing spoons, a fox's fiery tail winking like a farewell kiss. That night, as the first true stars emerged, Clara placed the samovar on her windowsill. The constellation button glowed softly, and if the wind sounded suspiciously like a hedgehog's chuckle, well, that was probably just the house settling. But when she brewed chamomile tea at midnight, the steam curled into the shape of a phoenix. And in her dreams, the guardian's song wove through button whispers, stitching together a promise. Wherever there are stories left untold, the flame never dies. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Beneath a sky the color of steeped chamomile tea, where twilight painted the clouds in lavender and apricot strokes, a girl named Lila discovered a path she'd never seen before. It wound behind the old willow tree at the edge of her village, its entrance hidden by cascading vines strung with bioluminescent berries that glowed like fallen stars. The air hummed with the scent of rain-soaked moss and distant wood smoke, and though every sensible bone in Lila's body whispered turn back, her fingers brushed the vines aside and she stepped through. The path unfurled into a forest unlike any she'd known. Trees towered like cathedral pillars, their bark shimmering with iridescent lichen. Leaves the size of rowboats rustled overhead, filtering the moonlight into dappled patterns that danced across the forest floor. A stream meandered alongside the trail, its water clear as liquid crystal, carrying petals that flickered like tiny lanterns. Lila knelt, cupping a handful, and the petals glowed warmer at her touch, as though greeting her. "Where are you taking me?" she murmured, and the stream bubbled a melody in reply. She followed the water's song until the trees thinned, revealing a meadow bathed in the silvery light of 1,000 fireflies. At its center stood a cluster of mushroom houses, their caps striped in candy red and buttercup yellow, chimneys puffing cinnamon-scented smoke. Before Lila could marvel further, a small voice piped up, "You're just in time for tea." A creature no taller than her knee bustled forward, its body resembling a hedgehog crossed with a dandelion puff, quills soft and glowing faintly, eyes like polished citrine. It held a tiny lantern made of acorn shells, which cast shifting constellations onto the grass. "I'm Fig," the creature said, bowing so deeply their snout nearly touched the ground. "Keeper of lost things and part-time baker, you've come for the moonlit conclave, yes." Without waiting for an answer, Fig tugged Lila toward the largest mushroom, where a table was set with cups of steaming elderflower tea and cakes dusted in crushed violets. Around it sat other creatures, a moth with wings like stained glass, a fox whose fur shifted colors like the northern lights, and a rock-shaped being that chimed when it laughed. "The conclave's a meeting of wanderers," explained the moth, sipping tea through a proboscis curled like a candy cane. "We share stories to light the way for those who come after." The fox nodded, pushing a plate of cakes toward Lila. "But first, you must give something to the Well of Whispers." They pointed a paw toward a stone well at the meadow's edge, its rim carved with runes that pulsed faintly. "It asks for courage, not coins," the fox added gently. Lila approached the well, peering into its depths. Instead of water, she saw swirling mist that whispered in voices like wind through reeds. "What do you carry that weighs heavy?" Her throat tightened. She thought of the fear she'd clutched since childhood, the dread of losing her way, of being too small in a vast world. Squeezing her eyes shut, she whispered, "I'm afraid of disappearing." The mist surged upward, wrapping her in a cool embrace, and when it faded, a weight she hadn't realized she'd carried was gone. Around her neck hung a pendant she hadn't arrived with, a teardrop of amber, inside which a firefly's light pulsed steadily. Fig clapped their paws. "Now you're ready." The conclave's stories unfolded like tapestries. The moth spoke of a valley where dreams took root and bloomed into flowers. The fox recounted outwitting a landslide by teaching it a lullaby. When Lila's turn came, her words stumbled at first, but the amber at her throat glowed brighter, and she found herself telling of the willow tree, the hidden path, the shimmering forest. "I thought I'd be lost," she admitted, "but I think being lost is just another way of finding something new." The well of whispers hummed approvingly. As dawn tinged the horizon, Fig pressed a paper-wrapped bundle into Lila's hands. "Mapleberry scones for the road," they said. "Mind the Bridge of Echoes on your way back. It likes to play tricks." The return journey led Lila to a gorge, where a bridge of woven moonlight arched over a rushing river. As she stepped onto it, the bridge shivered, and her own voice echoed around her. "You'll never be brave enough. You'll forget your way." Layla froze, her pulse a frantic drumbeat, until she remembered the stories. Kneeling, she touched the bridge and said, "I'd like to hear your story." The echoes stuttered, then shifted. The river's roar softened into a song about mountains it had carved and valleys it had nourished. The bridge steadied and Lila crossed, the pendant at her throat gleaming like a captured star. When she pushed through the willow's vines once more, dawn had broken over her village. The path behind her vanished, but the amber pendant remained, warm against her skin. That night, as she lay in bed, the firefly's light flickered in time with her heartbeat, and she realized something. The world was vast, yes, but so was her place in it. Years later, villagers would speak of a woman who could find paths no one else could see, who carried a light that never dimmed. But Lila knew the secret. That courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to whisper, yes, when the world invited you to wonder. And sometimes, if you listened closely, the stream in the forest still sang her name, a reminder that no journey ever truly ends. It simply becomes part of someone else's beginning. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the Whispering Glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the Whispering Glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. "Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms." Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "A rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Brook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Hearthstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Hearthstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Hearthstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Hearthstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Story 82. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Story 83. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 84. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There, a rabbit with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Lila found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Story 85. Story 86. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and sunlight filtered gently through a canopy of ancient oaks, there existed a world untouched by time. This was a land where the whispers of the wind carried secrets from one generation to the next, and every creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest stag, played a role in the grand tapestry of life. The forest was alive with colors and sounds that danced through the senses, leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, streams murmuring over smooth stones, and the distant calls of birds that painted the sky with their graceful arcs. Here, nature was both the stage and the storyteller, weaving tales of harmony and balance that had been passed down through countless seasons. At the heart of this forest stood a great oak, its branches stretching wide, as if to embrace the sky. It was known as the elder tree, the guardian of the forest, and beneath its boughs, creatures of all kinds gathered to share their stories and learn from its ancient wisdom. The elder tree had seen the birth of stars and the passing of ages, and its deep, resonant voice was a soothing balm to all who listened. One cool autumn morning, as the sun began its lazy ascent, painting the sky with strokes of amber and gold, a gentle squirrel named Fern scurried through the fallen leaves. Her fur was the color of warm chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Fern had long been enchanted by the stories told by the elder tree, and she often found herself drawn to the gatherings beneath its expansive branches. That morning, as the forest awoke in a symphony of sound and color, Fern noticed something unusual. The leaves, usually vibrant in their autumnal hues, seemed to be shimmering with a soft, golden light. It was as if the forest itself was glowing, breathing with a life more vivid than ever before. Intrigued, Fern quickened her pace, eager to reach the elder tree and uncover the mystery of this magical dawn. As she arrived, she found a small assembly of forest creatures already gathered. Wise old badgers, graceful deer, and a family of rabbits huddled close together. They all gazed up at the elder tree with a mix of awe and anticipation. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a melody that seemed to emanate from the tree itself, resonating with the heartbeat of the forest. The elder tree, sensing the presence of its attentive audience, began to speak in its deep, melodious voice, rich with the wisdom of ages. "Dear friends," it intoned, "today you witness a rare and wondrous phenomenon, the dance of the seasons. It is a time when the essence of the forest shifts, a sign of balance and renewal, as one season makes way for another." The creatures listened with rapt attention, their hearts swelling with a sense of unity and purpose. Fern, perched on a low branch, felt a warmth spread through her, as if she were part of something far greater than herself. The elder tree continued, "Each season brings its own gifts and challenges, teaching us lessons of patience, resilience, and harmony. We must cherish these gifts and learn from them, for they are the threads that weave the fabric of our world." As the elder tree spoke, the shimmering light intensified, enveloping the forest in a gentle glow. It was as if the very soul of the forest was singing, a melody of life and light that filled every corner of the ancient woods. Fern closed her eyes, letting the music wash over her, feeling a deep connection to the earth and sky, to every leaf and creature that called this place home. In that moment, Fern understood the true meaning of balance, the delicate dance between the changing seasons, each one a vital part of the greater whole. She realized that just as the forest embraced the cycle of life, so too must she embrace the changes in her own journey, trusting in the wisdom of the ages and the power of friendship and community. As the light began to fade, returning the forest to its familiar hues, the creatures slowly dispersed, their hearts full of wonder and gratitude. Fern lingered a moment longer, her eyes turned skyward, silently thanking the elder tree for sharing its wisdom and the beauty of the dance of the seasons. With a newfound sense of purpose, Fern bounded back through the forest, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would meet them with courage and grace, drawing strength from the lessons of the forest and the enduring bonds of friendship. As the day turned to dusk and the moon rose high above the treetops, casting a silver glow over the sleeping forest, the ancient woods remained a sanctuary of peace and harmony. And beneath the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the creatures of the forest dreamt of the endless cycle of seasons, each one a testament to the beauty and balance of nature. In the quiet of the night, the wind carried the promise of a new dawn, whispering tales of hope and renewal to all who listened. And so the forest lived on, a timeless realm where magic and reality danced hand in hand, a gentle reminder of the enduring power of nature and the wisdom found in every leaf and stone. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze, and a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Story 99. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge. As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. In the quiet village of Hearthwick, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like silver thread and cobblestones glistened with morning dew, there lived a girl named Clara, whose hands were always speckled with ink from mending books. Her days passed in the warm amber light of Mr. Bramble's curiosity shop, where cracked globes whispered of distant winds and porcelain dolls with chipped smiles kept centuries of secrets. But it was on the eve of her 12th birthday, while dusting a shelf cluttered with forgotten trinkets, that Clara discovered the teapot. It was no ordinary vessel. Its porcelain surface shimmered like moonlight on a frozen pond, etched with constellations that shifted when touched. The spout curved like a swan's neck, and when Clara tilted it toward the window, the painted stars inside swirled as though stirred by an invisible spoon. A faint hum vibrated against her palms, resonating with the peculiar ache she'd carried since her mother's passing, a loneliness that clung like burrs to wool. That night, as Clara lay in her attic room with its sloping ceilings and moth-hollowed quilts, the teapot began to sing. It started as a murmur, low and honeyed, the sound of a kettle sighing on a hearth. Then words emerged, clear and bright as spring water. Seek the roots where memories sleep, where silver leaves turn secrets deep. The voice pooled in the air like melted caramel, and from the teapot's mouth bloomed a wisp of steam that twisted into the shape of an owl, its wings edged with starlight. Without thinking, Clara reached out, and the moment her fingers brushed the phantom feathers, her room dissolved. She stood in a forest of towering grandfather clocks, their pendulums swinging in unison like metallic heartbeats. Moonlight dripped through the canopy of gears above, casting sprocket-shaped shadows on a path paved with worn piano keys. A breeze carried the scent of aged paper and bergamot, and somewhere in the distance, a cello's mournful note trembled. "First time, is it?" chirped a voice. At Clara's feet sat a hedgehog in a waistcoat woven from autumn leaves, its quills dusted with cinnamon. It adjusted tiny spectacles and sniffed. "You've got the look, all wide eyes and wobbly knees. Name's Thistle. I'd say pleased to meet you, but let's reserve judgment till you stop gawking." Thistle became her guide through the clockwork woods, where hourglasses grew like mushrooms and rivers of liquid mercury wound through the trees. He explained the teapot was a Nemesis urn, forged by star weavers to heal fractured hearts. It doesn't erase sorrow, he cautioned as they crossed a bridge of frozen songbirds, all harmonizing in their icy sleep, but helps you carry it if you're brave enough to brew the truth. Their journey led them to the grove of echoing stones, where every pebble held a laugh, a sigh, or a fragment of a forgotten lullaby. Here they met Lurael, a willow-thin woman with hair like cascading candle smoke and eyes that flickered between emerald and twilight. She tended the grove, pressing stones to her ear like seashells before placing them in rattling baskets. "The urn's magic is fading," Lurael murmured, her voice the creak of a rocking chair. "Its keeper abandoned it mid-song. To restore it, you must find the coda, the memory that was left unsteeped." She pressed a stone into Clara's palm. It pulsed warmly, releasing the scent of lavender and a woman's voice humming, "Sleep, my little starling." Clara's breath hitched. "That's my mother." Lurael nodded. "The urn chooses those with unfinished symphonies, but beware the hollow hour, a creature that feeds on abandoned memories. It'll try to tempt you with prettier pasts." The path grew steeper, the air thickening with the tang of unshed tears. Clock trees gave way to jagged mirrors reflecting Clara's loneliest moments, sitting alone at the village feast, staring at her mother's empty chair, watching other children skip stones while she mended books. Thistle nudged her ankle. "Don't linger. Mirrors are liars. They show slices, not the whole pie." When the hollow hour appeared, it wore Clara's face, but smoother, brighter, a version untouched by grief. "Stay with me," it crooned, its voice syrup-sweet. "I'll give you a world where nothing hurts, no goodbyes, no empty chairs." Behind it shimmered a cottage with glowing windows, a woman's silhouette bending to pull cookies from an oven. Clara's chest ached. The teapot trembled in her hands, its stars dimming. Then she noticed the false mother's shadow didn't move with her. It remained stiff, painted wrong. "Real memories have weight," she whispered, recalling her mother's hands, calloused from gardening, ink-stained from writing letters, alive. "Even the sad ones." The hollow hour shrieked as Clara poured steaming tea into its mouth. The liquid wasn't water but her own memories, mother braiding her hair by firelight, teaching her to stitch bookbindings, whispering stories until coughs stole her voice. The creature dissolved, leaving only the scent of chamomile and a single truth: love outlives breath. In the grove's heart they found the coda, a sapling with bark like aged parchment, its branches heavy with steaming teacups. Each contained a memory, father smiling as he fixed a broken doll, Mr. Bramble leaving gingerbread on her desk, Thistle's grumpy advice. Clara added her stone. The sapling bloomed into a tree of glowing liquid amber, its roots spreading through the forest. The Nemesis earned stars reignited as Clara returned home. Now when she pours tea, the steam carries comfort to others, a widow smelling her husband's pipe tobacco, a homesick sailor tasting his mother's soup, a child hearing lost lullabies. And in the curiosity shop's window, the teapot sits, always warm, waiting for the next heart ready to brew its story. As for Clara, she still mends books, but now adds something extra, a pressed forget-me-not in each cover, its petals holding a single sip of starlight. And when lonely nights creep in, she listens. Somewhere in the village, someone is sipping tea, remembering. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder, as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight, and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. The Keeper of Twilight Lights. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a forest that whispered secrets through its pine needles, there lived a girl named Lila with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 starlit nights. Her favorite hour came when the sun dipped below the horizon and the world turned the soft purple of bruised plums, a time she called the in-between. It was during this twilight that Lila would wander the edge of the woods, collecting pebbles smooth as owl eggs and listening to the crickets hum their evening hymns. One dusk, as the last amber streaks of sunlight clung to the clouds, Lila noticed something glimmering beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Kneeling, she brushed away loam and moss to reveal a lantern unlike any she'd seen. Its glass panels were etched with symbols resembling swirling constellations, and within it burned not a candle, but a cluster of tiny lights that pulsed like fireflies trapped in amber. When she lifted it, the ground trembled faintly, and a path materialized before her, a ribbon of silver moss winding deep into the forest. The air grew sweeter as she followed the trail, carrying notes of honeysuckle and distant campfires. Shadows stretched long and playful, and the trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling in approval. At the path's end stood a gate woven from ivy and twilight, guarded by a fox with fur like smoldering embers. His eyes, twin pools of liquid gold, blinked slowly. "You found the Lantern of Veils," he said, his voice a rumble of distant thunder. "It chooses who may enter the gloaming." Lila's breath caught. The gloaming. "A realm that exists in the breath between day and night," the fox replied. "But its light is fading. The northern vault, where all forgotten radiance is stored, has been sealed. Without it, the gloaming will crumble into eternal shadow." He nudged the lantern with his nose, and the symbols on its surface began to rotate. "You must reignite the vault, but beware. The path is watched by the Shade Weaver, who fears light more than anything." The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, led Lila through the gate. The gloaming unfolded like a watercolor painting, rivers of liquid starlight, meadows where flowers chimed like glass bells, and trees with bark that shimmered like fish scales. But as they journeyed north, Lila noticed cracks in the earth and patches where the sky had frayed into void. Long ago, Ember explained, the gloaming's light was replenished by memories, laughter trapped in soap bubbles, the glow of a child's first snowfall, the warm haze of a grandmother's story. But humans began to hoard their joy, locking it away in hearts grown heavy with worry. The vault's guardian, the keeper, vanished, and the door sealed itself. Lila tightened her grip on the lantern. "How do we open it?" with a thread of shared light, said Ember. But the shade weaver will try to unravel it. As if summoned, the air grew cold. A figure emerged from the trees, a woman with a dress of swirling smoke and a face that shifted like mist. "Little thief," she hissed. "You cannot mend what is broken. Light burns, it fades. Better to let the dark claim it gently." Lila's pulse quickened, but Ember stepped forward, his tail bristling. "You mistake kindness for weakness, Weaver. There is strength in what lasts, even a little while." The Shade Weaver lunged, her fingers clawed and cold. Lila swung the lantern, and its light flared, painting the forest in hues of topaz and rose. The Weaver recoiled, screaming, and melted into the shadows. Quickly, Ember urged, "She'll return." They reached the northern vault at dawn, or what passed for dawn in the gloaming, a slow blush of peach light bleeding through the trees. The vault was a towering arch of ice and iron, its surface etched with scenes of children dancing, lovers whispering, and elders smiling under cherry blossom trees. At its center was a keyhole shaped like a teardrop. Lila raised the lantern, but nothing happened. "What's wrong?" Ember's ears flattened. "The key is a memory, one you must give freely." Lila closed her eyes. She thought of her father teaching her to whistle with an acorn cap, of her mother braiding daisies into her hair, of the time the village had gathered to relight the midsummer bonfire after a storm. Each memory tugged at her heart, bright and aching. The lantern's lights swirled faster, then streamed toward the keyhole, weaving into a luminous thread. The vault door groaned open, releasing a cascade of light that flowed like syrup, golden, honeyed, alive. It seeped into the cracked earth, mending the gloaming's wounds. The Shade Weaver's scream echoed one last time before dissolving into a sigh. Ember nuzzled Lila's hand. "You've done it, Keeper. But I'm not. You are now, the lantern chose you. It will always return when the gloaming needs tending." Lila stepped back through the ivy gate at twilight's edge, the lantern dimming to a soft glow. The village lay unchanged, but she felt different, fuller, as if she'd swallowed a piece of the moon. That night, as she drifted to sleep, she glimpsed Ember in her window, winking like a stray ember before vanishing into the dark. Years later, when storms raged or winters bit deep, villagers would murmur of a girl seen wandering the forest edge, a lantern in hand, its light painting the trees in colors no mortal fire could conjure. They spoke of shadows that parted for her, of flowers blooming in her footsteps, and of a fox with eyes like melted gold trailing silently behind. Lila grew married, grew old, but the lantern never left her. On her last evening, as she sat beneath the ancient oak, the air turned sweet with honeysuckle, and Ember appeared, young as ever. "Ready, Keeper?" he asked. She smiled, her face creased like a well-loved map. "Always." The lantern's light enveloped them, and together they stepped into the gloaming, where the sky was forever the color of remembered joy, and the stars sang lullabies only the brave of heart could hear. And so, the village tales say, if you stand very still at the in-between hour, you might glimpse a trail of silver moss, or hear the faint chime of glass flowers. But you must look with eyes unclouded by haste, and a heart light enough to carry memories, both bitter and sweet, like fireflies in a jar. For the gloaming endures, tended by those who understand that light, no matter how fragile, grows brighter when shared. In a valley cradled between whispering pines and mountains wearing crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young gardener named Lila, whose hands could coax blossoms from stubborn soil. Her cottage stood at the edge of Winding Brook village, its stone walls draped in honeysuckle that hummed with sleepy bees each afternoon. For years, Lila's world had been measured in predictable rhythms, the unfurling of fern fronds in spring, the precise tilt of sunflower faces tracking the sun, the way frost etched fractal patterns on her window pane every first of frost moon. But this autumn, the wind carried a different song. The trouble began when the clockwork oak at the village square, an ancient tree whose leaves turned like golden gears, began shedding its timekeeping foliage too early. Petals on Lila's moon lilies, which normally glowed until dawn, dimmed at midnight. Her fingers, usually sure and steady as they tucked seeds into earth, fumbled at their work. "It's just the season turning," she told her rabbit companion, Thistle, as they gathered asters by Silver Stream. But the water's reflection showed wrinkles that didn't belong to her 23 years, and when she blinked, they vanished like ripples. One twilight, as Lila scrubbed clay from her boots by the hearth, a knock trembled through her oaken door. There stood old Hazel, the village star reader, her cloak stitched with constellations that shifted when you didn't look directly at them. "The earth whispers that you've been feeding your roses salt water," she said, not unkindly, her breath smelling of lavender and something older than the hills. Behind her, Hazel's badger familiar, Nettle, carried a basket of peculiar mushrooms in his teeth. "My garden won't listen any more," Lila confessed, the admission curling like steam from her tea. "The more I try to make things stay as they were, the faster they." She gestured to her windowsill, where a vase of everblooms had shed their petals in a heap of crimson sorrow. Hazel's eyes softened, the way stones soften over centuries of river caresses. "Come to the Glimmerroot Grove at moon-high. Bring your fears and an empty jar." The grove was not marked on any village map, for its entrance revealed itself only to those who'd forgotten the path 3 times. Lila stumbled there by following the glow of will-o'-the-wisps that danced like misplaced stars, her boots crunching through frost-kissed ferns. What she found took her breath away: trees with bark like swirling galaxies, bioluminescent mushrooms pulsing in harmony with her heartbeat, an air so thick with magic it tasted of elderberry wine. "Every gardener tends 2 plots," Hazel said, emerging from behind a tree whose branches grew crystal apples. "The one you kneel in, calloused hands in dirt, and the one here." She pressed a palm to Lila's chest. "Yours has been all thorns and no rain." Nettle nudged Lila's ankle with his damp nose. When she knelt, the badger dropped a seed into her palm, iridescent, warm, slightly sad. "What does it grow?" she asked. "Whatever you've buried too deep to bloom." That night, Lila planted the seed in a clay pot by her bedside. She dreamed of a clock whose numbers were root systems, ticking backward. When she woke, a sapling had erupted from the soil, its translucent leaves reflecting not light but memories. Her mother's laugh tangled in wind chimes, the way her father's hands shaped scarecrows that waved at passing children, the last hug from her sister before she left to map the singing deserts. Each leaf trembled, threatening to fall. "It's dying," she whispered to Thistle at dawn. The rabbit thumped his foot, once, twice, until a shower of dandelion puffs drifted in through the open window. Where they landed, tiny voices chimed, "Let go, let grow. Let go, let grow." Hazel returned in a cloak of fog, bringing a compass that pointed not north, but toward whatever the holder feared most. "Walk where the needle leads," she instructed. "But take this." From her basket came a lantern powered not by flame, but a captured sunrise moth. Its light made shadows dance like eager storytellers. The compass led Lila to the hollow's edge, a cliffside where the village's forgotten memories pooled like groundwater. There, in a cave veiled by weeping vines, she found her own reflection in a stalagmite mirror. Not the face she washed each morning, but a younger self, 8 years old, knees grass-stained, cradling a robin's egg cracked during a storm. "You tried so hard to put it back together," the reflection said, voice echoing with cave damp. "But some breaks are doors." The girl opened her palms. Instead of shell fragments, a dozen butterflies emerged, wings the blue of twilight's first breath. When Lila returned home, the sapling in her room had grown thorns. Yet between the spikes hung buds shaped like teardrops. That evening, as she sang to her wilting moon lilies, a lullaby her grandmother had taught her, smelling of rye bread and resilience, the first bud bloomed. Its petals were mirrors, and in them Lila saw not flaws, but the tender green shoots beneath a forest fire's ashes. The village festival of the Frostfire lights arrived, a night when residents floated lanterns down Silver Stream to honor what they'd released. Layla stood apart, clutching an unlit lantern shaped like a closed rose. Hazel found her staring at the laughing crowd, their faces painted warm by firelight. "My sapling's finally flowering," Lila said. "But when I look at it, I feel homesick for my sadness. Isn't that foolish?" Nettle sneezed, conjuring a miniature rainbow that arched over their boots. Hazel chuckled. "The bravest magic isn't conquering change, but learning to miss the shore as you sail." She pressed a pine cone into Lila's hand that unfolded into a tiny owl. "Now light your lantern, child. The water's patient, but dawn isn't." What Lila released wasn't a single memory, but the dusty crate of nevers she'd hoarded. "I'll never have Mother's talent for weather magic. Never stop aching for the past." Never the lantern caught fire mid-river, transforming into a swan that dove beneath the current and emerged as a constellation. At winter's first snow, Lila's sapling bore fruit, jewel-like orbs containing liquid starlight. When sipped, they granted visions of possible futures. Her cottage with new vines clambering up the east wall, Thistle fathering a mischief of leverets, her sister returning with sand still clinging to her boots, laughing about cactus songs. None were certain, all were beautiful. Her moon lilies bloomed again that night, brighter than ever. Villagers would later swear they saw a girl dancing among them, barefoot in the snow, accompanied by a rabbit and badger chasing each other's shadows. The clockwork oak's gears slowed to their proper rhythm, though occasionally a leaf would still fall early, not as a mistake, but as a wink. When spring came, Lila planted a new garden at Hollow's edge. The flowers there changed daily, tulips that became snapdragons at noon, roses that melted into lavender under the stars. Children left letters to their future selves in its soil, which the earth swallowed with a contented sigh. Travelers tasting the nectar from its everblooms claimed it reminded them of something they couldn't name, something like the moment before a first kiss, or the hush when a symphony lifts its bows. Hazel, sipping dandelion wine on Lila's porch as fireflies performed their twilight waltz, smiled at her apprentice. "You've mastered the 7th season. The one between winter and spring?" Lila asked, brushing soil from her palms. "The one that lives in all seasons," Hazel corrected, as Thistle dozed in her lap, nose twitching at dreams of clover. "The turning where endings hold hands with beginnings, and the bravest thing a heart can do is beat in 3/4 time." And so the valley hummed on, a lullaby of crickets and rustling pages, of rivers rewriting their stones, of a gardener who learned to hold life's melody lightly, like a petal balanced on an open palm, ready to dance when the next breeze came. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. "The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits." Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. The lantern light trembled in the crisp autumn air as Milo paused at the edge of the whisperwood, his breath making little clouds that danced with the falling maple leaves. He'd followed the peculiar map etched into the old library desk, the one that only appeared when moonlight struck the wood at precisely 8:03 p.m., and now stood before a path paved not with stones, but with luminous mushrooms arranged in spiral patterns. Their caps glowed softly in hues of periwinkle and primrose, casting long shadows that seemed to beckon with wiggling fingers of light. The forest exhaled a melody as he stepped onto the mushroom path. Not music exactly, but the creak of ancient trees swaying in conversation, the rustle of ferns unfurling silver fronds, and somewhere distant, the liquid chuckle of water over smooth stones. Milo's boots sank into moss so thick and springy it felt like walking on grandmother's feather quilt, each step releasing the scent of rain-soaked earth and something sweeter, vanilla, honeycomb. That made his stomach rumble despite the butterflies flapping within it. He nearly tripped over the first creature, a hedgehog no larger than his palm, its quills shimmering like polished hematite. It blinked up at him with eyes like molten amber, tiny paws clutching a bundle of acorns wrapped in cobweb thread. "Mind the step," it piped in a voice like wind through reeds, gesturing with its snout toward a root that had indeed begun to rise from the path. Milo crouched, fascinated, as the root reshaped itself into a small archway threaded with bioluminescent lichen. "Thank you," he whispered, but the hedgehog had already vanished, leaving behind a single acorn tied with golden thread. Milo pocketed it carefully, the shell warm against his fingers. Deeper into the wood, the air grew thicker with magic, not the scary sort from storybooks, but the kind that made his sweater sleeves tingle as if full of static. He paused by a brook where the water flowed upward, droplets catching starlight as they defied gravity to water clusters of upside-down violets growing on the underside of a granite shelf. It was there he met Lila, a fox whose fur shifted colors like oil on water, her tail tipped with what appeared to be actual stardust. "You're here for the moonlight market," she stated more than asked, patting circles around him. When Milo nodded, too awestruck to form words, she nosed a birch leaf into his hand. "Trade this at the third stall, and don't pet the willow cats, they shed prophecies and you're not ready for those." The market materialized as he crossed a bridge of woven ferns, lanterns blooming to life one by one like fireflies answering a summons. Stalls lined the clearing, tended by creatures both familiar and fantastical, an owl with books nested in its feathers haggling with a frog wearing a waistcoat, a badger stirring a cauldron of soup that smelled like every good memory Milo had ever tasted. At the third stall, a towering moth with antennae like crystal chandeliers accepted his birch leaf gravely, exchanging it for a compass whose needle pointed not north, but toward needed truths. The challenges came gently, as the forest tested not his might, but his heart. He helped reunite a lost moonbeam with its constellation, discovering the beam was actually a mischievous rabbit made of solidified light. He soothed a weeping sapling by humming the lullaby his mother sang when thunderstorms rattled their farmhouse windows. When faced with a stone door carved with riddles, he realized the answers weren't words but actions, sharing his last walnut cookie with a trio of pebble mice, offering his scarf to a shivering cluster of glowworms. In the grove at the wood's heart, Milo found the source of the map's promise, a tree older than time, its bark etched with stories that shifted as he tilted his head. The roots cradled a pool where the water showed not reflections but possibilities, himself teaching the hedgehog to knit with spider silk, reading poetry to the upside-down violets, learning the language of rain from Lila. As he gazed, the compass grew warm in his hand, its needle spinning wildly before settling on his own chest. "You've always known the way home," murmured the tree, though its leaves didn't move. "Adventure isn't about finding new places, but seeing with new eyes." The return journey felt shorter yet richer, the forest now waving farewell with branches heavy with ripe persimmons, the path offering up a perfect heart-shaped stone that fit snugly in his palm. When Milo emerged from the whisperwood, dawn pinkening the sky like the inside of a seashell, he found the strange acorn from the hedgehog had sprouted in his pocket, a tiny sapling with leaves that chimed when the wind stirred them. He planted it by his bedroom window, where on quiet nights, if he presses his ear to the trunk, he can hear distant fox laughter and the splash of upward-flowing streams. The compass lives on his desk, needle quivering whenever he faces a choice, pointing steadfastly toward kindness. And sometimes, when the moon hits his window at precisely 8:03, the sapling's shadow casts a new map on his wall, but that, as they say, is a story for another night. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Heartglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Heartglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Heartglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Heartglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Heartglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, where the chimneys always puffed gentle wisps of smoke and the cobblestone streets hummed with the whispers of history, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her heart thrummed with curiosity, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 unspoken questions. Each day she would sit by the old stone bridge, watching the brook bubble and dance over smooth, mossy stones, dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lyra's grandmother told her of the enchanted glade, a place whispered about in hushed tones, said to be alive with magic and mysteries. The glade lay beyond the forest that bordered their village, past the towering oaks whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. With a heart full of wonder and a satchel packed with her favorite apple tarts, Lyra set out on a journey to find the enchanted glade. The forest greeted her with its symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle crunch of twigs beneath her feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced like fairies upon the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, the air grew sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of a distant melody tickled her ears, a song without words, yet rich with emotion. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lyra encountered her first companion. A small, plump rabbit, with fur as white as winter's first snow, and eyes like polished onyx, hopped onto her path. With a twitch of its whiskers, it seemed to beckon her to follow. Intrigued, Lyra followed the rabbit as it led her through a maze of towering ferns and over a bubbling brook. The world around her shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as though the very air was woven with threads of magic. Suddenly, the rabbit paused at the edge of a glistening meadow, where the grass swayed like a sea of emerald waves. In the center of this meadow stood a grand, ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, with branches that stretched toward the heavens. Nestled in its roots was a doorway, small yet inviting, with a knocker shaped like a laughing fox. As Lyra reached for the knocker, the door creaked open of its own accord, revealing a spiral staircase that wound downward into the earth. With a deep breath and a flutter of excitement in her chest, Lyra descended the staircase. The walls glowed softly with the light of luminescent moss, guiding her way until she emerged into a cavern unlike any she had ever imagined. The ceiling sparkled with crystalline stalactites, reflecting the gentle glow of a pool at the cavern's heart. Floating above the water were tiny, luminescent creatures, their wings whispering secrets of the ages. Lyra stepped closer, her breath taken by the sheer beauty of it all. It was here she met her second guide, a wise turtle with a shell adorned in colorful patterns that seemed to shift and change with each movement. The turtle spoke in a voice like a summer breeze, inviting her to sit and listen to the stories of the land. As she listened, Lyra learned of the courage that lived within the heart of every explorer and the beauty that awaited those who dared to seek it. The tales woven by the turtle spoke of unity and the strength found in friendship, leaving an imprint on Lyra's heart. With newfound resolve, Lyra thanked the turtle and continued her journey. The path led her through shimmering tunnels, where the very walls sang in harmony to her footsteps, and out into the glade itself. It was a place of unparalleled wonder, where the trees were crowned with blossoms that glowed like stars, and streams of liquid light flowed like rivers of dreams. In this magical place, Lyra found the true treasure of her adventure. It was not the magic that surrounded her, but the courage within her that had guided her to this moment. She had ventured beyond the familiar, faced the unknown, and discovered not only a wondrous world, but also the depths of her own heart. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra retraced her steps back toward Willowbrook. The rabbit and the turtle accompanied her to the edge of the forest, where they bid her farewell with smiles and promises of future adventures. Lyra returned home with stories that danced in her mind and a peace that warmed her soul. As she lay in bed that night, the gentle glow of the moon casting silver patterns across her room, she knew that the glade would always be there, waiting for her next visit. But more importantly, she understood that the courage to explore and the joy of discovery were treasures she could carry with her always. And so, with a heart full of dreams and the soft lullaby of the forest in her ears, Lyra drifted into a deep, contented sleep, cradled by the knowledge that the world was vast, beautiful, and full of possibilities for those who dared to wander. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches stood like sentinels and ferns curled into emerald trumpets, there existed a glade known only to its most tender guardians. Here the air hummed with the secrets of centuries, and the streams carried melodies older than memory. It was in this glade that a young girl named Lila tended to the Mossgrove, an ancient tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stories and whose branches held the fragile magic of the seasons. Lila had been chosen as the Mossgrove's keeper by the creatures of the forest, the rabbits who wove moonlight into their burrows, the owls with star-speckled feathers, and the foxes whose tails flickered like candle flames. Her days were spent listening to the tree's murmurs, learning the language of rustling leaves and creaking bark. But one crisp autumn morning, the Mossgrove's usual song faltered. Its leaves, usually a tapestry of amber and scarlet, began to curl and gray at the edges. A chill seeped into the air, sharper than the season warranted, and the brook that trickled beside the tree's roots slowed to a syrupy crawl. A plump hedgehog named Thistle, his spines dusted with dew, trundled to Lila's side. "The frostfang stirs early," he warned, his voice a gravelly whisper. "It gnaws at the roots of balance. If the Mossgrove fails, winter will claim the woods before its time and never loosen its grip." Lila knelt, her breath clouding in the unnatural cold. "How do we stop it?" "Seek the emberleaf," Thistle said. "A relic from the time when fireflies were born from sunbeams. It lies hidden in the Chamber of Echoes, deep within the Stonemire caves, but the path is perilous, and the chamber guards its secrets jealously." Determination kindled in Lila's chest like a tiny flame. She packed a satchel with honeyed chestnuts, a vial of glowshroom light, and a cloak spun from moth silk. As she set off, the forest rallied around her. Aria, a red squirrel with a tail like a maple seed, scampered ahead to scout the trails. Orlin, a badger whose fur shimmered with the pearly sheen of dawn, shouldered through thorny thickets. And Wynn, a firefly with wings like stained glass, lit their way with constellations of gold. Their journey carried them through valleys where mist clung to the earth like a lover, over hills where heather buzzed with drowsy bees, and into the shadow of the Stonemire caves, a labyrinth of jagged rock where the air tasted of iron and old storms. The entrance yawned like a stone throat, and within, the walls pulsed with faint, bioluminescent lichen. "The Chamber of Echoes remembers," Orlin rumbled, his claws clicking against the stone. "Speak only truths here, lest the shadows twist your words." The group pressed deeper, their footsteps echoing in eerie harmony. Strange whispers coiled around them, fragments of long-ago conversations, the laughter of forgotten creatures, the sigh of seasons past. At last they reached a vast cavern where stalactites dripped liquid crystal into pools below. At its center, floating atop a plinth of quartz, was the emberleaf, a single leaf forged of molten copper, its veins glowing with captured sunlight. But as Lila reached for it, the ground shuddered. From the shadows emerged a creature of living obsidian, the chamber's guardian, its eyes two smoldering coals. "Why do you seek the emberleaf?" it intoned, its voice like grinding tectonic plates. Lila stood tall, though her heart fluttered. "To save the Mossgrove, the Frostfang threatens the balance. Without the tree, the seasons will unravel, and all who depend on them, the blooming flowers, the hibernating bears, the migrating geese, will suffer." The guardian tilted its head, sending cracks of orange light spiderwebbing across its form. "And what will you sacrifice to protect this balance?" She hesitated, then drew a small wooden flute from her satchel, a gift from her grandmother, carved from the Mossgrove's own branches. "This," she said softly, "it's the first thing the forest ever gave me." Without the Mossgrove, its song would be silence anyway. The guardian's fiery gaze softened. "Your heart understands reciprocity." It stepped aside, and the emberleaf floated into Lila's palms, warm as a sun-baked stone. Returning to the glade, they found the Frostfang's blight spreading. Icicles clawed at the Mossgrove's trunk, and the air bit with glass-sharp cold. Working quickly, Lila placed the emberleaf against the tree's heartwood. Aria gathered last autumn's acorns, planting them in a circle to anchor the magic. Orlin dug channels in the soil, guiding the brook's thawing waters to the roots. Wynn and his kin swarmed above, their light merging with the emberleaf's glow until the glade blazed like a captured sunrise. The Mossgrove shuddered, then sang, a deep, resonant note that shook loose the ice. New leaves unfurled, tender and green, as the tree drew strength from its allies. The Frostfang recoiled, its grip shattered by the warmth of shared purpose. By dawn, balance was restored. The first snowflakes of true winter drifted down, gentle and timely, melting into the Mossgrove's roots without malice. The creatures gathered, sharing a feast of roasted hazelnuts and elderberry wine, their breath mingling in grateful plumes. "The forest thrives not by one will, but by many," Thistle said, toasting Lila with a thimble of dewdrop cider. "You reminded us that even the smallest light can banish the deepest cold." As seasons turned, the tale of the emberleaf wove itself into the Mossgrove's bark, a new ring in its eternal story. Lila still plays her flute at dusk, its melody a lullaby to the woods, a reminder that harmony is never a solitary act, but a chorus of rustling leaves, trickling streams, and hearts brave enough to kindle light in the dark. And on the coldest nights, when the Frostfang's breath nips at the edges of the glade, the creatures nestle close to the Mossgrove, warmed by the truth that no winter lasts forever, so long as there are hands to hold the flame. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots. A small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "A rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Hearthstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Hearthstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Hearthstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Hearthstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Hearthstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Hearthstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Hearthstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Hearthstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Hearthstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Hearthstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Hearthstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus, the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft, white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. But, Fendrel cautioned, this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond. Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance? Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. By understanding our place and helping one another, when you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble the rabbit nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure. But it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders. Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul. With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned 2 companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart. With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks, the forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the enchanted hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, As the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. In the amber-hued village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and bakery windows glowed like honeycomb cells, something peculiar began unfolding as the autumn moon waxed full. Each night at precisely 8 bells, every lantern in the town square would blink out simultaneously, leaving townsfolk fumbling with tinderboxes while the warm scent of spiced cider hung unfinished in the crisp air. 12-year-old Tansy noticed it first while collecting chestnuts beneath the old sentinel oak. Her boots crunched rhythmically through fallen leaves until the familiar pop of extinguished flames made her turn. Through the twilight she watched as the lamplighter's pole slipped from old Mr. Burrow's grasp, his whiskery face upturned as dozens of lantern flames detached like glowing dandelion seeds, swirling westward toward the mist-shrouded bramblewood. "They're not going out," she whispered to her prickly companion, a hedgehog named Nettle who rode in her apron pocket. "They're being called." The next evening found Tansy perched on a frost-kissed bench, a woolen scarf knitted by her grandmother wrapped thrice around her neck. In her lap sat a jam jar filled with luminous moss and 3 raisins, Nettle's idea of emergency provisions. As the church bell tolled its 8th sonorous note, she held her breath. Lantern flames stretched into golden threads, slipping through iron filigree to dance above the cobblestones. "Quickly," she urged, jogging after the luminous procession. Nettle's tiny claws gripped her collar as they followed the trail past the murmuring mill wheel, through a thicket where silver birch bark gleamed like ancient parchment. The flames congregated above a crumbling stone well long claimed by ivy, spiraling downward into darkness. Tansy's courage faltered until a voice like wind through sun-warmed grass spoke behind her. "They seek to mend what was fractured." A badger stood on hind legs, spectacles balanced precariously on his black-striped nose. In his paws lay an astrolabe crusted with stardust, its brass rings humming faintly. "Professor Thistledown," he introduced himself with a bow. "Keeper of sideways moments and lost luminescence. You've excellent timing, child, the moon's in the house of mending." As Tansy helped the badger polish a viewing lens the size of a soup plate, he explained the well wasn't a well at all, but a temporalis fissure, a fold between moments. "Long ago, fire sprites lit these woods," he murmured. But frightened villagers built lanterns to replace them, wounding the old pact between flame and forest. Deep below, the gathered lantern lights pulsed in distress. Through the lens, Tansy glimpsed fragmented memories, a sapling's first sunrise, a fox kit's startled laughter, the village founder shaking hands with a glowing creature made of crackling twigs. The sprite's memories are fading, thistledown sighed. Without them, your lanterns will gutter forever by winter solstice. Dawn found them in the Badger's Burrow library, shelves carved between tree roots and lined with crystallized dewdrops containing historical scents. Tansy sneezed twice, 1776 smelled strongly of burnt toast, while Nettle organized acorn caps of herbal tea. We need something that carries both human warmth and wild light, Tansy mused, watching steam rise from her cup. Her mittened finger traced the knit stitches of her scarf, each loop a tiny vessel. Like Nana's stories. She sat upright, scattering chestnut shells. She says every stitch holds a memory. What if we? The plan unfolded like a map in firelight. For 3 days and nights, the village buzzed with gentle industry. Children braided garlands of dried marigolds, while elders sang ballads into hollow gourds. Bakers kneaded cinnamon into bread shaped like owls and hedgehogs. When the preparations were complete, the entire populace gathered at the well under Thistledown's direction, each person holding an item infused with personal history. A midwife's first blanket, a fisherman's luck-knotted net, Tansy's own scarf now interwoven with Nettle's quills. As the 8th bell chimed, lantern flames rose once more, but this time the villagers offered their memory vessels in unison. Golden threads wove through embroidered hopes and whispered lullabies, becoming a bridge between past and present. From the well emerged flickering forms with eyes like banked hearths, their crackling speech translating through the offered memories. You kept our light but forgot our names. We kept your warmth but feared your flames. Let thread be twine and song be spark, to mend the stitch torn in the dark. The fire sprites and lantern flames merged into constellations above the square. Where they touched ground, new plants sprouted, moonfire vines whose blossoms glowed amber at dusk and silver at dawn, their roots knitting the earth's hidden fractures. Now, when Willowmere's children press ears to the sentinel oak, they hear faint laughter like leaves rustling. Nettle, who gained a rather distinguished waistcoat from the event, can often be found lecturing young hedgehogs on the importance of emergency raisins. And if lanterns occasionally flicker in patterns that look suspiciously like badgers dancing, well, that's simply how stories weave themselves into the world's great tapestry, one mended stitch at a time. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore clouds like woolen caps, there lived a girl named Lila with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the sparkle of creek water catching sunlight. Each evening she'd sit at her bedroom window watching fireflies trace secret messages above the meadow, little knowing how soon their flickering code would brush against her destiny. One crisp autumn afternoon, while hunting for crimson maple leaves to press in her grandmother's iron-bound book, Lila stumbled upon a curious sight beneath an ancient oak. A tarnished silver chain peeked through mossy stones, its pendant shaped like a teardrop moon, cradling a milky stone that pulsed faintly as her shadow fell upon it. When her fingers closed around the cool metal, the world rippled like a pond disturbed by a falling acorn. The forest breathed differently now, richer, deeper, as if the air had turned to honey. A red fox emerged from the ferns, its coat gleaming like polished copper. What startled Lila wasn't its sudden appearance, but the fact that when it opened its mouth, words emerged in a voice like wind through barley fields. "Took you long enough," it said, flicking a ear adorned with 3 silver rings. Thus began Lila's tutelage under Ember, the fox who revealed that the whispering pendant allowed its bearer to cross the veil, the shimmering boundary between ordinary reality and the old wood where sentient creatures kept ancient rhythms. But all was not well in this hidden realm. The Everpool, source of the forest's magic, was silting over. Seasons tangled like mismatched yarn snowdrops blooming in autumn, maple keys sprouting mid-flight. Their quest to restore balance led them first to the moonlit market, where hedgehog vendors sold dewdrop elixirs in acorn cups and badgers in embroidered waistcoats debated philosophy over clover tea. There a silver-whiskered owl named Thurea gifted them a vial of starlight with instructions to follow the sorrow where roots drink deep. The clue guided them to the caves of echoing moss, where underground rivers sang forgotten ballads and luminous fungi mapped constellations on cavern ceilings. In those dripping chambers, they discovered the source of decay, a wounded earth spirit, its rocky hide cracked where greedy hands had tried to mine its crystalline heart. Lila's pendant glowed as she pressed it against the fracture, pouring forth memories of children's laughter, morning birdsong, and the quiet strength of oak's enduring storms. The spirit rumbled to life, quartz veins knitting together as it bowed its great head. "Your compassion mends what force could not," it intoned, gifting them a seed wrapped in bioluminescent moss. Their journey wove onward across rivers where water nymphs wove liquid melodies, through valleys where willows played harpist with their trailing branches, and up slopes where mountain spirits rolled thunder like children bowling stone hoops. Each challenge demanded not strength but attentive kindness, untangling a wood sprite's knotted hair, mediating a dispute between quarrelsome sparrows, composing lullabies for a restless wind. The final test came at the Everpool itself, now choked with ghostly pale weeds. As Lila lowered the glowing seed into murky waters, the pendant grew warm against her chest. Visions flooded her mind not just of the forest's past glory, but of its fragile connections to the human world. She understood then that the magic wasn't dying but waiting for hearts willing to listen rather than take. When the seed took root, shooting forth a tree that bloomed summer blossoms and winter berries simultaneously, Lila felt the change ripple through both worlds. Back in her village, elders marveled at suddenly abundant orchards, while children giggled at unusually bold deer nibbling apple cores from open palms. On the last night of her adventure, Ember walked her to the boundary stone. "The pendant chooses keepers who feel the threads between all living things," he said, nuzzling her hand. Though the silver chain dissolved into moonlight as she crossed back, Lila knew the true magic remained in the fox tracks beside her garden wall, the owl feather on her windowsill, and the quiet understanding that wonder walks softly where respect blooms. Years later, when a wide-eyed child showed Lila a peculiar stone found by the brook, she simply smiled and said, "Let me tell you about a fox who speaks in riddles." The fire crackled its accompaniment as snow fell gently beyond the frosted window panes, wrapping the world in hushed anticipation of stories yet to unfold. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so, as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. Once upon a time, in the far reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Viridia. Viridia was renowned for its lush emerald forests and skies that danced with hues of azure and amethyst. It was here, amidst this verdant splendor, that the first of our companions resided, a gentle creature named Leora. Leora was a Viridian, a species known for their ability to communicate with flora and fauna. Her long, silvery tendrils, which cascaded down her back like a waterfall of moonlight, allowed her to tune into the whispers of the forest. Her eyes, a deep shade of jade, sparkled with an understanding beyond her years. She lived in harmony with the world around her, tending to the needs of the forest with a nurturing touch. One day, as Leora wandered through the sun-dappled glades, she stumbled upon something quite peculiar, an object unlike anything she had ever seen. It was smooth, metallic, and shaped like a small vessel. As she approached, a curious sound caught her attention, a soft hum, like a distant lullaby carried on the wind. From within the vessel emerged a being unlike any she had encountered. He was Zin, a traveler from the distant planet of Athura. The Etherians were a technologically advanced species, their bodies composed of shimmering, translucent energy. Zin's form glowed with a gentle iridescence, his eyes a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted with his emotions. At first, Leora and Zin regarded each other with cautious curiosity. Their worlds were so vastly different, their ways of life seemingly incompatible. Leora, with her connection to nature, found Zin's reliance on technology bewildering. Zin, on the other hand, marveled at Leora's ability to converse with the natural world, a skill that seemed as foreign to him as his technology did to her. Their initial encounters were riddled with misunderstandings. Leora's attempt to offer Zin a fruit from the forest was met with hesitation, as he was unsure if it was safe for him to consume. Zin's efforts to show Leora his holographic projections of the stars were met with confusion, as she struggled to comprehend the intricate devices he used. Yet, despite these initial challenges, a bond began to form between them. They found themselves drawn to each other's differences, intrigued by the chance to learn and grow. Leora was fascinated by the stories Zin shared of his travels across the galaxy, tales of far-off worlds and wondrous civilizations. In turn, Zin was captivated by Leora's gentle wisdom, her ability to listen and understand the world in ways he had never considered. One day, as they sat beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient Viridian tree, Leora and Zin faced a shared challenge that would bring them closer than ever before. A sudden storm, fierce and unyielding, swept across the landscape, its winds howling through the trees like a wild symphony. The forest, which had always been a place of peace, was now a tumult of swaying branches and swirling leaves. As the storm raged around them, Leora and Zin found themselves working together, their differences becoming strengths. Leora used her connection with the forest to calm the trees, whispering soothing words to still their frantic dance. Zin, with his technological prowess, projected a barrier of energy to shield them from the worst of the storm's fury. In that moment, as they stood side by side, they realized the true power of their friendship. Their differences had become their greatest asset, allowing them to overcome the storm's wrath through a blend of nature and technology, wisdom and innovation. When the storm finally subsided, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora and Zin sat together, their hearts filled with a newfound understanding. They had learned that friendship transcended the boundaries of species and worlds, that it was a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual respect. In the days that followed, Leora and Zin continued to explore the wonders of Viridia together, their friendship a beacon of warmth and light. They taught each other the songs of their worlds, shared the stories of their people, and discovered the beauty in their differences. And so, in the heart of the Andromeda Galaxy, beneath the sheltering canopy of Viridia's ancient trees, Leora and Zin found not only a friendship that defied the stars, but a home in each other's hearts. They learned that true friendship was like a garden, a place where differences could bloom into understanding, where challenges could be overcome through unity, and where the seeds of kindness and compassion could grow into something beautiful and enduring. As the nights grew longer and the stars shone brighter, their laughter echoed through the forest, a melody of joy and companionship that would forever be remembered as a testament to the power of unlikely companions discovering the true meaning of friendship. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the whispering woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. The velveteen dusk had just begun to paint lavender streaks across the sky when young Tobias discovered the music box in the attic rafters. Its oak carvings glimmered with dust motes dancing in the sunset's amber light, showing scenes of frolicking otters along a river bank. But when his thumb brushed the tarnished latch, the room filled not with melody, but with the crisp scent of pine needles and the distant laughter of rushing water. "That's odd," Tobias whispered to his shadow stretching across the floorboards. The family attic smelled of mothballs and aged paper, not evergreen forests. Yet as he lifted the lid fully, his woolen socks suddenly sank into cool moss. Before him stretched a moonlit river where the attic wall should have been, silver fish leaping in arcs that left trails of bioluminescent bubbles. A throaty chuckle made him spin. Perched atop a stack of leather-bound journals sat a portly marmot in a waistcoat woven from dandelion fluff. "Took you long enough," the creature said, polishing spectacles made of ice crystals. 7 years this portal's been waiting behind the holiday decorations. I nearly ate all my emergency acorns." Thus began Tobias's understanding that the world contained more wonders than his 10-year-old eyes had imagined. The marmot, who introduced himself as Professor Thistlewick of the Between Places Guild, explained that certain objects became memory anchors, vessels storing fragments of lost realms. This music box contained the last echo of the Glimmerbrook Valley, a place where seasons flowed backwards and kindness took physical form as floating orbs of saffron light. "But why me?" Tobias asked, watching a family of translucent deer drink from the river, now winding between towers of old board games and steamer trunks. Thistlewick adjusted his icy spectacles. "Because you hum when you're curious, the valley responds to that sort of sincerity, now then." He produced a parchment map that smelled of burnt sugar. "We've precisely 3 nights before the alignment ends and this portal closes forever. Plenty of time to find the valley's heartstone and the marmot's nose twitched. "Apologies, fell asleep mid-sentence last Tuesday, still catching up. Yes, and prevent the sorrow moths from dissolving its magic into wistful daydreams." Their expedition began with Tobias learning to walk on liquid moonlight tip, imagine your toes are paintbrushes, and how to collect drinkable starlight in walnut shells. They met a heron maid of folded newspaper who recited forgotten recipes, and a pebble-sized elephant who demonstrated how rainbows sound when unraveled. Yet beneath the wonder hummed a melancholy thread patches of the valley, where colors bled away like wet watercolors, leaving monochrome emptiness where the sorrow moths had fed. On the second dusk, as they camped beneath a tree bearing lantern-like pears that glowed with inner light, Thistlewick explained the challenge. The Hearthstone isn't a gem but a moment, specifically the instant someone chooses hope when despair seems easier. Find that memory and the valley renews. Tobias stirred their campfire, burning cinnamon sticks that crackled in harmonies with a stick. But how do you search for a moment? By understanding what drowns it. The marmot's usually twitchy tail went still. Tomorrow we reached the moth's nest. Dawn revealed the valley's wounded heart. A cathedral of weeping willows stood leafless and gray, their branches draped with cocoons shimmering like oil on water. The air tasted of unshed tears. Between the trees floated the sorrow moth's creatures of exquisite beauty, with wings mirroring viewers' happiest memories, yet whose touch left frostbite on the soul. Standard tactics won't work here, Thistlewick murmured, paw gripping Tobias's sleeve. Anger fuels them, fear nourishes them, but they've never learned to digest. He glanced meaningfully at the boy's hands. Tobias looked down. Clutched in his fingers was the music box, now warm to the touch. He'd been unconsciously winding it as they traveled. Understanding bloomed like the valley's dawn chorus flowers. They don't know songs, he breathed. The first moth descended in a spiral of reflected memories. Tobias's 6th birthday party, his grandmother's hands kneading dough, the summer afternoon he'd nursed a fallen starling back to flight. Its beauty ached. Tobias closed his eyes and hummed. Not the complex melodies of the music box, but the simple tune he'd invented while watching soap bubbles as a child, a warble of pure, unguarded joy. The moth froze. Its wings flickered. "They are mirrors," Thistlewick urged softly. "Show them what they've forgotten to reflect." One by one, Tobias gathered their odd caravan. The newspaper heron beat its wings in rhythm. The tiny elephant trumpeted rainbow scales. Thistlewick drummed a hollow log with maple seed drumsticks. Together they played the valley's forgotten heartbeat, not perfect harmonies, but the messy, vibrant music of living things trying their best. The cocoons began to glow. As the last note faded, the moth's wings darkened into velvety indigo scattered with starlight specks. Where they alighted, color seeped back into the world, grass blades regaining their emerald vibrato, river rocks shimmering like scattered opals. And there, beneath the central willow, materialized the Hearthstone, a frozen dewdrop containing the image of a young girl long ago, another anchor-chooser, sharing her last biscuit with a starving fox. When Tobias placed the dewdrop against the music box's mechanism, the entire valley exhaled. Seasons rippled outward, autumn leaves burning to green flames, snowbanks blooming into dandelion clocks. The portal behind them stabilized into an archway of intertwined roots. "It'll need occasional tuning," Thistlewick said as they stood again in the attic, now permanently scented with fresh rainfall. He adjusted his dandelion waistcoat. "Say every full moon, I'll bring the acorn cakes." As weeks turned to months, Tobias's quiet life gained gentle magic. Mornings might find otters made of cinnamon steam helping stir breakfast oatmeal, or his little sister's tears transformed into fireflies before they could fall. The music box became village legend, though only children and kind-eyed elders ever saw its true nature. On the eve of his 11th birthday, Tobias found a new carving on the box's lid. A boy in marmot standing back-to-back with arms outstretched, conducting an orchestra of seasons. That night, as the first snow quilted the world in silence, he placed the music box on his windowsill. Its ever-changing song now featuring a certain tiny elephant's triumphant toot, wove through the dreams of every sleeping creature within 7 hills. And in the attic rafters, if one knew to listen, there remained the soft rustle of a marmot's snores echoing from a sun-dappled realm between heartbeats, where lost wonders go to be remembered.